Blue bleep. Sorry, excuse me. Yo, doing the fucking show again. Are you so fucking excited? Fuck. Fuck. It's exciting, you know? I'm just, okay. Anyway, yeah, we're doing a fucking show. It's a stream. It's a call-in show. It has no name. You probably think of a name, but who cares? This is a fucking call-in show. Okay, it's the call-in show. We're back. We're here every freaking week. The time changes all the time, which is probably confusing, but I'm sorry. It's just, I'm very changeable. When the day comes, I always want to do it earlier because I wake up and I'm like, oh, it's a call-in show. How fun. But then it means I have to wait before I can start drinking in the day. And I tend to like starting early-ish. But, fucking whatever. Okay, so it's 3 o'clock. We're starting. This is how it starts. The topic today is your heritage. We're talking about your heritage. You where you come from, your gramps, your Grammys, your grandpas, I want to hear all the different fun names you have for your grandparents, all the different weird. I had a nanny and a poppy and a Grammy and a grampy. I want to hear your version of that. Your heritage. We're talking about your heritage. Sort of a more friendly, nicer way of saying like your ethnicity. Because I feel like it'd be kind of weird, kind of odd to have callers calling in, and my question is just like, yo, what's your race? What's your race, bro? What's your skin? Give me the hex code color of your skin. That's not what we're doing. It's not about you, okay? It's about your heritage, where you come from, the culture that's been passed down to you from the old country. Or if you're, European, you're in the old country. You're in the old bad shitty place that everybody was like, we got to get the fuck out of here. This fucking sucks. We got to go to America, which is the land of the free and the home of the brave. Anyway, your heritage. People are going to call in a little bit. I'll open up the phones. We'll be talking about your heritage. Today, we're talking about... Well, I'll start. Yeah, so my heritage. I'm a quarter Irish, a quarter German, half Italian. Italiano, mi famiglia. A spaghetti and a risotto. It made the risotto with the arborio rice and spaghetti. Farfalle, rigatoni, cavatappi. A tarantella for mama. Yeah, just a quarter Irish and a quarter German, but the main culture that was passed down was Italiano. All those cultures, Irish, German, Italian, they're all drinkers, as far as I know. Those are some good drinking cultures. Although I was thinking about this today, it's like what culture doesn't have drinking attached to it as a stereotype, as a true stereotype? It's all of them. What are the non-drinking cultures? It's always just like drinking and some other adjectives. Like these guys, the Italians like to drink and yell and eat, and the Irish like to drink and yell, but in an angry way. They like to be surly. Germans, I don't know. They like to drink and fucking do some wild things with other groups of people. But everyone is like, no matter what, fucking, you could throw a dart at the world map and you'd be like, oh, those guys love to drink. So I would be curious to get a caller who's got a culture that is not known for drinking. They must be out there. But I'm not personally familiar with them. I never got any real cultural knowledge of the Irish and German parts of my family. The Italians were on both sides, so there was a lot there. I had an Italian nana on my mom's side, Italian grampy, slightly more Americanized, on my dad's side. So there's always some Italian shit going on. But they didn't really pass down real historical information about Italy. Like all my great grandparents were all the immigrants. Like all my family was coming over around here in like the 1900s, I guess. Right when the getting was good. Post-slavery, they got to experience like their own little bit of racism or whatever against Italians, but that's long gone. We're integrated. We're part of this. I'm white. I am white. There was a time when those people, my family, were moving in where they're like, those people are not white. Those people are not white. We do not accept that. But now I'm just fucking white. Oh, how do you like that? I'm in the system. I'm working from the inside. I'm going to tear this shit up for mi familia. No, but really, I don't know shit about Italy, the old country. I don't fucking know. I don't know anything about what happened over there ever. I know they were the bad guys. They were part of the bad guys in World War II. They were like the bad guys that no one ever cares about or talks about. So that seems like the best position. Like we got to be part of the axis of evil, which sounds fucking radical. But also nobody gives a shit for it. No one's upset. No one ever thinks of, oh, Italy, like those are the bad guys. No. I don't know what the hell we're doing. Probably because we were, I don't know. My guess would be totally ineffectual in the World War II theater of war. You never hear about like, oh, those Italians were really holding the line against the Allies. No one talks about them at all. I really have no idea what happened. I played that sniper game, Sniper Elite 4, where you're fighting against the fascist Italians. I didn't like that. You were on the side of the partisans. The partisans. Those are the good guys, I guess. The partisans against the fascists. But, yeah, okay. But I really don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Anyway, the Italian traits that are very present in my family and in myself, we're all very freaking loud. Very loud. We gesticulate wildly. It's not safe. It's not safe to be near us when we're getting into it, because you get a freaking accidental slap. Because we're marmadici, marmarode, tarantella, farfalli. It's not bow tie, it's farfalli. Is that it? Is those the only traits? Loud and obnoxious. We love tomatoes or something, I guess. I don't, like I said, it's like the culture is kind of the most Italian culture that I've got from my family was watching The Godfather, which is an essential part of growing up in my Italian family. I think this is ubiquitous for American Italians. The Godfather. That is like the, it's got the whole moral compass. The whole Italian moral compass is encompassed in The Godfather. I remember the first time I watched that, I was probably 8 or 9. And I had no idea what the hell's going on. The Godfather is it's a confusing movie for an 8 or 9-year-old. I mean, my God. But just like the reverence that comes over the room in a room full of Italians when you talk about The Godfather. She's like, oh my God, The Godfather. Don't even get me started. Every Italian has like this encyclopedic knowledge of every single friggin' capo regime, consiglieri, all the different mob bosses, Barzini, Clemenza, T'Italia. It's in there. It's ingrained deeply. I even read The Godfather. Which is an awful book, by the way. Terrible, terrible book. But a great movie. And I remember being sat down to watch The Godfather, and it's very much like, this is what you're going to learn. Like, there are life lessons that my family's trying to impart to me through The Godfather. Such as, never go against the family. Leave the gun, take the cannoli. Which is not really a life lesson, but just a sort of situational awareness sort of thing. And then the most important lesson is and this is something I actually internalized as a young boy, and it is part of me today still, which is the whole business model for The Godfather, for Vito Corleone, aka The Godfather, which is that you do a favor for somebody. But it's not. But you only do it so that they are in your debt, and that they gotta do a favor for you someday. I'm doing this fucking voice. This is just naturally comes out when I'm talking about The Godfather. My God, but like that's the whole thing. It's like,
yeah, someday, Bona said, someday I'll call upon you, and that day may never come. I'll call upon you to do a service for me.
That's my Godfather impression. My God. Literally been doing that since I was 8 years old. But that's how I still function today. If you know me in real life, or even online, if I've ever done anything nice for you, you owe me. You owe me. You understand? You owe me. You owe me big time, baby. I'm not gonna forget. All right, I didn't do that nice thing for you just because I'm a nice guy. Okay, you owe me. You owe me big time, baby. And don't think I'm not gonna cash in. That's what I'm thinking about all the time. Every time I talk to you after I do something nice for you, I'm thinking, how am I gonna get this guy to fucking pay up, baby? Because I am owed. But it doesn't work as well for me because I'm not the Godfather, and I don't have like freaking mafia henchmen to enforce. I don't have enforcers. So if you owe me and then you say no I don't owe you, you pretty much you win this time, you know. But someday soon I'm gonna have a friggin' army of Italianos coming after you. Don't think. I never forget. Never go against the family. Never forget. Take the gun, leave the cannoli, and you owe me big time. Those are my sort of Italiano life lessons. I remember watching like watching Goodfellas. My family didn't want me to watch that. They didn't want that because Goodfellas is probably like a more accurate realization of Italian crime, which is just like a bunch of friggin' idiots, like asshole, backstabbing bastards. The Godfather is reverent. It puts all these people on a pedestal. It's just like they're just like businessmen. They're like savvy businessmen, but they even better because they got a code. It's about honor and respect. It's very flattering to criminals, Italiano criminals. But anyway, that's just a fucking who fucking cares. Anyway, that's Italiano bada bici bada badoni. So that's enough of me. We'll be talking about your heritage. Before we do that, let me just go to the boys. I think the boys are in town. See what the hell they think about this.
Photo, yeah.
Hey, boys.
What's up?
Hey. How's it going?
Good. How about you?
So good, so great. Hey, so we're doing the show on your heritage. What's your boys' heritage?
Well, first of all, before we get into that, I want you to explain some of this Italian stuff. We've been talking about it.
Sure. I am the go-to guy.
Okay, what's the deal with all the tomato stuff? That's a New World food. That came from the Americas. How come you guys claimed that and it's such a part of your food now?
Because we claim whatever we want. We wanted those. We appropriated them. We made them part of us. Tomatoes are so essential to Italian cooking.
And
Very
like
Roman
like the
mindset of
noodles
you.
from Asia too. Yeah, yeah.
Noodles from Asia? We don't. What are you talking about? Like egg noodles?
Noodles started in Asia, dude. You guys stole that just like everyone else. I mean, everyone stole noodles.
I thought they made.
You never guess where
Polo,
cheese
man.
is from. I'll tell you right now, Parmigiana. That's not Italian. That's coming from Croatia.
Whoa.
It's
What?
all fake all the way down.
What?
Isn't basil from the Middle East too? Guys, do you have anything of your own?
I don't know what you're talking.
know.
I assume these are all lies from the internet. Where's this from? Is
know.
there a textbook that you're citing right now?
You know
How is
that
it
classic like
Italian?
Roman helmet shape? That's,
Sorry,
that's
what?
Yeah.
Celtic. That classic Roman helmet shape, you know, with like the crest and like the visor. You know, they took that from Celtic people. All their military equipment. You know,
Yeah, what?
they adopted
Didn't we
all that
come
stuff
before
from
the
people
Celtic?
around.
Didn't we come before them?
I mean, I don't know which
The
cultures came
Mediterranean
first.
people. There were people
Oh,
in the
yeah.
Mediterranean before the friggin' wherever you're talking about.
But I'm just saying, like, you know, the Romans, they like adopted and melded together all
We
their
made it
different,
better
like,
than ever.
territories, you know.
Okay. So you guys want to just shit on Italians? That's what you want to do. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Keep going. That's fine. I'm not offended.
You ever heard of Tony
Sure.
Soprano? Wasn't a very good guy.
I never seen The Sopranos. I don't watch any Italian media that disparages my people. Yeah,
That's
too bad.
That's
Pretty
right.
good.
You don't have to fucking say that.
Okay, I've got one big question
Okay.
for the Italians. Just how the heck did you guys figure out how to make oil, noodles, and cheese taste good with a bottle of wine?
You don't like that? That's not for you?
If wine's so good, why are you drinking beer right now instead?
All right, okay. That is true and fair. I don't ever drink wine, ever. That is an Italian love that I never have gotten into. All right, hey, okay, wait. I don't want to. I don't
Time
want
for you to shit on
I
our
know I'm
area.
talking in this stupid fucking voice, and it's making me a target right now for all the Italian haters over here. But to be honest, I don't know shit about Italy. I said that. I don't know anything about Italy or Italiano or the history. All I know is I love freaking lasagna and cavatappi and farfalle and spaghetti. Come on.
Yes, so do I.
Right, but you don't be obnoxious about it like I do.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
And so it's not as fun. This is like, hey, this is what we do. We throw our arms around and we say, hey, come on, don't put the tomato. What are you doing? Why aren't you reducing the wine before you cook it? Come on. Like, it's part of our thing. It's just being really loud.
Is there like an Italian N-word? Is there a word you're allowed to say that none of us are allowed to say because we're not Italian?
You know, you guys could say, hey, my dad, who's half Italian as well, when he was working at Friendly's, his boss called him a dumb guinea, and he had to quit.
You had to quit your dad. He just got burned too hard. and
He had,
to quit.
yeah, he was so embarrassed. He's like, I've been found out. But you guys can say that.
Are actual Italians loud, or is it just Italian Americans?
It's a good question. I don't know. I've never met a real Italian person. Only Italian Americans. The Italian Americans have the Italians, I think, have that sing-songy quality, though. It's like we kind of lost that on the boat. We went with just the really emphatic, yeah, but without the fun, romantic sort of part of it.
You ever thought about making like a pilgrimage, you know, back to the motherland?
Nah, no way. No, I would like to do that at some point, but that's not like high on my list at all. I don't want to deal with like aggressive sexual Italian men. That's like the opposite of what I am.
Like a passive sexual Italian American man.
Yeah. I mean, they probably wouldn't be coming for me that hard, but just like being around them, I can't take that kind of competition. They're all fucking sweaty and moving their hips in weird ways. Like, I'm not
Maybe it'd
about
be
that.
good for you. Maybe you could learn something, man. You know, it's working for them. Clearly, they've got something figured out. You know, take some notes.
What is it about like some cultures that are just like they're horny, they're sexual, like it's part of their nature.
Kama Sutra, right?
It's got to be all the wine. It's got to be the wine.
Oh yeah, you're right. Like think about it. The French, they also love their wine, right?
Yeah, it's all
It's
those
definitely
wine
wine.
cultures.
Yeah, it's an aphrodisiac, right?
Yeah, the French even have a name. They have their own kind of kissing. The most disgusting kind of kissing is named after the French.
Straight up, what is French kissing exactly? Is it just fucking mashing your face wherever you want on the other person's face and then that qualifies as French kissing? Or is there like a technical definition to it?
It's the tongue. It's getting
That's
the
what I
tongue
thought.
It's the
involved.
tongue?
Well,
Just
it's
the
a
tongue.
yeah.
If tongue equals French kissing, that's the equation.
You can do open mouth kissing without the tongue, but as soon as you are jamming that slippery sucker in there, that becomes French kissing.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you try to start with a technique, then you just give up.
Just jam it in there. I've never French kissed successfully. Like I've never been French kissing and be like, yes, this is the right way to do it. Guess because I'm not French.
But yeah, what's Italian kissing get you?
They're
How
like
far?
little cheek peck.
Yeah,
I
like
have to
5
think of-
successive X, like a, one of those.
I'm gonna think about what Italian kissing could be. There's got to be a special method. Something involving tomatoes or olive oil. Oh yeah, you get all olive oiled up, and so like you spread it on your lips, and then you can really get slip and slide. All right, so you guys don't want to tell me about your heritage at all? You just want to bash me?
Yeah, for now. We can go over all that later.
All right. Okay, that sounds good.
I've got 4 beers to finish off, so we got all the time in the world.
All right, good. So you guys will be
Have
around
fun.
then. So okay.
Yeah, we'll be around.
Yeah.
All right, good. All right, then I'll see you in a little bit, boys. Goodbye, boys.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Fucking boys.
Not sure why I unmuted myself.
Oh no,
there.
they're still fucking here. I was trying to fucking shit on the boys by myself. Fucking boys, god damn it. They don't understand me. They don't understand my culture. Bafango. I should have said that to them. Okay, anyway. Stream is going on now. I'm going to take a quick break. When we get back, we will be taking calls about your heritage. The number will be on the screen when you are actually eligible to call. For now, it's just this is a quick music break. The music from the stream is from Gaetano De Palo. Mi Familia is some sort of Italian man that I found on SoundCloud. Makes some music, and I like it. It's got a little bit of an Italiano edge to it. You'll see. In some of the songs coming up, you'll see what I'm talking about. But quick break here, 5-6 minutes. I'm gonna stop doing this voice. God damn, I can't get out of it. 5-6 minute break. We'll be back taking calls. Yes. Good. Wait. Yes. Okay, anyway. Yes, we're doing the heritage stream. I've just opened up the lines. The number is 518-288-7938. So call in. Call in and tell me about your mama.
Call from.
Cody.
To accept, press 1.
Cody?
Hey,
Yo, what up, dog?
dude. Let me turn this off. Take a deep breath.
You're on, you're in, baby. Don't mess this up. This could affect all your future employment opportunities, your relationships.
Oh, God!
Yeah, so don't say anything you'll regret. We know who
Like
you
I
are,
did
Cody.
every other time.
Yeah, Cody, you called in before, right?
Yeah, first time was to talk about how I said like racial slurs to automated customer service.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't a real person.
I remember that.
And then addiction stream is depressing. I only get in when it's a really depressing stream, man.
Is this one depressing? Your heritage?
A little bit, because
Okay.
I'm like kind of deprived of it. My biological grandpa is Italian.
Hey!
Yeah, so I'm like a quarter. That's what like that adds up to.
Okay.
But he was like full on, and he immigrated like after the Vietnam War. So it wasn't like World War II era, but he like fought in Vietnam and got like HIV in the jungles there. And did well, huh? Go ahead.
How did that happen? Did you ever get that story?
Apparently he has an autobiography. I tried to read it, but it comes off like really cheesy. Like the dude thought like he was like the best dick in the world.
In Vietnam? In the Vietnamese
In a lot of
jungles?
places.
Oh, okay.
So after Vietnam, that's not even like the big deal part to me. To me, the big deal part is that he did well enough that they're like, hey, do you want to like do undercover work for the CIA?
Oh no.
You get to kill people. So he like apparently strangled a bunch of fucking like black pimps in New York or something because they were like causing a problem.
Oh god. That's what the CIA does?
Yeah, dude, they fucking like just do stuff that like you're not legally allowed to do, but sometimes you gotta break a few eggs.
I thought they strangled pimps all across the world. I didn't know they were doing it here too.
No, yeah. Pimps and people who make a water engine.
Sorry, what?
Why did I just say that? Oh, I just painted a little bullseye on my head, maybe.
I didn't even understand what you said, so I think you're safe. Oh,
Cool.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
But we never got to meet him. My dad hired like private investigators to find him. And basically what they found out was that he was in witness protection. So we didn't actually know anything about him until he like stopped taking his HIV medication and decided to die.
You got news of that?
Yeah, so apparently like my dad has some half brothers that are cool. One's like a bouncer and the other's like a Kentucky senator.
What?
Yeah. I guess he lived in Kentucky and like witnessed relocation. But I guess he also did undercover work as like a Klansman for the KKK.
Your dad?
No. My dad never met my grandpa. My biological grandpa that we both never met.
This is
I
all
guess my grandma found like a Klan outfit and he was like, oh yeah, that's undercover too. But we kind of think that maybe that was bullshit.
Yeah, I was about to say, how much of this story do you think is bullshit? Because it sort of just sounds like some like boasting of just like, oh yeah, he did all kinds of great things. He wasn't a terrible dude. He was an undercover agent. He did those things for the government.
No, I think it's both. I think he was a terrible dude and he worked for the government. Because my dad hiring a private investigator, and like also after that, my dad was like asking around about him, and he basically said like, yeah, I was like kind of threatened into not asking around anymore, and that might not be a good idea because who knows what other connections he had. He could have been like an actual mobster before any of that.
Yeah, threatened by who? Like by government goons or by Italian Goombas?
Goombas, for sure.
Ah.
Although I don't think they say Goomba like affectionately, apparently, towards each other. Like people just think that Goomba is like a slur, but really it's like your bro.
Right, right. You ever call your bros Goombas?
I have 2 sisters, and my bros, no, they make fun of me. They always say like, your sisters are probably Italian mushroom farmers. Look at your sweaty brow, stuff like that.
Do Italians gather mushrooms? I don't. Is that what Moxie was talking about? We don't have tomatoes. Is it mushrooms our main export?
No, it's just my friends being racist, and like they think that if we time travel and they go, look, it's Cody's ancestor, and it's like some guy that looks like Super Mario in a mushroom farm sweating.
Oh yeah. Okay, so tell me about how you said your grandfather was fighting in Vietnam, but he didn't emigrate to the United States until after. So he was fighting in Vietnam for the Italians? I didn't know they had a stake in that.
See, I'm like not actually sure because like that's not the part that like caught my attention the most. The part that got my attention the most was him working undercover. But I think he possibly could have immigrated before that and then fought in the war, or maybe, yeah, I don't actually know about that part. I could like link the book in the chat. I've also thought about reading the book on my channel, but like I don't want to pay a bullseye on my head in case people are like, oh, that motherfucker had kids. Stomp them out.
So what does your dad say? This is your grandpa on your dad's side?
Yeah.
So he was looking.
My mom's
for
side
your
is
father?
just like a bunch of hicks.
Okay. So your dad was searching for your father with the aid of a private investigator. Was his when your dad was a kid? Was your dad around, or is he out of the picture early on?
He was out of the picture early on. Like my dad never met his dad. He just knew like the mom, and like his name's Sal, by the way. That was another funny thing is like he found out that like, oh, my real dad's name might be the name as my first dog, Salvador.
That's a cool name for a dog.
Yeah, dude, he was cool. He was a Queensland Blue Heeler, so he was just like a smart super predator who would like deliberately break into a neighbor's house and like crap on the middle of the bed.
My God, that's an Italiano right there. If I ever saw one. All right, so
the dog, not the dad.
No, yeah. So your dad didn't know his dad, and he just learned all these friggin' crazy stories. Did he ever get into the weeds about the strangling of pimps? Did he learn more about that, or is it just sort of that's what he heard? He strangled pimps.
I think he just glanced over it in the book.
Well,
and there might also be other sources like online about this, because I'm not sure it's just the book, because like we haven't actually read the book. It's not good. It has a terrible title. It's called like You Can't Know All the Players Without a Scorecard or something. And I'm like, oh, this is terrible. Like the guy was a murderer. He wasn't a writer.
And so he married a hick? Your grandmother?
No, my grandmother on my dad's side was actually like a rich white lady.
Ooh.
Who was kind of partying at that point in her life, but as I know her, is just like the sweetest, most stereotypical grandma in the world, where it's just like so nice, perfect, would never say anything bad, is always supportive, even if you're being a dick.
Is she alive?
She passed away. Huh?
Is she living?
No, she passed away. All the grandparents I care about are gone. The ones that are around are like awful.
Oh yeah? The Hicks?
Yeah. Yeah, dude, the Hicks fucking suck. There's some dark shit going on with them that I have kind of anger issues, and I'm starting to realize as an adult that like people just did not tell me so many things because I guess they were worried about my reaction. And now I probably would have been like, I need to stand up to them and be like, you guys are creeps, fuck you. And I might have, so that's fair. I did overreact a lot. I still do, as you could tell from the first call. I really wish you had more positive stream topics, because like every time I call in, it's about some shitty dark thing, and I'm not like that, man.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are, dude. Don't blame the topics. Don't blame the topics. The topics could all be friendly and nice. We could be having a great time. You're the one who's bringing the dark shit.
I know. There's nothing. Well, the
So
interest. That's what's interesting.
What did your hick
There's an
parents do?
audience.
I mean, my mind is going to terrible, terrible places when you say your hick family is doing fucked up shit. So what did they do?
So apparently, well, my mom, when she was young, her biological mother died in an unfortunate train accident.
Okay.
Like her car got hit by a train. And we don't really know the circumstances of that, whether like she got caught on the tracks or it was before the gates lowered, so maybe she was trying to beat it.
Oh God.
But yeah, she was apparently a sweet lady, but
Now that's some
died
weird
when
shit.
my mom was like young. So my grandpa remarried someone named Louise, and I've always just thought of her as my grandma. But very recently, I realized like there's something wrong with this side of the family. And it's been like kept from me because no one wanted me to like be stressed out about it. Like my sisters, they were like, yeah, dude, like our mom and like Louise do not get along. They have like some weird awkward thing because Louise has a daughter named Jody, who's my aunt. I've always just thought of her as my aunt. She's lovely. She like gave me a ride to high school when I needed it growing up.
Good.
But there's always been like some weird stuff going on, and I didn't notice it. But they came over to visit, and like they got into a big argument over like a pizza, and I'm like, okay, that's not normal.
And this
No one
wasn't
argues
even
like
the
that over,
Italian
like-
side of the family. This is the hick side that's getting an
Yeah,
argument
this is
over
the Hicks.
pizza? Wow. Where are they from? Like when you say Hicks, what does that mean exactly?
Nebraska.
Oh, like a long line of just white people
Mhm.
living in America?
Yeah, they've just been like white in here forever. I guess I'm 2% native, but that doesn't really matter because I don't have the heritage.
How
See?
do you
See
know
what I
that
did?
how do you know that you're 2% native?
Because my parents decided to like do that 23andMe like data DNA thing,
Mm-hmm.
the one that copyrights your DNA.
Right. Are those even accurate?
I would think so. Like if they can get it down to a percentage, and they also show you like, here's the people who fuck to get where you are, like the trees, the branching trees.
Are there? So I've always been confused about that because whenever I see people posting their 23andMe statistics, there always seems to be like a complimentary percentage devoted to Africa. And it just seems like a big joke where it's just like, ha, yeah, you got African shit and you thought you didn't, you goddamn racist. Well, guess what? You do. Did they have that too,
All right,
or is that just the native stuff?
It's just the native stuff. Like, there's no complimentary black. But the conspiracy theorist in me, when I hear you say that, is like, maybe someone working there is like, ha, yeah, take that. You're
That's what I
2%
think.
black. What are you going to do? What are you going to do now? But it's like, most people shouldn't even care because, like, you're still you.
Right.
Learning
should
that information
should you
shouldn't, like,
even-
change who you are.
But should you? Well, then it comes back to like, should you even care enough that you're like gonna send your cum? Is it cum that you send to 23andMe?
I fucking hope not, because I didn't do it, and I don't want to think about my parents doing that. What the hell's wrong with you?
What do they send? I mean, do you send do you pluck a hair? Do you spit in a jar? Like, what do you give them that is your DNA?
Spit.
So you spit in something and mail it to these people.
Yeah, it's like a swab. Oh, and because my parents did it, they have a copyright not only on their DNA, but everyone related to them.
You're saying 23andMe has a copyright, not your parents? What does that even
No,
mean?
they have a copyright on your DNA. That's part of the terms of service. It's like, yeah, we can patent your DNA and like in the future use it for crazy shit.
What could they why would they want? What are they going to do with your DNA? Make a clone of you just for giggles?
Yeah, in 20 years, do some like Resident Evil, Illuminati, Bloodsport hijinks shit. I don't know.
Oh, hell
It's just,
yeah.
It's just that the wording is like sketchy, but there's nothing you could point at that's saying like they're doing this.
Well, I would never do it. I don't want to send my cum to some random guy in Nebraska or wherever they are.
I already told you it's not cum.
Okay, but I don't necessarily believe you. I don't. You said spit. That's like the cum. It's a form of cum.
Oral cum. Okay, this has
Exactly.
been a nice conversation as like, unexpected as it's been.
Yeah, this is a good place to cut it off. Cody, thank you for.
Damn it!
Thanks for calling in.
Okay, we'll end on the oral cum. I'll talk to you later.
See ya. I'm wrong. You know, spit is not cum. They're different things. They're similar categories of bodily fluids that are ejected, sometimes in sex.
Call from.
Caleb?
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
What? Who's this?
Hello?
Yo, what's up, dude?
Hey. My name's Caleb. I don't know if you got
Okay.
it. I'm sorry.
I didn't. Caleb. Good to talk to you, Caleb. You're on the stream.
Awesome. This is awesome.
You're calling into the heritage stream. Did you have something you want to tell me about your heritage?
Sure. First off, I want to say I'm a huge fan of yours, by the way. Just
Thanks, man.
off the bat.
Thank you.
But my heritage is a bit strange. So I don't want to say strange. I don't know. I'm the youngest. Yeah, I'm like one of the youngest persons in my family right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like quarter Mexican, and
Okay.
on my mother's side. And I thought I was half, but apparently I'm quarter. But I didn't realize that my grandmother was like Irish.
On which
And-
side? The same side?
On the same side, my mother's parents, on my mother's side, my grandmother is white, and my grandfather was like Hispanic or Mexican.
Okay. You got an Irish
And-
grandmother and a Mexican grandfather.
Yes, and I thought they were both Mexican, or I didn't really know, but my mother's side is such a mystery because I don't know anything about my grandfather. I've met my grandfather, I've met him before, but we don't know anything really about him.
Your mom doesn't even know?
Well, he was from Texas, but I don't even think he had a birth certificate.
Dude, okay. Wait, what are your theories then? What are the prevailing family theories
Serious?
about what his origin might have been? I mean, you guys don't wonder about that? Come up with stories about what might be the case?
I imagine he was like from Mexico, and then like, or maybe like somewhere in Mexico, maybe South America, and just moved to or Texas, and then moved to Michigan because that's where my family's from, Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just don't the locations of how things just happen. I don't understand correctly, even how he got from Texas to Michigan.
Yes,
It just seems so bizarre.
Who did he end up
So that-
marrying? Who was your grandmother on your mom's side?
She she was an Irish woman, and she was it's such that my mother's side is so perplexed and a mystery to me that I don't think anyone really knows the background to it, if I'm to be honest. And I just they're both unfortunately passed away now, but I just don't know what to I don't even know what to ask because I don't even think they know, like my parents or my uncles or aunts.
Did you see your grandparents on either side like a bunch when you were growing up?
Oh
Was
yeah.
that- yeah.
So, on my father's side, yeah, I know my family on my father's side a bit more than my mother's side.
Mm-hmm.
On my father's side, he's like pretty much just white. Like the background heritage on me is, so I'm quarter Mexican. I got French, Irish, German, a little bit of Native American, Colombian. It's just all over the effing place. I don't know if you want me to swear.
Where's
Sure.
the Native American come from? Did someone do a 23andMe test?
Yes, my mother and my brother, they did one, and it's like you've seen the map and stuff. Like they give you like a map of the world.
I've never actually seen it, but I've heard. I can imagine a map of the world.
So when my brother did it, they like the link. They showed them like a map and like dots of where you're from. And then my brother's like 23andMe. It's like all over the freaking earth. It's just like some in like Europe, some in Africa, some in South America, and like even Pacific Islander, we had one. I was like, oh my, there's so much stuff I didn't even know.
Wait. But you said your mom got it too?
Yeah, but you know,
It wasn't the same
My-
same results?
well, my brother is also the product of my father as well. So
True. Okay. So that's where you
But-
think like that's where this sort of questioning comes into play is like perhaps
Yeah.
your dad's got shit going on all over the place with his parents?
I mean, maybe, I have no idea. I know more about my father's side, which I would love to talk about if you don't mind.
Go for it.
So there's two kind of funny but very unfortunate for my family on my father's side. So first off, my one of my great grandfathers, his name was Tippy DeLille, and I just think that's a hilarious name.
That is a very nice name.
It's very, I don't know if it's funny or if it's like badass, you know, but it's pretty cool.
It sounds like an important side character in a piece of
Yeah.
media. Like he's gonna give you the information you need to get over the edge, over the mountain.
Hell yeah.
See
And-
Tippy DeLille. He'll tell you everything you need to know.
And so this was like early 1900s, a little bit before like cars were made, and apparently that my father's side, like we were like rich apparently, like really rich at the time. Like we had like cameras, which was I guess you know like not a lot of people had, I guess.
Sure.
But this was very unfortunate. So my Pepe DeLille, I believe that if I'm not mistaken, that was the grandfather. He lived on the same street as Henry Ford.
Oh yeah? In America?
Yeah. When I say same street, yeah, like when I mean same street, it's like not like their neighbors, like kind of like down the road, same road, but like really, you know, a little ways down.
Sure.
But by the time Henry Ford was like trying to make a car, I guess, he was going around asking people like, hey, you want to invest in my automotive company? And he went and asked my grandfather. And my grandfather said to him, no.
Wise.
He said, no,
Very
that
wise.
it seems too risky.
Mm-hmm. He
And,
he took one look at Henry Ford and was like, this fucking guy's gonna make a what now? Not gonna happen.
This guy came on his like little bike over here riding on my lawn. Get the hell out of here.
Henry Ford was living on the shitty part of that street. You heard
Yeah, he was on the other side of 8 Mile. But going that far, I don't really know too much about the history. There's some stories that I've heard. Another story that I've heard that I've always wondered about. I haven't done a whole lot of research about this, but I've been told like a few family members, my father and my grandmother, another grandfather of mine on my father's side, is responsible for the creation of Kraft's Miracle Whip.
what?
Yes, but here's the catch. So, how I've been told this story. One of my grandfathers used to own like a sandwich little shack that was like he would sell sandwiches from people that would like go on a train from like Chicago to Detroit, something like that.
Okay. He was
And he
selling
would like sell sandwiches.
long-term sandwiches.
I don't know what kind of sandwiches he were, but
Okay.
apparently like he would like have this you know, like a substance that he would put like some kind of like spread on the sandwiches.
Mm.
And one fateful day, someone bought a sandwich and was like, oh, that's really good. He went up to my grandfather. He goes, excuse me, sir, what was this sauce that you put on my sandwich? And he called it, I don't know what he called it, but he's like, that's just something I make. He's like, oh, can I have the recipe? I think I really like it. And so he's like, sure, I'll give you the recipe. And so he gave this stranger his secret recipe to this like sauce he makes for his sandwich. And next thing you know, Kraft Mayo or Miracle Whip is being produced.
Dude. That's fucked up.
Yeah. And my father always would tell me like when he was a child, when he was like with his grandfather, this is This is what his grandfather would say to him. He says, "I knew those sons of bitches took it, but I just can't prove it. I just can't prove it."
This is like, we're only 2 calls into the stream, and we're already getting like all this familial lore that just sounds like utter horseshit.
It does sound like horseshit. It really does. I need to do more research on like, hey, who made Miracle Whip? And
Yeah,
I wonder,
know,
like,
I believe it. I'm not accusing you, but it's just hilarious that already everyone's got this story. It's like, yeah, my fucking grandpa invented Miracle Whip on a train or something. Like, that's what my family told me.
It's very bizarre. I mean, I've been told this like years ago, and then like a year or two ago now, my grandmother told a story. I got the story on when she was telling it. I recorded it.
Good.
So I was like, I need to document this because like if they think it's real, like maybe I can like go to Kraft, like say, hey, explain this, you know?
Yeah, exactly. That Kraft
Get
would
that
be
Kraft
shaking
money.
in their boots when they get your recording of your grandmother saying, "We invented Miracle Whip 90 years ago."
Yeah. But
did you have any
those are,
like?
just, like?
Okay, go on.
No. Please go ahead.
Well, I was gonna ask, did you have like, you said you met up with your grandparents a fair bit when you were on your one side, at least when you were a kid. Did you feel like there was like any sort of older culture that was like they were a part of, that like they like? I feel like as you know, you go further down the generations, people just get more and more Americanized, so it kind of becomes less interesting. But were there any sort of old things that your grandparents would do that was like, oh yeah, that's because they're Irish, or that's because he's Mexican?
I mean, if I'm to be honest, I have no idea. I always thought my grandmother on my mother's side, she would make the best homemade best homemade tortillas. She, like, every time we would go visit her, she would be making just tortillas on the stovetop, and we would just eat the tortillas like bland. We would just like, oh, these tortillas are so good, let's just eat them right now. We don't need to put anything on these. They were just so delicious.
Dude.
But that was before I knew. I thought she was Mexican at that time. Like when I was a kid. That was before I knew she was like white, but like, holy shit, she makes these really good tortillas.
Dude, that's what made your grandfather fall in love with her. Probably.
That had to be it.
Probably.
Because I didn't really know my grandfather all that well, because the only times I've ever met him, he was sick. But from what I've heard, he wasn't like the nicest man.
Nice. That's always good when you could tell someone's like definitely not that nice when that's the only information that's getting passed down.
Yeah, because he actually did divorce my grandmother, because and I guess he remarried, and I don't really know that lady that well.
When did he remarry? How old was he?
I have no idea, because that whole timeline.
You never met that lady?
A weird. I have met her, but I didn't like know her.
Okay.
Because like by the time I knew like my grandfather, or at least I could remember him, he was always sick. He was always like kind of bedridden almost. There was always something like medically wrong with him, and that's just how that's how I remember him. But I never really had like a grandson talk of like, hey, this is how the world works, you know?
Yeah, I never had that either. Most of my grandparents are dead, all the cool ones. But I bet that new lady that your grandpa married, her tortillas must have been off the friggin' charts. I mean,
it had to be. I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I don't even know her name.
Jesus.
Well,
nice.
I live so far away from them now.
Oh yeah, how far? Like, yeah, when you were growing up, what was your proximity to your extended family?
About 800 miles.
And you still went and saw them?
Yeah, because my parents, they moved from Michigan to North Carolina, and like when I was like really young, a kid, every summer we would like go back to Michigan and go visit our family.
Oh, okay.
And which was nice, but some of my father's family came down here with us, so I still had like cousins and uncles, and my 2 grandparents on my father's side was here with me.
Yeah, do you have
So
like a
I'm very
big
loyal.
family with lots of cousins and aunts and uncles and shit?
I'm the youngest of 4 children, so I have 3 older siblings, and I have 2 older cousins that came here to live with us.
Yeah. Do you see your
So,
cousins
and
still, or are they all living like around where they were growing up?
we live still pretty close to each other. One cousin lives like in the mountains now, kind of like in the Appalachians of North Carolina.
Okay.
But it's kind of interesting because I was actually scrummaging through my parents' attic yesterday, looking for all little secrets that we're hiding from them. And a lot of floppy disks. Like, I swear, there's so many floppy disks. But
Your parents have saved floppy disks?
I don't know what it was. We were huge floppy disk enthusiasts because there were so many. I remember them. I remember them very often in our household. But I went up to the attic and there's just cardboard boxes that were like just filled with floppy disks. I'm like, what the hell could these possibly be?
What were they? What?
There's like some description on them. Like, I think maybe some were like pictures or something.
How
But
many pictures can you fit on a floppy disk? 3?
I don't know. I did find an old computer up there, like one of those old like Microsoft computers.
Yeah, sure. What? I mean, I have a Microsoft computer still. You mean like a
I don't
gateway,
know.
like the old like 90s Windows 90 something?
That's kind of what it looks like. This old like weird white kind of beige or whatever color you want to call that computer.
Yeah, I remember.
And I
those.
saw that, and I was like, oh my god, I remember that computer. I think I'm gonna hook that up one day. I'm gonna see what else, because I remember going on the computer before, but it's been up in the attic for like years, a decade, or like over a decade now.
So you haven't yet discovered what is in these floppy disks, but you're aiming to.
I think maybe hopefully soon, uncover
dude.
some. I gotta know.
You gotta freaking
There's
figure that
so
out,
many.
because I don't even know what would fit on a floppy disk besides like text documents, and I don't know what those would be for
I don't
your
know.
family.
We're kind of family that doesn't really throw stuff away. Like, we're not hoarders, but like some old like stuff, like, oh, thank God we didn't throw that away. We still have like old VHSs that I found, and like I even found like an old GameCube game up there and a controller. I was like, oh hell yeah.
You did
Oh,
like
I even
yeah.
I was like, oh, I'm sorry, but even when I was up in that attic, I found an old Game Boy Color with Pokemon Silver in it.
Boom! Hell yeah!
It still had like the batteries in it, and it still worked. I was like, holy shit!
Wow, damn. All right, so oh, I forgot what I was gonna fucking ask. Okay, I got nothing. Caleb, it was Caleb, right?
Yes, sir.
It was great talking to you. Thank you for calling into the stream.
Thank you for taking my call. This is awesome.
Absolutely. You have a great day, dude.
Thank you so much. You as well.
Bye. I had this last question freaking locked and loaded. I was like, this is it. This is the closer. And it's gone.
Call from
Gus.
Gus.
to accept.
Gus.
Oh, hello, Mr. The Minute Hour. How are you doing today?
Mr. Gus, I am doing quite well doing this freaking stream. How are you?
Well, I'm only one beer in, so you know how that goes.
Oh, dude, I'm on my
Anyway.
third.
Oh, damn. You're going hard.
And they're
I guess
pints. I've been doing this since like 2 o'clock, so I'm still quite cognizant.
Yeah.
Don't worry about
All
me.
right, so I was calling in because I had, culturally, I didn't inherit anything. Genetically, I didn't inherit anything. But, like, my grandpa was a slumlord, all right?
Was a what? Say it
And
again?
my
You
grandpa-
cut out for a second there. Your grandpa was a what?
He was a slumlord.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
In America?
So, yeah. He wasn't one of those, I don't know where else you'd
like
find
a
slumlords.
South African slumlord or something. That's what I think of when I think of slumlord. South Africa. But okay, he's an American slumlord.
Yeah, and so whenever one of the tenants didn't have the money to pay rent, he'd just like take something from them, or they'd like give him a boat, something, right? It wasn't illegal. He'd just like, no, I'll this Zippo lighter or whatever, this Zippo lighter collection, that's worth your rent, right? But, you know, recently my grandpa's had a stroke, and so we've had the luck to inherit all of this heap of trash that he's collected over like 50 years of just collecting stuff from other people. And going through some of it is a little concerning. Like a huge, you know what are they called? Lawn jockeys are?
No. What is that?
Lawn jockeys are like you know, Little Black Samson?
No. I'm getting further away. I thought I might have known Lawn Jockey. I definitely don't know this one.
Yeah, so they're like these racist, they're like caricatures of black people, pretty much.
Little Black Samson? Is that what you said?
Yeah, Black Samson. Like, they're just caricatures of black people.
It's like a gnome, a black gnome? Like a lawn decoration?
Yeah, kind of. Like a flamingo almost. The same kind of vibe as a pink flamingo that you'd put on your lawn, you know?
Oh, wow.
And so he has a lot of those. And, you know, what a thing to inherit, you know? I just wanted to share, because, you know, when it comes to inheritance, I mean, there are lots of different kinds of heritage, and I feel like I just kind of didn't get any of them, you know? Like when it comes to genetic stuff, people get really proud about being Irish, I guess. People get really proud about being like Italian. But it really doesn't mean anything unless you have a culture to back it up, you know? The only time genetic stuff really comes in handy is when you're sick or you've got cancer or something.
Hey, I tan pretty easily. What about that?
That is pretty nice. Okay, I have to say. I don't tan very well.
Hell yeah. And we don't have any little Black Samsons. That's kind of a blessing.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, how do you throw them away, right? you can't throw them all the way at once. It's like over 50.
Yeah, so what happened? Okay, so wait, so your grandpa died. He had this very large collection of poor people's most valuable objects.
Yeah. So, I mean, luckily, one of my uncles is like a car dealer, so he can kind of pawn off like all the random cars that he's collected. But that's only, you know, scraping the surface. Once you get below, like, he has I'd call it a basement, but it's more like a dungeon kind of, how it's set up.
Okay.
With just one crap, right? And it sucks having to deal with all this crap, because some of it is kind of cool, like a cool collection of Zippo lighters or like mint coins from 1969 or whatever. But then some of it's just lame, like old cans of beer that have been drunk, you know, just worthless crap. Yeah.
So what's the plan with them? Is your dad trying to get rid of them all as while he's alive, or is he trying to hold on to them to give to you all one day so you can try to figure out what the hell to do with them?
No, we're trying to get rid of all of them as soon as we can. Like, they're useless. Like, a lot of the collection. I mean, there's plywood. I guess you can sell plywood. You can recycle metal sometimes. But beyond that, it's just, you know, a collection, a king of dirt, you know?
But you do have the little Black Samsons. I'm very interested in this. Not in a purchasing way. Don't get your hopes up.
I hope not. Yeah, but no, I mean,
how many are there? What is the collection like? What do they look? Are they in different outfits? Do they have different expressions? I need a clear visual picture.
They're all the same. I'm sure you could look if you just Google lawn jockey, right? I'm sure you
Google lawn jockey. I'm gonna get some racist caricatures.
Yeah.
All right, I'm trying.
I mean, okay.
But you go on. What's your plan with them? I mean, I feel like someone on the internet is gonna want these. Not necessarily
No.
a great person. Oh shit!
Yeah, you see what I mean? It's like
Whoa, hold on, I gotta put
if
this
we
on the
all
screen.
trash at once, I guess. Like it's too many to do at once, so we have to kind of like pace it out a little bit, so people aren't like, oh, what the heck? Why do they have a giant collection of lawn jockeys?
Okay, so they really are lawn jockeys, like they are jockeys. They're like the people who ride horses, but they're just
Oh no!
all
They're
black.
they're like, yeah.
I can't zoom in enough on this. Oh fuck! They
No,
all
no,
look the
it's
same.
fine.
Your collection is all just like one guy doing one pose.
Yeah, pretty much. It's and I don't know where he got them or why he decided to hold on to them, but you know, he just held on to a lot of stuff. And I haven't inherited that, I guess, either, right? Another thing about heritage, all right? Are you ready to switch this a little bit here?
Yeah. I just so you know, before you start, I've got the lawn jockey big on the screen. It's the most racist one I can find. So people are gonna just naturally judge everything you say quite harshly from now on.
Okay, shit. I haven't been reading the comments while I've been talking, so it's probably a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, do you think people inherit characteristics of whoever raises them?
Yes.
Like your parents have some kind of effect on how you grow up that extends into your life.
Is this a fucking joke question?
I mean, I don't know, because I see some kids, right? I see some people. I'm in college. I see some people who are very, very different from their parents, and it's almost like I don't know. It's like they refuse to inherit something from them. You know?
Yeah, sure. I think that definitely happens. Like, especially when you like aren't a huge fan of your parents, you probably want to consciously be as different as possible. But you can't help it. I mean, they're the people who, when you were just a little baby and didn't know nothing about living, like they're putting all this information into your head and they're just acting a certain way. And like when you're a baby, you're just kind of copying what other people do around you. But you're in college now, so you're like 20 or something?
Oh no, I'm a dropout.
Nice.
I just dropped
semester. Me too.
Oh really? You dropped out this semester?
No, not this semester. A while ago. But I identify with dropouts in a big way. Do you not feel that you have subconsciously or not cognizantly taken traits from your parents? Do you feel so different?
Well, I kind of just feel like I've tried not to my whole life, but it's kind of just happened anyway,
Yeah.
It kind of happens, and the more you try and fight fate, the more it kind of catches up with you. I can't remember who said that.
So you were like in your
That's
basement.
Master Oop.
You were in the basement looking at these lawn jockeys, and you're like, you know what? These aren't that bad. I get it. I like these guys.
Yeah.
I want to put these on my lawn.
My own collection. No. No, I'm more with my own parents, not my grandparents. But yeah, it's really weird how some people can kind of fight their fate that way, Speaking of heritage, are you planning on having kids?
I would like to have kids for sure, but I don't have a wife or a girlfriend or anything, so it's a large barrier.
You don't have a means of getting them.
Not yet.
You don't have
That'll be a topic for a later stream, is me finding the woman to impregnate.
Well, I wouldn't put it that way. I'm pretty sure that's not helping you out anywhere.
Look, I just want to be honest and upfront with women, I don't want to have any misconceptions about what I'm after. They are just a means to me getting a baby.
You're talking about misconception with birth? That's not good.
Oh.
Yeah.
A little joke.
Yeah. Well, it's been a pleasure talking to you, Mr. The Minute Hour.
Hey, Gray, it's great talking to you. You're Gus, right?
I am Gus.
Gus, it was great talking to you. Thank you for letting me search this image and having it be your fault. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just putting it on the screen for historical, informational purposes. But this was all on you.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. All right. Well, bye.
Okay, see ya. Nice. Nice. Oh, okay, wait. Let me start this back up. There we go.
Call from
Aiden.
Aiden. Hello?
Hello?
Yo. Is this Aiden?
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, what's up, dude? You're on the stream.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
well,
dude.
I'm quite a lot. I'm a big fan, and I have a lot to talk about. So,
Okay,
where do you think? I think I could start with. Well, we were originally talking about how we didn't want to get off on a bad note, but my great grandfather was. So I'm half Haitian, so I'm half like Islander.
Okay.
So half black, and my grandfather was originally a judge. My great grandfather was originally a judge. So you know the thing about these sort of like satellite nations around America where the whole sort of natural shift between dictatorships and diplomacy and democracy. So this was around the time when one of this guys known as Papa Doc was taking over Haiti, and my grandfather was the judge. My great grandfather was the judge, and he was killed for being a political dissident, and my great grandfather ended up having to flee the country.
Wait, which one was killed? The judge or the judge fled?
The judge was murdered. My grandfather was the only one that managed to get out of the country.
Was your
before everything
was the judge guy he was an illegal dictatorship judge, or he was a good judge?
He was a good judge who was still working with who was still trying to uphold these ideas of democracy. When in the face of a dictatorship, he didn't do what he was supposed to, and gave him a little push.
Right. They got rid of him. They don't need people like that in the new dictatorship.
Nope. Autonomy. So he ended up fleeing the country, went to Spain, and things went oddly pretty well for him. He ended up becoming a doctor, and after that point, he went back to Haiti pretty frequently the weird thing is, like, you see this, you think, oh, this guy is probably a good guy. His father was murdered. He went to another country to become a doctor. He decided to be on the up and up. Slept around a lot.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, had a lot of kids. I have a very wide familial net.
In Spain or in Haiti or just all over?
In Spain, in Haiti, all over.
That's good. That's a good sign, right?
It is a good sign, but it's also kind of weird because I have cousins that are like 20 years older than me.
Do you know them?
I do know them. That's the weird thing about like living in Haiti, is that you sort of know everyone, but also you don't always talk to them, because I live in the Midwest and all of those people are in Florida.
What do you mean, all those people? All which people?
All the Haitian people you usually find along the East Coast.
Ah, they all moved to Florida. Okay.
Yeah, because it's not that far of a jump off the boat. Usually New York.
Dude, where is Haiti? Give me. I don't know.
You know the Caribbean?
Yeah, I guess.
Caribbean. It's like near Jamaica.
Okay, all right. I honestly thought Haiti was somewhere very different. I thought it was way, way out there, somewhere in the Africa region. I was wrong.
I don't blame you, man. Honestly, it's kind of like what the other guy was talking about before. It's kind of hard to be fully proud of this sort of heritage thing when your country is essentially a failed state that sort of goes back and forth between dictatorship and pseudo-democracy with lots of corruption behind the side.
But you got some pride in being like, my people were the dissidents. They didn't want that shit going on.
Well, we beat the French. We were basically the only colony that sort of kicked the French out of colonialism, and then they made us pay them back for all of the stuff that we stole from them.
What the hell did the French want in Haiti? What's going on?
They
Haiti?
wanted to grow. They wanted to grow shit, man. They wanted to grow tobacco. They wanted to grow sugarcane.
I see.
You know, it was the colonial lifestyle, and we were the only ones who were basically able to like organize enough and say, "Get off our island," and we did. And then they made us pay them back.
I was about to say, and then you got fucking stiffed big time.
Yeah, I believe that we didn't get pardoned from having to keep paying them money until like until like 1990 or 1980.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah, so that's a little something. And my dad. Mm-hmm. Oh, I have another part, but if you
go on, no.
Okay, well, my dad, Midwestern white guy, but more interesting. He has a lot of interesting stories. One of the stories is a story about when he went to work in Vietnam, and he ended up getting chased on a train by some former Soviet soldiers.
What? Explain what is the scenario there? When in Vietnam?
Okay, so Vietnam eventually recovered sort of economically after a while, but there were still a lot of There's still a lot of guys who were there who were involved in military operations at the time, and these guys had just sort of been left over, and they were just sort of surviving off of being scumbags and threatening people with their guns that were probably empty and didn't have any ammunition in them. But you don't know. So my dad was doing work in Vietnam at the time. So he goes on a train, and these big buff Soviet guys come up to him and they ask him, "Hey, give us your money, give us your passport. We don't have to make a scene." And my dad gets scared. Obviously, I mean, these guys come up to you on the train. You're just a nice guy. Don't seem like you're gonna cause any trouble. So he ends up having to run. He makes a break for it. To one of the connection cars. He didn't want to have to do it, but these guys are coming after him, obviously. So logically, what do you think? Do you want to try and find a security officer? Think you have enough time? These guys have guns. These guys have pistols. What do you want to do?
Friggin' detach the train car that you ran up to the front, you detach. It's like an action movie. I've seen this a million times. I would be prepared for this. Detach the car by lifting the nut. Is that what happened?
No. Jump off the train.
Tuck
and roll.
That's way more radical.
Yep. Jump off the train, tuck and roll, and then just walk backwards to the next station.
Wait, so this is your dad?
Yeah.
And he wasn't one of the leftover guys who was terrorizing the Vietnamese citizens? He was being terrorized?
He was being terrorized. Because when you're white in Vietnam, kind of seem like you have money.
Ah, yes. I see. So when did he end up going back to America to F your mom and make you?
Well, he didn't actually go back to America to F my mom.
No.
He went to Ireland to F my mom.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Were you born in Ireland? Or did they?
Yes, I am.
Oh, that's interesting.
Irish citizen.
How long were you there? When did they decide to hightail it to the land of the free and the home of the brave?
2006.
Oh, wow. You don't sound Irish at all.
Nope. Eventually, I sort of forgot it over time. I've been here for past 14 years. Sort of gotten used to speaking like a Midwestern.
Is all your family just like scattered then? Do you not see them?
Yeah, scattered into the wind. I mostly hang out with the family that lives in Kansas, family that lives in the Midwest. But occasionally I go to Florida. Occasionally I try to go back to Ireland, meet some people that I knew there.
Do you remember anything about the Ireland childhood experience? Was it different? Do you remember that?
Ireland childhood experience, a lot more scares about vaccines back then.
Yeah.
Well, I was at the time when this one British doctor was making up a stir about vaccines. Making up a stir and making everything sort of concerning. That was an interesting period of time. And then, I don't know, there's just more opportunities to see not just white people, because in the Midwest, it's sort of a given.
Are you sick of white people? Have you had it up to here with white people?
Well, being half black and half white, sort of want to see more black people sometimes, because you've grown up with white people the whole time.
So you were born in Ireland, you were moved to the Midwest, you've only known white people your whole life.
Basically. Every time I go to Haiti, I am cursed to have like a lighter skin complexion, so when I go to Haiti, everyone calls me blanc. Everyone calls me white.
Blanc? So, is that a derogatory term?
Well, it's just basically they're just calling me white.
Okay. Like Mexicans might call you gringo?
Sort of, yes, because you're like, you look white more than you look black, so you don't fit in as much.
Yeah. What about Florida? Is it better there?
Florida? I've been there. Florida's kind of, it is a place, but you got to kind of know where you need to go in order to get what you want. If you want to get, just don't go to Florida Keys.
So who's still alive at this point of your grandparents? You got any living grandparents?
I've got my Midwestern white grandfather. I've got the black grandfather who slept around a lot, spread his seed a lot, did some other stuff. He died last year.
Oh, okay.
I got my Haitian grandmother who doesn't speak much English, unfortunately, and Midwestern white grandmother, so not that much.
What about these Midwesterners? Were they the Irish people, or is this separate?
They were German people, actually.
Oh, okay. They've been in America for a long time?
Yeah, I've been in America long enough that my grandfather can talk proudly about how we served on the Lincoln funeral train after the Civil War.
Oh, wow. Nice. Yeah. That's older than any of my relatives. Interesting stuff. Hey, what was your name again? I'm sorry.
My name's Aiden.
Aiden. Hey, Aiden, it was great talking to you. Thank you for calling in.
Thanks, man. You're a real inspiration for me, and I'm going to try and keep up my work progress, keep productive.
Hell yeah, dude. Keep it going. Good talking to you, man. See you soon.
Good talking with you. See ya.
Bye. Aiden. Caleb. I don't know why I'm trying to say their names. I don't remember. But it's not a reflection on them. It's a reflection on me. I have bad memory. Okay, anyway. Gonna take a quick break here. Because I must do things involving... I don't have to go into it. Let me put this shit up. I'll be back 5, 6, 7 minutes or so. We'll do some more calls. Very good.
Japanese call.
Yo, boys, what's up?
Hello.
Hey.
Yo.
What do you think about the heritage calls so far? Any callers say anything interesting you want to talk about?
Well, to be honest, we got distracted talking about not Earth, but E-Bomb's world. We were talking about that a little bit. We were taking a dive back into the past, and we've realized that we all live on E-Bomb's world.
Instead of Earth?
Yeah.
E-Bomb's World is a classic. Is it still around?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we've been looking at it.
Unfortunately,
Dude, I remember E-Bomb's World and funnyjunk.com. Those are my go-to sites when I was 10, 11, and 12, and 13.
Nice.
You don't have anything you want to say about E-Bomb's World? Just wanted to bring it up?
Oh, we're just letting you know what we were doing.
Okay.
yeah,
You
my
wanna tell me
favorite
about
color
your-
was.
You want to tell me
when
about your
Obama
heritage
called in.
now?
Yeah. I mean, I will say it's kind of hard for us to listen, and also because the stream's like a few seconds behind, so it kind of gets all wacky. But I mean, I got my online study abroad in 22 minutes, so I guess I'll go ahead and go first. This might be my last segment, in which I'm not in the realm of Japanese language immersion. So
Are you not Japanese? You don't have Japanese heritage, Toner?
that's a hard negative right there. That's a hard negative. So the simple answer is both of my parents are pretty much English and German. So if you look at like Kentucky's Wikipedia page, you'll see that like the white people in Kentucky are like 50% English, 25% German, 25% Irish, which is kind of par for the course when it comes to most of America, really. But like for a while, I actually thought that my paternal heritage was French. See, I'm not going to dox myself, but my last name is awfully popular in France. And my grandfather, I never knew him when he was alive, but he said he didn't know like what his heritage was. So I was like, yeah, I guess it's French. I mean, that checks out. I do fencing. I like wine and bread and weird sci-fi.
Hold on, fencing? Is fencing a French?
Yeah. Modern sport fencing pretty much originates in France. Yeah,
But your grandpa didn't know his heritage? Didn't he
No,
know his mom and dad? He didn't
I mean,
understand?
He didn't know where the last name came from, if that's like specifically, I guess. But that's kind of pretty common when it comes to a lot of people, a lot of grandparents, at least in my experience. They're just like, oh, I don't know, we're American. There's that. I mean, usually when that's the case, they're either like English or like Scotch Irish or something like that. That seems to be the big ones. But later on I kind of did the math and I was like, it's probably more likely that he was English than French, like I wanted to think. But there's a pretty high concentration of the last name in Cornwall, so that might be pretty cool. I'd be Cornish rather than English. But that's just the last name. The German part. See, like both my parents grew up in Louisville's Germantown, so they had a little bit more exposure to like German stuff than I did, at least. But my great granduncle is Wilhelm Furtwängler's brother, and I wish Lordy were here to help me with the pronunciation for that. But pretty much he was like an anti-Nazi party composer, like during the Third Reich.
Oh yeah, he was making Nazi protest classical music.
I'm not sure how much exactly the music itself was anti-Nazi. I think he like had Jewish people like in his orchestra and stuff. But I think he did a lot of like Wagner. You can listen to him on Spotify, which is pretty neat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. His brother is I got his brother's blood in me. So there's that, which is pretty cool.
So your family like came to America and they just were like, we're gonna forget everything about the old country that never existed. We are American now.
Kinda. I mean, during the World War, my parents told me that like their grandparents stopped speaking German, like so there's that, and then there's like anti-German sentiment. I mean, not really anymore, but there was. I mean, there's that.
I keep that going. I try to keep up.
Not anymore.
Yeah, keep judging people for those sort of things.
Gotta keep the tradition up.
Yeah.
I know that those people are sneaky bastards. They're plotting something.
Yeah, can't be trusted. And it's half of my blood's probably German, so I don't know if I could even trust myself. Got to get rid of that genetics.
So you seem quite white, Toner. Those were all very white places. How's your no tan skin?
No, not really. Funny thing is, there's like a bit of debate on my mom's side of the family on like how much indigenous American we have in us, because my mom's mom's grandmother, if I'm remembering correctly, there's like this old family photo, like a real old 19th century, blurry, everyone's got mean faces on, but pretty much the family is like half white people, half like probably like Shawnee or something. And like, we don't know if like they actually had, children together, but there's like also hearsay that they were like somewhat adopted into the family and stuff. It's kind of a weird situation, and I haven't really taken like a genetic test. I don't really plan on it.
So where'd you get the native thing from?
That's that photograph that we have.
Oh, wait. So okay,
Yeah.
Is your family trying to do that at some point? I feel like that's the thing with older people, is like they get close to death and all of a sudden they want to start sending their cum to people, figure out where the hell they're from.
The thing is, so they got me a 23andMe, and they're like, you should take it because that'll give us both sides of the story, right? But I kind of don't want to, just because I know that not only are the genetics sometimes not all that accurate, but like I also think I just kind of have like a thing against like trying to associate yourself with cultures that didn't really have an influence on you. So it's like kind of like, oh, it's like trivia about your DNA, but to claim that you're like Scottish or whatever, it's like, well, how much did Scottish stuff affect you growing up? Probably not that much at all. Like I don't really like saying that I'm like half German. I mean, it hasn't really affected me in any way. It might have affected my parents a little bit, but not me.
So your parents are just totally assimilated. They didn't stuff sauerkraut in your maw every night, like.
I mean, like they were pretty into German food, and like there's the beer culture as well. I think most of the beers I like are German beers, like Weiss beers and stuff. I think
you like the Hefeweizen. Hefeweizen.
We got the Franziskaner. Yeah.
I've had that.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm a fucking honorary German.
There you go.
Oh wait, I am even a quarter German. I forgot about that.
See, look, there's a perfect example.
It really has nothing to do with my upbringing. Nobody was acting German around me. But I do feel like I have that sort of that superiority feeling that the Germans have so thoroughly.
Could be the Italian and the German mixing in there. But
loud superiority. What about you other bros? You want to tell me about your heritage yet? Or am I gonna just gonna have to pry every single break?
Well, I am Indian, of course.
You, Moxie? You're Indian?
Of course.
You can't tell?
I do all the technical stuff on the zine, technical support. I am Indian.
I have always thought that there was maybe a chance that you're Indian. What was your what percentage?
Well, I'm not. I mean, I haven't looked any of that up, but I could tell you about my family.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's one side of the family. It's my mother's side. So I'll talk about that a little bit. My father's side is different, but my mother's side. I remember my grandfather on my mother's side, Mukesh. Mukesh Gupta was his name. I am Indian, of course. And when I was a small child, I would lay on his belly, his big grain-bloated belly, and play around with the gold trinkets he'd wear around his neck until I grew tired and fell asleep. That was just like, it's a typical Indian
as
childhood
is.
sort of thing. Yeah, it's typical.
Indian tradition.
Mukesh, yeah, absolutely. And Mukesh Gupta, he was a quiet and sad man. And he had what seemed like, now looking back on it, an insatiable appetite for gold. Like the dragons of Western literature, or like just an Indian man. My mother told me that the chains and trinkets he wore around his neck belonged to his deceased wife, Pinjara Gupta, and that I must never ask about her. He was a man with a hole in his heart, a Pinjara-shaped hole of his wife, and I suspect he wore the trinkets to try to fill it as best he could, to keep the remnants of his dear Pinjara as close as possible.
You never met? Sorry, what was it? Pinjaro?
Pinjara.
Pinjaro. That would be the masculine form. That wouldn't make any sense.
Pinjara Gupta.
She died before you were born?
She did, actually.
Did
yes,
your grandfather ever talk about her? What was your grandfather's name again? Who?
Mukesh.
Mukesh. I'm sorry.
Mukesh. I wasn't really, like I said, I wasn't supposed to ask about her. Like, she died when I was a small child. The only times I ever really saw the glimmer of a smile on my grandfather's face, Mukesh, on his face, was when I'd tag along with him to the market, and he would find a new golden trinket. Always with the designs of elephants or camels. I think those were Pinjara's favorites. I mean, obviously, given the designs of all the gold she had left behind, which he wore every day. I never knew her. My grandmother Pinjara, she had died when I was a baby. I was about 9 months old. But sometimes.
Where's all this gold now? You have it? You rich?
No. My parents have that. I'm poor.
Did Mukesh, when you were on his belly, sitting so lovely, I can't think of the word. You were loving being on Mukesh's belly. I don't have to, explain that. But did Mukesh ever impart any sort of like Indian wisdom to you, like sort of ancient knowledge that he may have learned in his Indian life?
No, he was a very quiet and sad man, and I was very, very young at the time. I would just lay on his belly and not really think about it. It was like just a comfort, as I was like 2 or 3 years old. He didn't really talk to me.
Okay, I see.
I really didn't know him too well, because I wasn't supposed to ask him about the past much because it was too painful. But sometimes I would look back at photos of their wedding, Mukesh and Pinjara, and I would wonder first of all, what she was like. My grandmother, who I never met because, not really, because she died when I was 9 months old. And I would also wonder what Mukesh used to be like, because he always looked so lively and happy in those photos. Nothing like the man I knew growing up. So I never really I never really knew much about him. But when I was 7 years old, Mukesh, he fell ill, and it looked like his time was coming up. And I remember to this day an old friend of his from the Shellac Force of Jarkon came to visit and spoke with my grandfather. I just remember him saying, "Mukesh, my friend, my good friend Mukesh Gupta," he said, "do you remember the teachings of our fathers? A man alone cannot throw a corpse into the Ganges. Do you not remember?" Which I didn't get it at the time, but Mukesh, he obviously understood it. He looked down in shame, a tired and broken man, and he wept. I will never forget. He sobbed and just kept repeating the words, "I know, I know." And shortly after that, my grandfather, Mukesh Gupta, gave up the ghost. He died, and his funeral was decorated with gold. It was quiet and sad, much in the way he had been in the end of his life. And when I was at the funeral, I thought about those old wedding photos, and I realized that he had died long ago. Mukesh Gupta, the man, was born on the night of his wedding, and he died when his beloved Pinjara left him in death. He was a dead man walking among the living. And I think that's why I like zombie movies so much. Like Brain Dead is my favorite, especially the lawnmower scene. God, that movie's so cool. Have you guys seen that one?
Okay, so you never got to experience the true Mukesh, the version you were. He was already dead by the time you were out. Did you ever talk to your parents about like what kind of dad he was? Like, did they talk about?
We talk about zombie movies mostly now. They're really cool, dude.
Your parents think so too?
Oh yeah, especially my dad.
Did Mukesh have an influence on that?
No, he was a sad, quiet man.
Well, that's awful.
Do you consider I Am Legend a zombie movie, or is that kind of
that's a vampire movie?
It's a vampire movie. So you don't have any vampires in your bloodline, so you can't like those movies.
Yeah, that's more of like a Transylvanian thing. That's not in my bloodline.
So that's what it is. Like you feel like you have a special connection to people
to zombie
who are
movies.
like zombies?
Yes,
yeah, because you sort of
I have a connection to zombie movies from like that childhood, that funeral when I was 7, and I thought about it. Just now, whenever I watch a zombie movie, I think about my wonderful old grandfather, Mukesh Gupta.
That's touching. That is so
touching legacy.
What a lovely thing to
with the worst of his life.
It's so sad, though. It's so sad that you weren't able to know Mukesh in his prime when he was full of life and gold.
It is sad. Yes, it is sad, but he will never be forgotten. Like every time I see a zombie movie, which is frequently, I do think of him, and he will be remembered.
He lives on.
And that's beautiful, isn't it?
Absolutely. And it's like it's what zombies are about. They live on even after they're dead. They keep going. You keep remembering them.
Indeed, yeah. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. I think it's fucking beautiful. I love it. All right, good. All right, thank you, boys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in.
Yeah. Okay, good. All right, good. Boys, Moxie's got Indian grandparents on one side, Mukesh and Pinjara. And then we learned a little bit about Toner's white grandparents. Ugh, so disgusting to hear about white people when we could be hearing about Indian people. It's just my opinion. Okay, we're getting back into calls now. 518-288-7938. Call in, tell me about your heritage, real or imagined, whatever you got going on. I mean, I don't fucking know. Who's this?
Call from
Ethan?
Ethan. Ethan?
Oh? Oh, hey.
Yo.
I didn't expect to make it on.
You're on, Ethan. What's up, my brother?
Not much.
My
Waiting for school to get
Fromaggio
out.
from another Fromaggio.
I used to live in Italy a little bit.
What?
I'm not Italian.
Why'd you live there?
My dad is in the military, so we
Oh, okay.
We're stationed there.
In the American military?
Yeah, we were bombing 12-year-olds. You know how it goes.
Where? In Italy?
In Sicily. No. But we lived on a base that had the like drones on it.
Oh, okay, good. All right, so someone was being bombed, but we just don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, so you're calling into the Heritage stream. Did you want to tell me about your grandparents or your parents? Like, what the hell was going on there?
I mean, I feel like maybe like 60% of America has the exact same heritage.
Which is what?
You know, just being a mutt of white people.
Right, European whites.
Yeah, I'm like I got some like Scottish, Irish in me, but
Do you
yeah.
think the Mediterranean are those also white people, or you think those are tan people?
I think that Italians are white people, but I don't think that Spanish are white people. Spanish people are closer to Arabic people than white people, and that's because of history.
Tell me about it. Explain a bit.
All right, so you ever learn about like what's it called, like the Punic Wars, where there was the guy with all the elephants who was like running around Italy?
I've heard
Hannibal.
of that, but I'm not
Yeah.
familiar though.
Well, him and his like people were from Africa, and also like the Middle East. They're called like the Moors or something.
Oh yeah.
And basically they like had control over Spain, so that's why Spanish people are more brown than like white.
I thought Spanish people were white. I thought Mexicans
They
were more
are
brown.
Well, Mexicans are more brown because they're mixed with
the
natives
Mayans and shit, right?
Yeah.
But you're saying
I don't
the Spanish are also brown? Okay, first of all, let's just
They're
quickly
kind-
say, you know, nothing
Yeah.
wrong, nothing wrong with brown. Brown is, you know, is just a color or whatever. But okay, so you're saying the Spanish people are also brown?
I mean, it depends. There are white Spanish people, but like very ethnically Spanish people. I don't know. Just like the Spanish people that I've known, like a lot of them have been very brown.
Okay. Cool. So
Yeah,
is that
I
your
think-
heritage then? You're just a mix of white Europeans?
Pretty much. I mean, there's like, I feel like people put way too much stock in it though. Like, unless you're actually like from somewhere, or you live on like a American German like Amish farm, you know, I don't feel like you can really call it. Who was saying that? I think it wasn't Moxie who was saying that. One of the boys was saying it.
Tony
But
was saying something along those lines.
yeah, I think that like, I don't know, like I hate like the idea of like St. Patrick's Day. Like I like the idea of, you know, the day you just go around and drink. But the people who get like super infatuated with like being Irish and stuff, or I don't know. The only people that I think should be proud of their heritage are people from New York, because people from New York are a completely different species.
Yeah, go on. Explain.
Well, number one, they all talk different. Number two, they're like the last, or like they keep their culture very well. Like Italians in New York are very similar to Italians in Italy, and the Irish people in America not very similar to Irish people in Ireland, except for the Irish people in New York. Something about New York is built different.
You think when they fan out of New York, that's when they start to really become more Americanized?
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's something there that like, because that's where like all the immigrants like go to, you know, like that's where it's more like concentrated, I suppose. They're able to keep the culture a little bit better, but
Right, you don't have to worry about like appeasing everybody else because just you got
Right,
all
you got
all
your own
people
community.
right there. Yeah, exactly. But what about you know when you were a kid, you didn't feel like you had not a single bit of your heritage, like the culture being brought upon you, even in like the food that you ate?
I wouldn't say particularly. I never because my dad's in the military, so we never like lived next to all our family or anything. And they're also, just like I'm not gonna dox myself, but just Midwestern white people. Like they eat like corn and like unseasoned chicken.
Right.
I mean, there's also like the little bit of, how every like white person from the Midwest is 1/16 Native American.
That's what I've been hearing from the 23andMe tests.
Yeah, I think I have a little bit of that confirmed, but I don't really think it goes back to sort of like a don't take stock in it. Like I feel like you can't really claim to be Native American unless you've been in some sort of community with the tribe or
Yeah, what does it mean if you're 2% Native American? That's just like some guy screwed.
You have a slightly higher chance of getting into college, maybe.
But how does that even how does it occur without the bloodline continuing down? Like it's just like some great grandparent like accidentally had sex with a Mohawk.
Just got piped down,
And that was that. That was enough. Just one time was enough.
Just once. Yeah, or I mean, I feel like one of the reasons that I don't know, because there were like laws and stuff, like if you were like 1/8 or something of like a certain ethnicity, like you couldn't be like a white person. So I think that there's some stuff like that where like if there was like a white parent and they wanted to have their kid have like a better life or something, they could like keep it secret maybe.
Right. They had laws about what white people actually were?
So there was until the 1960s or something like that. How there was, segregation?
Right.
You were legally, if you wanted to be white, or I guess you can't really just want to be white, but legally to be classified as white, you had to be less than 1/8 of some other race. How there were laws that a black man and a white woman couldn't be married.
Sure.
Well, they would test to see if the man was more than 1/8 black.
Wow.
I don't know, pretty messed up. Yeah.
That's intense. Yeah. Well, so what were the tests though? They didn't have.
I think they just go through records,
Right. But so how was your family able to lie? Yeah. They're just we had this Native American tryst off the books, so you guys don't know shit about it.
Yeah, it's probably something like that. Everybody had a Yield Family Almanac, something like that.
All right. So you didn't see your family a lot when you were growing up then? Your extended family, I mean?
No, maybe every 3 years, because that was how often we would move and we'd drive across the country.
How often do you see them now that you're not...
Well, now that I'm not in Italy, probably a little bit more frequently, maybe every year, every other year, but I don't know, I'm about to go on this big-ass vacation in 2 weeks. It's about to be as they say, a white boy summer,
Nice. Where are you going?
I'm going to South Dakota, then Oklahoma.
Whoa.
2 weeks in each.
That's mad white, yo.
Yeah. We're going to go on a lake with a boat and a cabin. It's going to be like a 90s movie.
Hell yeah. Are you ready? Are you prepared for anything that could happen there? What if you get married?
Yeah. Dude, I don't even know. That's a possibility.
You think so?
Although what I'm not
Hell yeah.
what I'm not prepared for though is because I'm so white, I'm genetically distilled whiteness. How really white people can be paper white? I'm translucent. I can hold my hand up to a light and I can see my bones.
Dude, hell yeah. You're going to have no trouble fooling the people at Ellis Island at all that you're 100% white. You can marry whoever you want.
Hell yeah.
All right, anything else you want to talk about with your heritage here? I mean, you got a kind of confusing story here. It's like you don't know. It's like your family. I feel like this is a sort of common thing where like the families in coming to the United States, they kind of
Well,
want to
like-
erase the rest of the past.
Well, like I think I had like great grandparents come over and like settle in like the 1800s. The oldest back that I like know of like my like people in my family like doing things is I know my great grandpa or my great grandfather on my dad's side was like stormed the beaches in Normandy, and then like they had like that side of the family had like a farm for a long time, and now we're all getting like educated in not being Untermenschen.
What is that? Say that again.
I said not being Untermenschen. It's like the really lower class.
Ah,
You know, like poor farmer people.
they're coming up in the world.
Yeah.
Is that what you're doing?
I'm going to college soon.
Yeah, hell yeah. So you're gonna make your family proud? Be a goddamn American through and through?
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you have other siblings or aunts?
Yeah, I
and
have a
uncles?
brother who graduates in like a week, and I have a little brother. Although my little brother's probably going to be a blue collar worker. Nothing wrong with that though. Anybody in the chat? Nothing wrong with a little bit of honest labor.
So what do your parents think about? Is that something they pushed on you? Like we gotta come up in the world. We gotta be making progress, pushing forward for the family.
Not really, but I think my dad always sort of had like like how parents like always want it to be better for you than they had it.
Yeah.
Because he was pretty poor growing up, so I think he just wants to like end the cycle, so to speak.
Of being
poor,
degenerate
yeah.
farmers. Sure. Okay. Was it Aiden?
Ethan.
Ethan. Sorry. Ethan. Hey, Ethan, it was great talking to you. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah. See ya.
Yeah, I'll talk to you soon. Oh, shit.
Call from.
Not legato.
Oh, it's
To
Legato.
accept, press
It
1.
said not.
To send a voice.
Legato, I know it's you.
No way, it's not legato. What the hell are you talking about?
Well, then who the hell are you?
Okay, it's legato, okay?
Okay, Legato.
What the hell you even talking about today?
Hey, we're talking about your heritage, Legato. With a name like Legato, you gotta have some sort of heritage.
Legato, well, my last name's Modi. I think it's Italian altogether. But there's no such thing as heritage, man. It's like you double your grandparents every generation. You're not from any one place. Like, everybody is from everywhere.
Oh, yeah? Is that what you think?
Yeah, because, like, I think, like, yeah, you double your grandparents, like, every generation. So, like, you're going back. If you're from one place, like, a couple hundred years ago, you're kind of inbred.
So you think that
You know what I mean?
you're just American in your eyes?
Yeah, we're American. Everybody's accepted in America except black people. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Right.
They're the most accepted ones of all. That sounds very funny. But yeah, you had a lawn jockey on your thing, man. That's not cool.
Wait, it wasn't mine. It was not mine. Hey, we were very clear about what the origin of that lawn jockey was. Okay, but legato. So you're just gonna besmirch your whole history. You're just gonna say I don't come from nowhere. I come from America.
I've always said I was full-blooded Irish, but I'm pretty sure that's a lie. I think like I actually have a great grandparent who was like Dutch or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Who was a sailor.
That's exciting.
And yeah, and he was at port in New Orleans, didn't know how to speak English or nothing, but he had shore leave. He thought for 2 days, but it was actually 1 day. But when the second day rolled around, there was no ship, and he became an American.
He just made a new life. In the place
Yeah,
that he was
had
stranded?
to. Yeah. He was like all Dutch or something. He talked all funny.
Wait, who is that? Your grandfather or your great-grandfather?
I was told that this was my great-great-grandfather, but that could have been fucking made up for all I know. That's like way back there.
Is this like part of your argument here? Is like you had a extremely Dutch great-great-grandfather, but you don't feel Dutch at all?
I do not feel Dutch in the least. But I've actually done a lot of genealogy shit. Like I have a straight up Irish name, and I got
Your
German
name is Irish?
in me.
Legato is Irish? I thought you just said it was
Yeah.
Italian.
Well, my real name is Legato, but my born name, my legal name, which you cannot have, sir, is Irish.
Okay. So you
because you won't. Oh, we know me as Legato, except I'm not Legato today. So shut up, bro.
You put your Irish genealogy behind you? Why? Why not embrace it?
Because Irish people kind of. Have you ever been to Ireland?
No.
It's cold as fuck, and like they talk English, but it's like it's not English. And they think like freaking bloody. If you say bloody, that's like saying fuck or fucking, and that's retarded. If you ask me. But you can't say retarded no more either. So
these are the big reasons. These are the big reasons. It's cold and you can't say bloody. Are you always trying to say bloody?
Yeah, well, I mean, like they say bloody like a cuss word, and they what's another one? The knobbers or something. And narbles, they mean testicles or something. Either way.
Disgusting.
I'm trying to get you back on track because we're talking about heritage today, right?
Right. You don't want anything to do with those people.
Yes. I live.
Sorry, what?
Guess where I live, dude.
Guess where you live? Fucking Alabama.
You're correct. Okay.
Oh, shit.
Heritage is very, it's discussed a lot, especially last year when we were pulling down statues in the streets and shit. But,
statues of Christopher Columbus.
No, these were not. This was not Christopher Columbus. This was Confederate soldiers. I mean, Confederate generals.
What about their
and
heritage? Yeah, go on.
There are people who defend that heritage to death. There are actually people who fly the Confederate flag, and they don't mean it racially. They, in their hearts, they really, really, really don't mean it racially. They think the South will rise again, even though it won't. And they don't think it has anything. But that's a very small few people who do. Because most people who fly the Confederate flag, they probably are racist.
Wait, so,
If
what's the argument here? You're saying that heritage is bad because it's going to make people fly the Confederate flag?
I'm just saying, my experience with heritage is very strange because there's this damn flag we got here. They call it the Stars and Bars. And no one really likes it, but some people like it because it pisses people off. But there's a very few microcosm people that actually think it's about culture, but it's not. Because the only reason the flag exists was because we had slaves. So I was just going to give my 2 cents on the heritage thing because that's something I see all the time.
Do you have but you said that even though you got people who are kind of just becoming American, as soon as they hit America, the rest of their past just becomes a race. You didn't have any old relatives in America, the sort of slave owner type relatives that you know of?
No, but being in Alabama, there are places that has your little lawn junkies and stuff.
Oh, really?
Running about like no, not to this day. But I will say I did see one, and it was unironic. Like when I lived by the river, it was way past when anybody should be owning them and having them outside. Like 10 years ago or something.
Yeah, really.
And like a guy a guy had one on his porch, and it was eating melon. And I was like, damn, that's a really weird statue to have. Just.
So you think that guy put that up and he's just like, hey, this is my heritage. This is my history. This is what we used to do around here. I'm keeping it going.
Well, he thought it brought him good luck. And I was like, that's going to bring a lot of bad luck. But, like, if the wrong person sees it. But he did live off a dirt road, like, on the river, so I guess nobody would see it who would get particularly mad. But it was nuts.
Okay, all right. So what about you and your childhood? What was your childhood like? Do you have any sort of situation where you were getting culture passed down to you, or was it purely just like fried chicken and bread, corn, America?
No, fuck you, dude. I was raised on steak and potatoes.
Okay.
My dad was in the Navy. I've been everywhere. Like, I grew up in Washington and California and fucking Virginia and fucking Pennsylvania, Florida, Mississippi. Mississippi's the worst. Alabama is the second worst.
What about these places are the worst?
Okay, well, in Texas, there's a whole bunch of heritage there. Heritage.
Like the Alamo type heritage?
Yeah, I mean, there's.
Legato, you're cutting out. Say something.
I am Legato.
Okay, good. You're back. You're back.
We're back. Okay, well, and my signal might cut out more later, so I'm going to say, as far as heritage goes, it does not exist. It is an illusion made up by people like you who are trying to perpetuate a lie to collect my DNA.
Okay. I'm not encouraging anybody to send their DNA to anybody. Just so you know.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Okay, because that's what Ancestry.com is doing and shit. They're making a bank of everybody's DNA in fucking Colorado.
Yeah, dude, I don't like that. I don't want to send my cum to anybody who's gonna analyze it.
Yeah, well, they're keeping like a huge genotype and like they're doing lots of research stuff, and they got everybody's genes and DNA on this like freaking big ass library master computer in Colorado.
You think they're trying to create like the perfect person, the perfect mixture of every single heritage?
No, they're just archiving information. There's nothing too nefarious about it, but it's happening, and I don't want them getting my DNA. Yeah. That's my semen, and I paid for it, and I'm keeping it. I didn't pay for semen.
I feel you, Legato. We're on the same page here. Hey, thank you for calling in. Appreciate you telling me.
Hey, fuck this. You, man.
Hey, come on.
I'll catch you later.
You love
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Bye.
Okay, bye. He was just kidding. Hey, guys. Legato was just kidding. He didn't mean that. Let's not get too upset here. Come on. Goddamn heritage. Can we talk about this for 3 more hours? I'm starting to
Call from
Tim.
to accept, press 1. To send a voice.
Tim?
Hello.
Yo, what's up, Tim?
Hey, what's shaking, bacon?
You're not the Tim that normally calls in, who's got, normally
No,
very harrowing stories.
I watch the streams. I'm familiar with the infamous Tim, but we do share a name. So.
Your new Tim 2.
T2, starring Arnold and the other guy that turns into liquid metal.
Hell yeah. Whoever that was. All right, so Tim, you're calling into the Heritage stream. Did you have stuff you want to share about your own heritage? Or are you like Legato? Do you hate the idea of heritage entirely?
Probably more towards the latter. I'm happy to call in, happy to get through, but this subject, I don't really know what to say on it because I'm a white dude for heritage, so nothing really too exciting. I wish I was from Mozambique or something and had like a cool accent, but no, I'm pretty standard. So
This is what heritage is, though. It's how white people talk about ethnicity, because we don't have the actual ethnicity, so we just talk about, hey, what about your great 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 grandparents? They were probably kind of ethnic, right?
well, I've seen my grandfather's testicles, and they were very long, and it was a little disturbing, but that's neither here nor there.
Do you think that was related to his country of origin?
No, I think it just happens with age, I'm assuming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you
don't know why I said that.
You don't have you never talked to your parents or grandparents about where they're from? Are you like thoroughly white and American?
Oh, somebody brought up the DNA, like 23andMe tests you can do.
Yep.
And I did one of those, and, it basically just said, like, it said broadly Western European was the result it gave me. And I was like, oh, who gives a fuck?
That is quite vague. It didn't tell you. It didn't tell you were Native at all. You didn't have a 2% Native American.
No, I guess I had like 4% Neanderthal though. So back in the day, my great whatever, people were fucking Neanderthals, Homo sapiens. The homos and the Neanders were just getting freaky with each other.
Dude, let's just quickly digress into that a bit. Do you think that's okay? Is that moral for a person to fuck like a half person like that?
Well, dude, the Neanderthals were highly intelligent. They had a good run. They were around for hundreds of thousands of years. And, the homos and the Neanders met up and was like, hey, you know how to make fire. Hey, you know how to sew, animal skins together and not freeze.
You don't think there's anything questionable about that? You got like the Homo erectus folk, or Homo whatever they are. They're the
Homo
evolved
erectus.
version.
That was.
They're evolved. Like, you don't think that they come across a group of Neanderthals and they're not just like, okay, watch what I can fucking make these Neanderthals do. Watch me fuck every last one of these Neanderthals and never have to call them again. It just seems like it's taking advantage.
Well, I think you're viewing this from a modern perspective, from a modern cancel culture Twitter perspective of, is that offensive that cavemen would fuck each other?
I'm asking if it's wrong, if it's morally wrong.
No, dude, this is back in the day. Are you kidding me? I mean, there were no laws. If you're a caveman and you're horny, you want to go fuck something, you're going to do it. And, that's why we're here today, Minute Hour, because our ancestors raped people as much as they wanted to, and that's why we're here.
What about like apes, though? Is that where's the line start? Where it's just like you should no longer have sex with these organisms?
I don't really care, man. I mean, if you want to go out and fuck animals, that's fine. It's not my problem.
You don't think that's bad for the animals, even? I guess it's a silly question. Who cares about
let's say you wanted to go out and fuck a pig.
Right.
You could do that, and then people would be like, whoa, dude, that's weird. But you can stab it in the neck and then cut its skin off with a knife and then throw the meat on a nice grill.
True.
And people are happy. So
True. Murder.
So fucking
rape.
an animal is off limits, but murdering and eating an animal is totally accepted.
That is a fair point. I feel like there's some point in here I'm failing to grasp that makes them different, but I get where you're coming from. Murder, rape.
Yeah. I mean, there's something funny there. There's a joke potential there. Like, why is it okay for us to murder and eat an animal? And that's totally fine. It's a good time. But if you fuck an animal, then it's like, whoa, that's weird, man.
Hey, I was thinking about this because I was at the,
Yeah.
years ago, I was at one of those, I don't know, museums. I don't know. They had some sort of, like life-sized model of a Neanderthal person, and I was looking at this dude, and I was like, this guy clearly is like somewhat human. Looks pretty much like a dude. Looks a little fucking weird, but he looks like a dude. I don't know if I could have a conversation
homo.
with him. Yeah, he's just one
He's
of
in
my
the
fellow
genus Homo.
homos. But I was wondering at the time, like, if those people were just around today, if we just found like 100,000 of them somewhere in some cave, like what would be the appropriate course of action? I mean, like, would it be like, you would think it would be wrong to just fucking like murder them and eat them or rape them or any of that sort of stuff? But it's it's like you said, like when you're drawing the distinction, if you're there to draw such a clear distinction between man and animal, it's like this is the gray area. What do we do with these people?
Man is an animal.
Right. So what would you do if you were just walking along, if you were hiking along a trail and you found a little group, let's say 12 or 15 really hot Neanderthals?
Ooh, women?
Women and men, they're both there. You have to you still have to compete with the men, but what would be your course of action there? Would you just be like, I'm going to get in here. This is my opportunity. I know what I'm doing. They don't. Would you alert the authorities?
I think if I was wandering along a trail and encountered a dozen Neanderthals, I would probably try to communicate with some sort of body language, and then I would pull my lighter out of my pocket and instantly create a small flame, like magic.
Right.
And then they would worship me thinking I'm some kind of a god. Because they're out there, banging rocks together to make a little spark. And I'm just like, boom.
Yeah, that's pretty smart. You would definitely be their leader for as long as you wanted.
Yeah. Or, hey, you got your smartphone in your pocket. Pull out your megapixel HD camera. Take a picture, show them the screen, and they'd be totally blown away. They would think I'm doing some kind of witchcraft.
Yeah, they might band against you and try to murder you instantly.
Nah.
All right. So
they would probably, yeah.
I'm sure they'd be.
Good
super
question,
cool.
though. Interesting topic. That's one thing I like about you, man. You're full of creativity.
Okay, thank you. I was just trying to think of something because you don't want to talk about heritage at all, which is the topic of the stream.
Yeah. Hey, if I had good content on this subject, I mean, I don't know. I mean, shit, you're the host. I mean, ask
Fuck,
me.
you fucking called
heritage
in.
stuff.
Don't put this on me. You called in. My job is just to keep you talking.
You can't flip this around.
That's the whole point of the show. It's a call-in show. Okay. All right,
Oh, there's the Italian coming out.
Hey,
you
come
motherfuckers
on!
are so loud and obnoxious.
Why are
Jesus
you fucking
Christ. Would you
saying
keep it
that?
down?
You're ruining my fucking show.
Trying to watch a movie in a theater and you're yelling.
That's not Italians. We don't do that.
Well,
we only miss the Godfather.
Well.
All right, hey,
I'm not
man.
going to get canceled now, am I? All
It
right.
was great talking to you. Thank you for calling in.
Hell yeah. Likewise, man. I'll tune in next Friday.
Hell yeah, dude. Call again. See you next time.
Yeah. Later, buddy.
Bye. Bye. Okay. Nice. Boom. Another hour down. Oh, God, so much liquid. It's just coursing through my body. Okay. We're going to take another break here. Quick burp. One more. No. Okay. Taking a quick break here. Stop calling. Call back in like 5, 6, 7 more minutes. Taking a break. We'll be back with the boys. Talking about your heritage. Again, the music from the stream is from Gaetano De Paolo. The link is in the description of this video to his SoundCloud. All his shit is there for free. enjoy. If you're enjoying the music, go check them out. Here it comes. Be back in a few. Okay. Yo, boys.
Hello.
What up?
What up, boys? You guys been listening to the stream at all, or are you still watching E-Bombs World?
Oh, we're in and out. We're in and out, you know?
I actually chimed in, listened to a few things. I like the one guy that said ancestry's kind of bunk. I don't like some of the things he said, but I do agree with that point to a certain extent.
Toner, I thought you were freaking in class. What the hell's that? Where
I
is that?
am in class. I'm skipping it right now, dude.
Jesus Christ.
I just got out of the shower.
Connection's bad, man. What are you talking about? I got an alibi.
I'm not going to be responsible for your delinquency. All right, Quate and Teratoma, I haven't heard from you guys yet. So who wants to go first? Tell me about your heritage or anything related to such.
It'd be kind of an interesting story. Someone else brought up earlier, like the 23andMe thing, the genetic ancestry testing.
Yeah.
I got one of those. I'm a bit of a bastard child, so there's some mystery with regards to sort of the heritage and that sort of aspect, and so I got drunk one night, I bought it, did the whole rigmarole, and I honestly forgot that I did it until I kind of heard about the theme tonight. So I was like, this kind of be fun. We could pull it up and I could go through it. I haven't looked at it yet. It'd be kind of interesting.
You got drunk one night and decided to find out your ancestral history?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
You got drunk and you gave out your DNA?
It wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, it's a classic story, really, but usually it's with someone that you know.
Decisions were made, and you spend $150, the kit's sent out to you that you can't just send it back, it just happened. It just happened that way. But yeah, I thought that'd be cool. You want me to pull it up?
Yeah. Tell us what your results were.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, cool. Just gotta log in. All right, here we go. Pulling it up. Okay.
Are you Indian?
No. All right. Well, all right. I don't know. Let's go through this. I shouldn't have mentioned this. I should have really looked at this by myself.
Too late now.
Yeah.
Tell us. All right. So, basically, I'm looking at 97% European. And, you get a breakdown of that. Yeah, you get a breakdown of that. Let's start from the lowest amount. Southern European, Mr. Minute Hour, it looks like we have 0.3 of the same sort of background percent. I'm getting some Italian here.
Hey.
Sorry to hear about that.
Yeah, a little disappointing.
Farfalle spaghetti.
Let's see. Broadly Northwestern European. I'm not. That doesn't really sort of narrow things down a lot. All right.
It doesn't tell you the country. It just gives you the region.
Well, I got some other countries in here. Unfortunately, but it just says 3.4 broadly Northwestern European. I think that's actually going to be the one I go with if anyone asks me. Okay, 7.8%.
Okay, go on. 7.8. Yes.
7.8% French and German.
Jeez.
Oh man.
Baden-Württemberg. I've never. I don't know. But this. See, this is. I don't know. I don't know if I can go on the record saying this.
Go. I mean, you have to now. It's too late. You're only at like 10% right now.
All right. 72%. 72% British and Irish.
Oh,
God damn.
Snore.
Yeah.
In
Standard
2021.
American.
Yeah, it's but wait, hold on. Actually, it's not so bad.
When you got that,
I can actually.
Did you when you first were looking at? Oh wait, this is your first time looking at this. You said.
Yeah, and once again, I really wish I looked at this. I wish I could have, because I have to tell my partner about this now. This is like this might be a big strain on our relationship. But let me look real quick, because they're going to give you like little breakdowns of specific cityscapes. So it could be something interesting. Like let's see,
Yeah, dude, I would break down if I heard that.
Yeah, hold on, it's loading right now.
This is not good so far. So far, this is like the sort of, if I was getting this heritage, it'd be all about like self-flagellating, just like.
All right, so
damage control.
Right, I'm too deep. I guess I gotta come honest with you guys. It says that in the sort of the England and Ireland subheading, it tells you what cities, and it's London.
The boringest possible.
And then wait, let me scroll down. There's some from Ireland too.
That's not good. Not good to hear.
Belfast.
Belfast. Oh, you're northern?
Oh, geez.
Northern. That doesn't count.
Oh wait, hold on. One more. I got some from Scotland too. Wait, this might be pretty cool.
Oh God.
It's Glasgow.
Glaswegian,
dude.
Man.
Oh man.
This is a lot. I need to make some calls.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Wait, Terry, before you go, just like, okay, walk us through what you're feeling right now. I mean, this is obviously some bad news.
When you are a bastard child, there's a certain romanticism that you allow yourself to have. In a moment of weakness, you could say to yourself, who was my father? What was he doing? What was my family like? Did I come from an interesting locale? Was I maybe Catalonian somewhere on the far street, or even perhaps maybe somewhere from Portugal, or even more from Italy. I would prefer Italy to this, but this, London, Glasgow, Belfast, those are the biggest cities.
Yeah,
man, your family moved to America to spice things up.
Which you never hear. You never hear that. Your family's coming from like the most rotten, dirty, disgusting places in the world.
Yeah. And that's pretty cool, but at the same time, it could have been, if I wanted that, it could have been Brazil.
What were you
I gotta
saying
go.
about-
I gotta make. I'm sorry. I gotta make some calls. I need to.
All right. Yeah, this is a big moment for you. You gotta, Terry,
Wow.
Breaking down. Did we ever hear about that extra 3%?
We don't even want. I mean, if he wasn't even gonna tell us that, like that was obviously the worst of the.
Well, yeah, it's not Indian. Otherwise, he would have said that.
Yeah, that would have been the first place on the list.
I'm afraid to ask what that 3% was. I don't know.
Quate, what about you? Did you get one of these ancestry tests? You put your cum in a bucket?
I sure did. They asked for a liter, and I gave them a pint, and they accepted that. Took a couple days, just kind of worked it through. I do actually have one of those. I do not think it would be interesting to go over, though. I'm not trying to hide anything.
Yes, you
like
are.
a certain 25% Ashkenazi Jew. I'm certainly not trying to hide any results or anything like that. I've always been very forefront about how I don't hide things. So we don't need to go into it. But, I could talk a little bit about the individual level type of situation. I'm talking about heritage boils down to the individuals.
Start with that, but just know that the Ashkenazi Jew, like that's in my mind. I'm about to ask you about that as soon as you're done with whatever you're.
Oh, well, I didn't say whether I was or wasn't. Whether that 25%, if it was mine or somebody else's. So we don't have to go into that.
Somebody else related to you? Okay. Anyway,
or just somebody else.
What about your individual experience then, Quate?
Yeah. Okay. So let me go down the line on some family members I know about. So check this out. This one's fun. I am doing an age reveal. You know how they do face reveals? I'm doing an age reveal. My age is 24.
Oh wow.
Guess what year my paternal grandfather was born in? Just go ahead and give a guess. Each of you.
1924.
1868.
1933.
Well, all of you were very wrong. 1905 was the year of my grandfather's birth.
Wow, hell yeah.
And he's an old one. I never met him. He's still alive, but I never met him. He's
still
currently
alive?
the oldest. Yeah, he's the oldest person on Earth, actually.
Quate, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, go look it up.
No. What the fuck are you
Anton
talking
Quate was his name.
Wait,
Okay.
what was it?
What?
Anton Quate, born 1905. He was a 10-year-old when he was drafted into the World War I. He claimed his age was 18.
Oh my god. He was one of those
Classic,
child soldiers in World War I.
That's right.
He was doing the trench warfare at just 10 years old.
Yeah, and he was the best at it. I mean, he's still alive. It's kind of, how a lot of people died in World War I.
Right.
He actually, his life got extended. For everyone
that died.
It makes sense. It makes sense because he's like half the height.
I'm sorry, I'm just breaking up right now.
No,
It's just too emotional for me.
This makes sense because he's like half the height of an adult in World War I. So like when they're aiming the machine gun fire, like he's going to be under the bullets.
That's right, and they just couldn't catch him. He would walk over to the enemy camp. The enemies were, of course, America and London. He was one of the Germans.
Oh, okay.
And he would walk over and he would be like, "Oh, look at me, I'm a little boy," and they'd be like, "Oh, look at him, he's so cute," and then he would stab him in the back. They called him backstabbing Anton Quate. And for every knife wound he inflicted, he gained a month on his life, which is why he's still alive today at the age of 100 and God, how old is it? 116 now. We just celebrated his 116th, his grand centennial.
Do you think he passed down any extra months to you?
Yeah.
When he dies, the will hopefully will expose that fact.
Yeah, maybe they'll dish out
dude,
the extra months in the will. Yeah.
Trying to get the knife. Maybe it's the knife, dude.
Do you think it's the knife? That's a good point, actually.
That knife might have some mysticism to it. I would try to get that.
He keeps it in a lockbox under his desk. He works at the White House, and he keeps it in a lockbox. And, maybe I should try to break into the White House or something like that and try to grab that knife. I don't know.
I feel like him continuing to live is actually stealing months from the rest of his family's life. Like he's soaking up all this extra life juice, and it's at your expense.
Yeah, like is this like a Dorian Gray sort of thing?
Well, yeah, that's a good point. a lot of my family does die young under him. All my family related to him, like my father and his brother, they both died at the age of 16.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, super sad. That was a couple of years ago. And don't worry about the timeline of this whole thing. There's like a time knife and everything too.
Family relic, yeah.
How did you learn this like immediately upon getting your ancestry test? Like 10 minutes ago.
I think you're conflating me with. I've had my ancestry test for a couple of years now. My libido would not be high enough to serve that pint of semen anymore. So that was a little while ago.
Period endeavor. Oh my god.
It sure was. And there was this whole rambling thing about your grandfather and all the knives. There's 5 forbidden knives across the world. One in the White House. The time knife hasn't been seen since it got lost in 1976 when it traveled from 2016. So haven't seen that time knife in a while.
It might be in India. I would look there.
You think so? There was a gold knife as well.
Yeah, I mean, if it's the gold one, it's going to be there, man.
So there's a series of so in your family history, it's less about the people and who they had sex with, and more about the knives that they carried and who they stabbed.
That's absolutely right. Yeah, we call it it's like how there's like the family tree. We call them the family daggers.
What do your parents have to say about? I mean, like, did you ever meet this guy? This one? You said you were just celebrating his one. Yeah, Anton. You said you were just celebrating his 116th birthday. Is he a man that you're in close contact with?
No, I've never met him. That's true. We celebrated remotely via Zoom. It was we don't want to give him COVID. He's an old man. He never disclosed how many months he had left. Of course, he must know by now. Although maybe he lost count. You never know.
He's almost twice as old as like the upper limit of who will die from COVID. He's really got a lot to worry about there.
Well, actually, it goes back down. So it's like it's like a bell curve where at 70 or 80, that's like your highest risk. But since he's like 50 years older than that, then he's back to being like a 30-year-old.
Yeah.
Does that have anything to do with the time knife?
No, that's the knife of pestilence you're talking about. The one that caused COVID?
Ah, okay. Some sort of Chinese ceremonial knife? Yeah,
and they use it to carve open bats and all sorts of other disease carrying. Like it was around in the Great Plague when they carved open a rat.
Yeah, they did the rat. Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. Yeah.
Interesting. So are you after this knife? Is this something? It sounds like you're never gonna get it inherited to you because it sounds like this guy's just not gonna die. Is it something like you're trying to get before then so you can take full use of it, get advantage?
Yeah, that's a good question. So back on January 6th, I thought he had the knife in the Capitol, which is that whole thing happened. We don't need to talk about that, but it turns out it's in the White House. And so I've been trying to warn basically President Biden about this because, my grandfather's eventually going to die unless he keeps stabbing at least one person a month with, the knife of time. Or sorry, that's not the time knife, silly me, the knife of added months. So
that was a different knife.
So that's how many knives total is that? We have the knife of pestilence, the knife of time knife, knife of added months, and the gold knife.
Right. There's a fifth knife as well.
Right? Okay.
But we'll save that for later.
Yeah, we can talk. We do not need to go into that one for now.
Interesting.
But anyway,
interesting
I am 25% Ashkenazi Jewish. I've never tried to hide that.
I was going to ask you a bit about that, but now I feel like this whole time knife thing, like that seems like the real thing to ask about.
Yeah. See, I've never needed to hide anything. It's just always something more interesting comes up, and we can just kind of scoot that other part under the rug.
So the time knife, it wasn't always Anton Quates. Do you think Do you think maybe you could possibly end up with the time knife
It's
or
true.
knife with added
didn't.
months?
Yeah, he didn't like forge the time knife.
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
Time
Someone had
mines
to have it before him. Exactly, exactly. This is only.
I mean, the
100
time knife they say is as old as time, so it really has been around since the universe began, all those years ago. Who knows? Who knows where it is right now,
100,
if at all.
1,000 years ago, however long ago that was.
6,000 years
Six,
ago.
yeah.
My God. Well, that's some interesting stuff, Quate. The time knife. You know, I never heard about that before. I'm a ardent Wikipedia surfer, and you know, I feel like I've got just knowledge on everything from my time on Wikipedia, but I've never been on the time knife Wikipedia page.
Well, it's funny. Wikipedia is the fifth knife. Actually, it's the knife of info, and it won't tell you about all the knives. I mean, it's good. That's like the one thing Wikipedia.
Whoa.
By definition, cannot have.
A metaphysical
That
knife?
checks out.
It's an internet knife. It's a knife.
No, common misconception. No, it's not an internet knife. It's the knife of info.
But the info is not restricted to the internet. It's just all information.
No, it is literally Wikipedia is the current manifestation of the knife of info, but there are other prior manifestations of the knife of info that have since
like
passed.
it was like a book of history before, like
Right,
Like
exactly.
the Library of Alexandria was
Okay,
probably the
gotcha.
old knowledge.
Yes,
knife.
and then they burned down the
That makes
old
sense.
knife of
They burned
info.
it.
Yes,
And then next was Wikipedia with maybe some stuff in between.
right, exactly.
Have you ever thought about just like confronting your grandpa, like really going on Zoom and being like, yo, I've heard these crazy things about your life and stabbing and knives and the sort of metaphysical time travel type stuff. Can you just, I am your little lad, your grandson, like tell me what the truth is? Or is it all like these stories that you're just kind of getting passed down to you?
Well, he is he works at the White House, so he's a little hard to track down. They do have pretty good security over there, and the White House Zoom calls are, they watch those, they monitor the activity, and I don't want to exactly reveal secrets to the government that don't need to be revealed. So I'd have to be careful with my language, but I'll give him a call. Yeah, I'll pull him up on Zoom and see if we can get Anton Quaid on the phone a little bit later.
Yeah, great. All right, so you've never heard of any, you don't think there's any I mean, I guess I'll ask, do you think there's any sort of grand conspiracy going on? I mean, you got this sort of crazy grandpa knife situation. He's working for the government. Like, what is that? When you learned that for the first time, did that change your expectation of what you thought the government was, what they do?
Not really. It was pretty much par for the course, I think.
Okay, hell yeah. Thanks for talking to me, boys.
Yeah. Woo. We're the boys. See you later.
Hell yeah. Those boys, those crazy boys. Time knife. Oh, my brain hurts. It's a lot. It's a lot to process. My whole worldview gets shattered when people start talking about the time knife.
Call from
Jet.
Jet?
to accept, press.
Jeff or Jet?
Jet. Hey, how's it going, dude?
Wait, how do you spell that?
Jet. Jett. I sent you a message on Patreon a while ago about that fucked up dream.
I figured that wasn't your name, Jet.
It's it's not, but
Okay.
it is what I am most well known by.
All right, good. Fair enough. All right, Jet, you're calling into the stream. You made it on. What's up, my dude?
Not much, man. I know you're talking about heritage today, which is a lovely twist. I was actually kind of curious where your inspiration for talking about heritage came from. Is that something you thought up, or did it come up in conversation?
No, it was just on my list of topics. And hey, they're not all good, my topics.
That's all right. You get good people calling in, though, so it kind of makes up for it.
Right. It's not on me. It's on you, Jet, to make this
I know,
interesting.
man.
All right. Well, I will start by. I guess I'll start by saying that I have too many siblings, probably.
How many?
I am the oldest of 7, and yeah, and I think you might actually know one of them. He did the cover for the Mighty Lighthouse.
When?
It was the third issue 5 of the 3rd edition. It was the one that has a Willem Dafoe looking dude fucking with the lighthouse coming out of his head.
Good old Dick Nicholson of Dick.
Yeah, that's my brother, man.
Hell yeah, that's crazy. Is he what introduced you to the zine and the lighthouse and all that shit?
The Mighty Lighthouse and the zine, yeah, 'cause he was all excited about participating in it. But him and I actually found the Minute Hour through a friend of ours right down the street.
Hell yeah.
So
it gets around in neighborhoods. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah, man, that's all you can do in neighborhoods.
So you
can't do crime anymore. It's not the same.
You got 7 siblings. You're one of 8.
Yeah, I'm the oldest.
Holy crow, that's crazy. I have 4 siblings, which I always thought was a lot, but 7, you're 2-upping me.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, so what was that like then? Did you have a lot of? Do you think you had a lot of siblings because your parents are of a certain culture, an old world mindset?
I'm going to say no, because probably 3 of them are entirely blood related, and the rest of them are step siblings, but we just grew up together. So, I've known them since I was pretty much a young child. So we always call each other our siblings and count it.
All right, sure. So what do you want to talk about then with your heritage?
Yeah, so heritage, dude. So I missed the beginning of the stream. I didn't catch what I imagine at the beginning you were talking about your heritage a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, my family is very, my mom's side of the family, she's a very strong advocate for our German side. So every holiday we do like a German potato salad. And, I don't know if this is German, but, growing up, we always had, whenever she made like shepherd's pie and shit, it was never made with like mashed potatoes. It was always made with like a pie crust instead.
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, I don't know if that was weird or if that was German or what, but
yeah, that's fucking.
But yeah, I guess German and German, English, and French are our strongest sides. My grandfather, on my mom's side, her dad actually came here from Germany, and he was out in Las Vegas. He died a couple years ago. He was a member of the Nomads, which I guess were like a branch of the Hells Angels. Yeah, but he died on a motorcycle, so he died doing what he loved to do.
He died on a motorcycle, or he died being flung 100 feet from a motorcycle?
I guess technically he died being flung 100 feet from a motorcycle. That's a bit more accurate.
Yeah. That sounds fucking radical. Okay, that's interesting. Those three countries that you mentioned, is that your whole heritage, or are you saying that's just those are the ones that your family was most identifying with?
Those are the primary ones. Those are the big boys. Those are the ones that my family really likes to stick with. The rest of them are kind of minor, I guess, just bits of blood,
So you said your grandpa, is that on your mom's side, who died?
Yep. His name was Wolfgang Golden, man. He did a lot of the etched glass murals that are out in Las Vegas Harley Davidson motorcycle shops today.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting little tidbit. So were you seeing your grandparents a lot when you were growing up?
No, actually, I'd never, get this right, I'd never met him before. I'd always kind of heard stories and shit, but when I was in college, I talked to him very briefly, and I didn't even know I was talking to a real person. Like, he had like a radio personality kind of voice. And in his pictures, he's like over 6 foot fucking tall. He's got hair down to his feet, and very strong features. Really intimidating, I guess, if you were to see him in person, but especially now. But
grizzly, yeah.
But yeah, he was a really nice guy. He was a homesteader, and there's actually a legal dispute going on right now for a cabin that he built up there, because he he also liked to live off the land every now and then. Like he wouldn't tell any of our family where he was going. He would just disappear for months at a time. And he built a cabin out in the middle of nowhere, and he just lived off the land for months. And then he'd come back like nothing ever happened.
Around Las Vegas?
I want to say yes. I don't. My information isn't entirely accurate because I don't. Well, it is accurate for what I do know, but I don't know that much about it. But I do know that there's currently some legal dispute going on between the state and the family over who gets to own that part of land.
Where he was homesteading?
Yeah, where he built his cabin and shit.
Dude, you gotta fucking park it on that land.
Yeah, just put a fucking flag up or something.
Yeah, nice German Harley Davidson flag. Fly them both. Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So you never really got to meet him. So that was it. You said you talked to him over the phone, or that's
Yeah, I did. I talked to him over the phone. I talked to him a little bit on Facebook, and it was actually when I first talked to him, it was like maybe 6 months before he died. But we had a very strong connection after I talked to him on the phone. We talked on Facebook for a while, and I did photography in college, and he was also a photographer. So we shared a lot of that stuff. And when he died, he actually left it in his will that I would get all of his photo equipment. So right now I have a big duffel bag that he's been carrying around since the 60s. That's just got all these old vintage cameras and shit in it.
That's awesome. What did your mom say about him? What was her general feeling? Like, did she not see him either? Like the whole time that you were a baby and grown up and all that?
No, actually, she didn't see him very much at all until her adult age. And oh shit, yeah, actually, it gets a little crazier too. Because at the time, I was living with mom. I was also going through like all my fucking crazy college partying phases.
Yeah.
And I ended up moving back in with mom, and we live out in the middle of fucking nowhere in Maine.
Okay.
And I went down to a local bar called Chummy's, and there was a guy who I met there, and everyone called him Vegas. And I know Vegas is, Las Vegas, Nevada as a whole is a really big place. But we were out having a smoke on the porch one night, and I was like, hey, so, this may sound like a dumb question, but why do they call you Vegas? And he goes, oh, well, because, my family's from Vegas. And, that's where I'm from. I was like, oh, and I was like, by any chance, complete shot in the dark. I was like, do you know Wolfgang? And he goes, oh, Golden? I was like, holy shit, are you serious? Yeah, Wolfgang Golden. And I guess he was actually childhood friends with my grandfather on the other side of the fucking country. And my mom actually went down to meet him. And then my mom went out to go visit him, and it was the first time she had seen him in 30 years or so, 30, 40 years.
Did you guys not have knowledge of like specifically where he was or like contact information for him until you talked to this guy?
Oh no, we always knew where he was, but he just kind of did his own thing down there, and my mom was doing her own thing up here, and they didn't actually reconnect until I was in college. Wow. So that was kind of how I got in contact with him, was because mom decided to suddenly reconnect with him.
Do you think that's why? Do you think maybe that's why he had that accident? It was like, fucking, I got to deal with my daughter again. No, thank you.
Maybe, I don't know.
Time to leave this world forever. That's interesting. Like, you don't hear about that really, like a fucking cool motorcycle grandpa.
No, that shit usually doesn't happen. I was amazed. And they're a photographer, and they're an incredible artist. I was like, hell yeah, dude. But no, he actually died. He was going way too fast, as expected, and he kicked up some loose dirt while he was driving his bike.
And that was it. That's all it takes.
Yep, that's all it takes, man.
Son of a gun. Okay, so what about I'm confused about just like the middle part of this story. Then, like your grandpa effed someone and gave birth, and they gave birth to your mom. So what was going on like when your mom was a kid?
Yeah, so what happened, and this is just from what mom has told me, was mom was born to him. He was her father, and my mother's mother, my grandmother, they ended up splitting up in Nevada, and they ended up moving to South Carolina when my mom was like a little baby. And they lived there for a little bit, and then she and my mom moved up to Maine. And then that's how they ended up getting so separated. But they also, he always had bad blood with my grandmother, which is understandable because she's a bitch. But yeah, but they never really got along, so their contact was very limited until later in my mom's years, I guess, when she decided she wanted to reconnect with him. We never heard from him or anybody on that side of the family out in Vegas, but after he died, all of a sudden, they really wanted to get in contact with us, and they want to meet me, and I do a lot of traveling, so when I'm out in Vegas, I'm going to go down and visit Vegas because he's down there now, and my family out there.
So what do you know about your heritage then? Do you know where you came from at all?
I only know that German side. My grandmother on my dad's side, he's the cool parent. She is like, she was obsessed during our whole childhood. She was obsessed with tracking our family's lineage and doing all of that shit. And she's got books and books and books on notes and people that she's gone out to drive all over the country to meet and talk to. And from dad's side, all I know is that we are primarily English on that side, and our family at one point were royal painters for I can't think of who was in royalty at the time right now, but it was in like the 1500s.
It's all right. We still believe you.
I'm just going by memory, man.
Man, so she was doing the genealogy stuff before you could just send your DNA sample to some laboratory. What was she doing? You said she was like gathering information, going from place to place, like.
Yeah, I don't know. At the time that I knew that she was doing it really heavily, I was like 9 or 10 years old, and the internet wasn't like, Ancestry.com wasn't around at that point, so I don't know exactly what methods she was using, but I went over to visit her just a few weeks actually, and she still has all of the literature and all of the books and stuff that she'd collected and the notes that she took, and she recorded all of her all of the conversations that she had written down in notes and recorded on different audio cassettes.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any feeling like that, similar to that, where you're interested in the lineage? Besides your grandpa, who is like an especially interesting fellow, it sounds like.
Not particularly, no.
You don't care?
No, not really. I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's not important unless it comes down to genocide, really.
Just to get your numbers correct, your numbers in order.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's cool shit to know. Don't get me wrong. Like, I definitely understand why people go out and try to figure that shit out, but it's not something that I've ever personally been interested in looking deeper into.
Do you think it has anything to do with the age of the person? Like, I feel like I've kind of noticed that the older people get, the more interested they get in this topic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely older people. Who knows, actually, maybe when we're old, we might take up an interest in mapping out our own genealogy. I can't speak for you. I don't know exactly how into it you are, but yeah, I definitely noticed that it's definitely an older person thing, and I'm 30 now, so I'm kind of at I understand that right now at this point in my life, I'm at the cusp of, where I'm just still trying to figure myself out and get my own life established.
Right.
That everything else is just kind of peripheral.
Yeah, when you have your babies, are you going to have babies someday?
Oh, man, I don't know. My girlfriend and she doesn't want to bear children, and I don't want to have children, so it's working out really well.
Sounds like a no.
But yeah, no, it's a no right now. I mean, but at the same time, we haven't dismissed the idea that if we did have kids, they'd be the coolest fucking kids ever. So, and her window is different than mine. We had this conversation a while ago because, like, women, they have a period. They have like a window of time in which they're actually able to bear children.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I was confused.
Yeah, they do have periods as well. Yeah.
I was just confused. Yeah, go on.
You're not wrong, but yeah, no, her window of time to have a child is closing, and that's something that I never even really considered until we had that conversation. So who knows, man? I don't know. If we do, they'll be super cool kids, and I'll be the best dad. But if we don't, I'm also okay with that because my life doesn't really have space for a child at the moment.
I mean, I'm sure you're correct But I think that probably also applies to everybody who's ever had a child ever. Don't you think?
Yeah, no, it certainly does. Yeah. I guess I should say I'm not as ambitious about the idea.
I was just wondering, like, if you had a baby, a little baby that you're raising and shit, what would be the sort of thing that you would want to pass on about your prior family history? Like, if it sounds like this grandpa, those are great stories to tell a baby. You'd be like, you're related to this crazy motherfucker.
Well, I guess what I would really want to pass on is that, like, art. I feel like everybody is capable of being an artist. It's all about just kind of tapping into that part of yourself that, likes to create first and foremost. Like if you prioritize that, which is human nature to begin with. But I would definitely want them to know that our passion for creating and it's very old, and I would like them to know that that's where that comes from. Like, oh yeah, like you got family from England who were, they were apparently royal painters, from what my grandmother told me, and your grandfather did, your great grandfather, I guess, at that point, did all this shit. So I would definitely want to let them know about the heritage I know about, as far as that goes. But as far as like tracing it down intricately to every single person and when it happened and what they did, it'd be cool information to know, but I don't think it's entirely crucial
less about like the exact science and more about just like passing on the stories, the familial stories.
Yeah, exactly. Like, hey, if you're ever curious about why you have these, why you're so motivated to do this shit and why you have these impulses to do, to create in these kind of ways, or these kind of things inspire you, you're not alone, dude. It goes down through generations.
So you're a creative guy?
Oh, yeah. I just released the first album that I've released in like a decade yesterday, which felt really good. And yeah, I write and I draw and I paint, and Dick Nicholson, he does a lot. Like, he's a fantastic illustrator. He does a lot of illustrating and writing as well. He's writing like 4 or 5 different things right now.
Absolutely. He's definitely had writing in the zine as well as that cover art. Okay, so you're such a freaking creative guy, but you don't want to create a baby?
That's okay. That's like I want to create shit that I don't have to worry about breaking.
You're not the nurturing kind.
No. I do. Have you ever heard of circuit bending?
No.
Okay, so circuit bending is it's basically like you go to Goodwill basically, and you find like old toys, or you can also circuit bend like TVs and just a lot of like older technology, and basically you poke around on the circuit board until something fucks up, and then you wire switches and knobs and shit to it to adjust how much it's fucked up. And then you screw all of that into a case, put in some like LEDs or whatever, and you can just create like a completely unique instrument. And that's what I create a lot of my music with, is with broken kids' toys that I've turned into synthesizers.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And that's
so I'm okay with that kind of shit.
That's ultimately cooler than a human life creating one of those. That's like fucking boring bullshit.
Yeah, I can't do that with a baby. Like if I get a tickle me Elmo and I turn it into a demon, like that's different than putting my girlfriend through months of shit and then having to take care of it and then get really upset when it leaves.
No, but that's how you could take care of the baby, is you fuck up their toys and make them.
Yeah.
They would love that. All right, hey, Jay,
oh yeah,
it was great talking to you, man.
Yeah, you too, dude. I will hopefully catch you next week. I have one question, though, that's kind of been scratching my mind before I let you go.
Go for it.
What's the Discord situation?
Discord's back. It's back. You're on the Patreon. You didn't see that link?
I'm on the Patreon, yeah, but I went to the link, and the link that is posted on your Patreon page says that it's invalid. I checked it a few minutes ago.
Wait. Check the posts on Patreon. I just posted a couple days ago. There's now a Patreon Discord, and there's I revamped it all so the Patreon people can get their own space and I can pay attention to it. But if you check on the posts on Discord, the last post that I did was the answering the questions, and then if you look in the text of that post, there's a Discord link in there. Get in that shit.
Oh, right on. Yeah, dude, I'll get in there. I'll see you in there.
All right, nice. Good talking to you, man.
All right, you too, dude. See ya.
See ya. Yes. This is a heritage. Heritage. If the question is whether this is a good topic... Okay, good. Thank God. I didn't have to answer that.
Call from
Tim.
Oh, I think this is the...
to
Tim?
Hello?
Tim, is that you?
Yo, is it me?
Oh, that's Tim. That's the Tim.
Oh, listen, dude, I got like 5 minutes. I'm in Chattanooga. We're about to go to dinner. Man, we have uncovered a conspiracy.
About Chattanooga?
I'm sorry. Yes. Listen, this has nothing to do with family, but in case we get murdered, the truth can get out. Listen, we were going out, we're doing shit, going to the Tennessee State Aquarium. Fucking amazing. Fucking river giants. Fucking sharks. Beautiful. Love it.
Tim
and
goes
then we're
to
like,
the
hey, let's go to this.
aquarium? That's really not what I expected. Okay, but go on.
Yeah. Listen, it's wholesome as fuck. I've had one beer. Now listen, okay, we're like, all right, we're done at the aquarium. We're going to the motherfucking sculpture garden. Giant 30, 40, 50 feet high sculptures. We're like, hell yeah, let's go there. We drive.
Tim,
we get there. We take a wrong turn.
You're so cultured, Tim. I'm just saying, you're so cultured.
I know.
The aquarium
Listen,
to
I
the
gotta hurry.
sculptures.
I gotta
Okay,
get in
sorry,
the shower.
go. I'm not going to interrupt you. Just go. Just go.
Okay, we're going. We take a wrong turn. We don't see the entrance they want us to see. Instead, we just see restaurants and hospitals with only Spanish. We see abandoned buildings and abandoned industrial parks just with rotting bricks spray painted with gang signs. And we're amazed because we're like, this is a sculpture park. We can see the tops of the sculptures peeking out from the foliage and from the rusted, abandoned buildings. We get there. It's all gravel giving seed to grass. There's a smell of garbage and stagnant water. And there's just these giant rusting sculptures in the light. And there's a homeless guy just following our car on his bike, just ready to pounce as soon as we leave. And it's creepy, horrible. There's marshlands everywhere. And then all the sculptures are rotting and rusted and the paint is peeling and they're sunburnt. They're bleached. And we're like, let's get the fuck back in the car. We're going to die here. Then we get back to the hotel. It costs millions of dollars to make. It was done by a guy named John Henry, an internationally famous sculptor of giant sculptures. It was all a theft of public funds. It's not even clear if it was public funds or private donations, but there's this horrible, shitty neighborhood in South Chattanooga, and inside is just this monument to avarice. Should we give this money to the schools, to the hospitals, for these fucking people who are in the worst part of town? No, a sculpture garden. And I left the one bad review because everyone else seems to think it's fucking amazing when it's a fucking shithole.
Tim? Okay, are you done?
Yeah.
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 Okay, you've got 2.5 minutes to spare, so you made it. You made it. You're fresh.
I'm waiting on my roommate to get out of the shower.
Okay.
As soon as she gets out, I got to pop in and go.
Someone decided to make a sculpture garden decades ago. How long ago?
5 years ago in 2016.
Oh, only 5 years ago.
And it's already gone to seed, man.
Oh, God damn. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Cool. What about heritage? What about your heritage, Tim? What if we just ignored everything you just said and we started talking about your heritage?
Yeah, I mean it's white people except for my great grandma was Cherokee, and I saw her like twice.
What kind of white people?
French people on my mom's side who lived forever. Like all the women lived to like 100. And then my dad's side, no fucking clue because like his mom died and he's incredibly depressed talking about his family. So I got no clue, but I'm guessing Scots-Irish based on where they lived.
All right. Super white.
Yes. One great grandma who's Cherokee. I saw her twice before she died. All I remember is her nipples were so long and her boobs so saggy that she would tuck her nipples into her waistband.
Why? How did you? Why did you see her nipples at all? What are you talking about?
I didn't see them. My older brother said, "Hey, look at her shirt. She's got her nipples tucked into her waistband."
Jesus Christ. Okay, so Well, I had a lot of momentum there, but I lost my train of thought.
You've come to a screeching halt.
This happens when I talk to you, Tim. Okay, I really was thinking about this the whole day. I was like, we're doing Heritage. Tim's going to call in. I'm going to finally figure out what the hell's going on with Tim and his background.
Make it as fast as you can, man. I hear the shower's off.
Wait. So you're on. You had a Cherokee grandmother. You're the first person who's called in today.
Great-grandma.
Okay, great. We had
great-grandma.
We had like 3 or 4 or 5 maybe people calling in already who said they were 2 to 7% Native American, but they never met the person. It was all through 23andMe. What do you think? So you actually met your grandma Cherokee. She had very long nipples.
They're faggots, and they should be ashamed of themselves, and they should kill themselves. Because that's embarrassing as fuck. Like, you're just white. You're just white.
Is that what you think? Like,
right.
Do you think that? Okay, you got to go.
I gotta go. She's out of the shower. I'm in the shower. The Minute Hour. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Put her on.
Oh, hey, Grayson, do you want to say hi to the Minute Hour? Do you want to say hi to the Minute Hour? Here you go.
Hello?
Grayson?
Hello, yes, this is Grayson.
What's up, Grayson? You're Tim's friend?
I am Tim's friend.
Dude, okay. Is Tim gone? Is Tim in the shower now?
He's getting there. He's almost in the shower, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to ask you quickly, what's the deal with Tim? Like, Tim calls into this show every week. We're all very confused and upset whenever he calls in. He says these terrible things about his life. Like, he sounds like a total fucking psychopath. What do you think about Tim?
Well, he is my friend.
That's okay. You can say whatever you want.
I can confirm that pretty much everything he says is true. I will say, though, he is a very good person. He has a very good heart. He is just really good at getting himself in some really random circumstances.
Really? You really think he has a good heart?
I do. He is a very nice person. And I mean, like, maybe he's changed over the years, but, like, yeah, he's a pretty decent person. I say that in defense of, like, I am also, like, I try to be a good person, but I can get myself into some really weird situations.
Okay. So you're saying you're as bad as Tim?
No, I'm not nearly as bad.
So there is a distinction.
There is, but there's also, like, he's a good person.
Stop lying for Tim. Is he in the shower yet? Is he gone?
He is. Yes, he's gone.
Stop lying for Tim. Tell us right now the worst thing that Tim has ever said to you or ever done in your presence. He loves it. It's okay. He loves being the center of attention. You know this. You know this about Tim.
Yes.
Tell us the worst thing that Tim's ever done around you.
No, I can't really think it. No, I'm trying really hard to think it. The worst thing we clash about or jokingly even come close to clashing about is when he says mildly, weirdly racist question. I don't even know if racist is the word towards, like, European countries, but, like, I don't even know if that's considered racist. I don't even know.
Yeah, what?
But, like,
he's racist towards Europeans? What sector of Europe?
Well, okay. For example, I found this because Eurovision just ended, and Manskin is now big. And I sent him a video of it, and I was like, "Dude, look at this cool rock band." And he was like, "I hate that they're Italian, but I got to say they're good rock music."
Dude, that's all I needed to hear. Tim is a goddamn racist. I'm done taking his calls. You are an expert witness testimony. And we're done. We're never going to talk to Tim again. And it's all because of you.
Oh, my God. Fantastic.
Nah,
all while he was in the shower.
Just kidding, Grayson. Okay, Grayson, hey, it was great talking to you. I'm gonna hang up now, but it was good speaking to you for a moment.
All right, nice to speak to you. Good luck with the rest of your show, and good luck with Tim.
Hey, thank you. He'll be back. We all know. But, yeah, you good luck with Tim in Chattanooga. You guys are going to have a great time, I bet. Just be careful. Whenever Tim speaks to you, I feel like you should take into account that he might be lying through his teeth about everything he says.
I promise he has enough golden retriever energy, like, in real life. that he is not.
I don't believe you.
He's
I
also
don't believe you.
he is good at talking a big game, and he is good at being like a very dramatic person. And like when I hear him speak on the phone to you, I can hear that like theatrical voice come out, and I'm like, Tim, you are putting on this wonderful, questionable face.
Stop trying to make us. Stop trying to make Tim relatable. It can't be done.
No, I promise. It cracks me up. I watch the comments of everybody saying like this person cannot be real, and I'm just sitting here like, actually, he's my roommate.
You're in denial, obviously. Tim is obviously an emotional terrorist, and he's got you wrapped around his finger. What a terrible, sad thing for everybody to witness.
Are you going to start the campaign to like save me?
Yes.
Is that what this is?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have a GoFundMe that you'd like to link?
Not yet. I guess I can set one up.
Yeah, get that ready. All right, Grayson, hey, it was great talking to you. I'm going to leave now. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Good luck. I just had to be real with Grayson there. You know, Tim, scary guy. Really scary guy. Really, he's got... So glad I don't have to finish that thought.
Call from
Nick.
Nick? Nick?
Hey, Angel Boy, how you doing, buddy?
Yo, what up, dog?
Oh, please, let's not go that far. However, dude, it's great to actually hear your voice again. I've been listening ever since you had 1,700 subscribers. I've been in the Discord for God knows how long, and it's just great to see how much you've grown in that amount of time.
Okay, first of all, Nick, thank you. Second of all, I'm not putting on a show here. I was excited to talk to you. I said dog out of excitement. It wasn't, I don't know what you're getting at.
Good, perfect. It wasn't an imitation. That's good. I'm happy to know that. That's good.
Okay, it's all right.
But man, so I've been listening. I'm actually just finished with work, but I was listening, take a couple notes. I don't remember who the guy was that had all those floppy disks, but floppy disks, the magnetism in the strips degrades over time, which means the data can get corrupted. So to that guy out there, if he's going to get that data off, he needs to get it off like now, like today. And on top of it, those I don't remember what he was trying to call them, like lawn jockeys, but like the little black caricatures, those are called gollywogs. People can look those up. Golli. Gollywogs. Yeah, Golliwogs. My ex-girlfriend, or ex-fiance, really, but her dad had a whole bunch of those decorated across his house. It was a little weird, but
golly,
yeah.
Wow, he had a lawn full of gollywogs. It
Not
sounds nice. It sounds
like
friendly when
knickknacks. Oh,
no,
say that again.
It just sounds friendly. Gollywogs, like it doesn't sound racist at all.
Yeah, no, it's got like that 1960s and 50s like folksy kind of nice like Andy Griffith Show feel about them when it's not exactly the most kosher thing,
It might as well be like a mythical creature that you like a griffin or something, a gollywog.
Yeah, I slayed a gollywog and I leveled up. It's like a Dungeons and Dragons creature.
Sure. So your ex-fiance's dad had a lot of those and was even displaying them.
Yeah. So it was weird because I'm half white, half Middle Eastern, half Persian. Shout out to all the Persians in the server. I know there's a couple, but he was a little bit of a racist guy. But it was weird walking into their house for the first time because it was a decoration. It wasn't like someone has like a rustic kind of feel about their home. It was a gollywog theme about his home. He collected them. He went to flea markets around rural parts of Texas for them. And yeah, they would be all over the place. There'd be salt and pepper shakers with them. They would be decorating they'd be little dolls that he would like stuffed dolls that he would have on the bookshelves. Weird guy, cool guy, minus the racism part, but cool guy.
That is puzzling, I guess, at the very least. I don't know how I would react to that if I was walking into that scenario. Did you ever ask this guy what the heck's going on with the gollywogs?
Oh no, I didn't. On our second date, he met me at gunpoint at whenever I picked her up from her house. So you know what? I didn't question it. I just said, "I love what you have at the place. I think it's really folksy." That's the word I used, folksy. And he thought it was a good enough answer because he kept letting me date his daughter. So
At gunpoint? He was an old.
well, he opened the door at gunpoint, and then he goes, "Oh well, sorry, I thought you were somebody else." Yeah, buddy, I get it. Yeah, okay, I get it. You know, I've done door-to-door sales. I know what you're doing.
Okay,
but
so this wasn't like a shotgun wedding. You were purposefully, with intention, trying to marry this person at some point.
yeah, it was a big mistake on my part because she and I were pretty young. But yeah.
Well, my God, I mean, but it never came up. You never came up. The gollywogs. You're just like, this is a great folksy environment. I like what you're doing here.
Yeah, pretty much. He kept on trying to peer in on my history because he didn't exactly have the best taste towards Middle Eastern. So she and I had to lie to him that I was actually Greek instead. So we made up a fake last name, Soukias. I was Nicholas Soukias. Whenever we would, whenever his entire time of knowing me, actually Greek and not half Greek and not half Persian.
Wow, was that maybe one of the reasons why you didn't end up marrying this person? Because you would have to live a lie your entire life?
It was partially also it. I just didn't like the family. You know, that was one of the life lessons you learn whenever you're dating people and you're learning how to navigate the world of romance, where it's like, oh man, I'm not just stuck with this person. I'm stuck with their family as well. I need to figure out, how does their family stand on things? Who are they? Because after all, I'm going to be meeting these people, every holiday. They're going to have a huge influence on this person that I'm about to, tie the knot with, all that.
Right. How, so what about your family then?
Yeah. So, I got a long history. I'm going to not try to burn up too much of your time. I'm half Persian. My father came over here from Iran in the 70s. And then my half white side is a huge mix of German and French. Which also I don't understand why people get on people about oh, you're just white. No, man. I mean, there's the Franks and Anglos, and they have all these wars with each other. A lot of rich history there that I think people like to take for granted in a lot of cases. And it's like, dude, be proud of what you are. You know what I mean? Even my Persian side, we cut it down into slices of actually where the Bakhtiaris there, and we helped fight for the Shah, and then one of our own people, oh goodness gracious, I think it was the second wife of Shah Pahlavi. She was a Bakhtiari, So there's a lot of stuff you can glean on where you come from and the world you partake in. It's like lore, you know what I mean? There's all these people who get into lore when it comes to the like Warhammer and D&D and stuff like that, and it's like that's about you, man. This is real lore, and it's about you, dude. Isn't that cool? You know,
all these different tribes of people who have been battling it out for thousands of years.
Yeah, dude. It's cool stuff.
So you're an expert on this. Clearly, who is the best race? What is the most superior race?
That's a hard one. Let's see here. How do I not get myself canceled?
Come on.
Let's say the human race. There we go.
No, that's not what we want to hear. We want to get into the weeds here. Okay, so you get into all the specifics of all the tribes fighting each other, but you don't have any favorites.
I don't like to think that because for me at least, growing up, I was always split between my Middle Eastern and my white side. So I don't try to play favorites in that regard. But I like to enjoy the thematic, or not the thematic, but the huge narrative that is history.
Sure. So what about your parents then? Did they pass this feeling on to you? Are they very interested in this stuff as well?
No, actually, both really not. They both really didn't care much about the family history, which I think maybe part of it is because kids tend to be rebellious towards their parents. I think that's kind of part of the how I kind of got really into it. My father now laments to me. He's getting older, right? He now laments to me that growing up, his father before him, my grandfather, he was really into all of it, and my father and his brothers never listened to him. My grandfather had all these compendiums and books of information and all this stuff. We come from a shaman. My great grandfather on the Persian side, he was a shaman, like living on the side of a mountain, quite literally. People would ask him about ailments, and then he would travel to whatever village or whatever town they were in, and then try doing some weird witch doctor stuff, and that's how he would solve their ailment. That's what they did for money. The guy had 10 children. He took the eldest son, who was my grandfather, and he booked out of town. So there is a huge net of family of 9 other kids that may or may not have survived all the years that we'll never get to know.
He had
so
10
that's going
children, bore of one woman?
To my understanding, it was only one woman, which, man, talk about those genetics. I mean, those are some childbearing genetics. So if I have daughters, I'm going to let them know, hey, ladies, you're built for it, man. You might as well excel at it,
That's interesting. So you had a I always thought that the shamans were like just the fucking crazy people in the olden times, but then we actually had like jobs for them at the time, which was like being a witch doctor and shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was more of a role in regards to just what you did as a job, right? Because there really wasn't much of modern medicine in Iran in the late 1800s and early 1900s, right? Until colonial powers came in, and that's the reason why my grandfather was able to become a dentist. They more or less had my grandfather my great-grandfather, the shaman, they had him give up his son to go to, I don't remember if it was a British or a French academy, but that was where he learned to be a dentist, and he became very renowned. So whenever he would have British royals actually fly into Tehran sometimes to work on, to get their teeth worked on and orthodontics done by my grandfather and his the assistants he was with. So that's some cool stuff right there. Outside of that, my white side, the German is all, when it comes to a lot of Germans in Texas, a lot of them came there because either they were farmers or outlaws. I come from the outlaw category.
Nice.
And the French side, we're not really sure how the French got there. My grandmother was the actual French one, white grandmother. My white grandfather, he was the German one. He still is alive and he still gives some stories, but the grandmother died many years ago. So that part of this family basically got chopped up into nothing. So we know they're from Gettysburg area. We know they fought in the Civil War. We think we had people fighting on both sides of the Civil War against each other, which is a little silly when you think about it, because imagine shooting at a guy across a field and being like, oh, wait a minute, our kids are going to have a kid someday. That's going to be weird.
Yeah, do you think, way digression here. You think if we were having another Civil War, wait, I don't even know what the fuck I'm going to ask. This is a stupid fucking digression. Never mind. I take it all back.
Okay.
Just the idea of a civil war is kind of funny. I mean, it's sad, but it's just, it's like you said, it's like I would actually be kind of terrified if no matter where I was living, if there was a fucking Americans coming to kill me. I would be pretty fucking scared.
Yeah, and I think it's a really tragic thing as well. People like to throw around those words, but people have been throwing around those words, a lot ever since the first Civil War we had. I don't think we're going to have another one, frankly. People don't like dying. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I think, and this is going to be a little bit, this is just me putting on my tinfoil hat, but I think a lot of the modern, younger generation were really passionless when it comes to like. We want to be passionate when it comes to politics and whatnot, but when it comes to actually doing things, we generally aren't. We oftentimes don't like to put, our money where our mouth is. So I'm not really worried about it. I think we just like to talk a big talk. Think the Twitter generation in a sense, right? We'll tweet all day long, but I don't think we're gonna load lead for the sake of
Right.
trying to fight about modern
That'll be the
domestic politics.
battleground for the next civil war is who's getting retweeted enough.
Yes, sir. Who's getting the most likes? And that's how we're going to figure out state lines. We're going to figure out which county gets the most retweets for their daily memes.
Hell yeah! Hey man, thank you for calling in. So glad you're talking to me about this.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, thanks for having me, Angel Boy, and love to see how the channel keeps growing. All right, keep kicking ass, bud.
Hell yeah! Talk to you soon.
Yep. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye. Ba bing, ba bing. Cool. All right, gonna take another break here. Be back in a few minutes with the boys, and then some more calls, and that'll be that. Okay. Yes. Here we go. Yo, boys.
Whoa, yo.
Oh shit.
We're in. We're live. Yo, what up?
What up?
Whoa, hey.
Hell yeah. Oh, we got a new boy in town.
It is I.
Is that Lordy?
The artist formerly known as Lordy.
Lordy,
No,
what's up?
I changed my name.
Okay, the
to be a different. Yeah. You have to see the whole thing, like a pimp named Slickback.
All right, fine. The artist formerly
Tribe Called
known as Lord. It's hard to say. The artist formerly known as Lordy.
Hi.
Yeah,
I don't know. I've missed you sounds kind of like I've missed you as a person, but I've missed the talking points.
You don't
Haven't
have
missed
to
you as a
clarify.
person.
You could just say you missed us.
No, I just wanted to clarify for the viewers that I didn't miss you as a person. I missed being in the stream.
All right, fine. Well, Lordy, we're talking on the stream today about your heritage. We heard a little bit from Moxie. He's got a very intense Indian heritage, and Kuwait.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Mukesh Gupta.
Mukesh and, sorry, what was your grandmother's name?
Pinjara.
Pinjara. And Kuwait had a whole metaphysical thing with some knives and stuff. You know, I don't want to backtrack or anything. But Lordy, what about your heritage?
Well, as you know, I am Australian. So I hail from Australian, yes. I've always said that.
You have a very thick Australian accent.
Yes, mate. I threw a shrimp on the barbie.
You got your sunnies?
Dingo ate my baby.
What do you think about your Australian parents and grandparents? What were they like? What sort of Australian things did they pass on to you?
Skin cancer?
Oh, yeah?
I don't know. I think that's a thing in Australia,
That's
isn't it?
genetic? You're just born with skin cancer?
Maybe?
Yeah, that's how
fear of
genetics
spiders? Fear of large land animals?
Wait, the
Kangaroos?
opposite of fear. You're unafraid.
No, didn't we talk last time about how there was an episode of Peppa Pig that's not allowed to be shown in Australia because they have to have a natural fear of spiders?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Because most places, spiders are like, they're our friends, they're cool. But in Australia, they kill you, right? Hardcore?
Yeah, that's what my grandparents gave me. Spiders? Fear of spiders? I can't follow myself anymore. Actually, I have to disappoint you here for a second because there's the Lordy sign in the air right now and I'm being called. So I have to break up this incredible story about my Australian heritage to disappear into the night.
You're going to talk to some Indians?
Why India? Oh, what?
Isn't that what you said? Wait, what did you say?
I said the Lordy sign is in the sky and I have to...
No, Lordy, don't!
Take off in the night.
Don't do
That's how it happens. I am a vigilante, actually.
Jesus Christ, you must have a lot of work in Australia.
Yeah, I'm an Australian vigilante that fights crime by night and day. I assume it's day in Australia right now.
Yeah, I mean, you would know. I mean, you're
yeah, I know, as I am Australian, clearly.
You're the resident.
Anyway.
All right, fine. You gotta go.
I'm sorry. I have to fight crime and stuff.
All right.
Spiders. Huge spiders. Bye.
Yeah, I also have to go. There's like some drilling happening outside. Oh, Jesus Christ. See ya.
What the fuck?
Actually, I'm going on a walk with my mom right now, so I'm leaving too. I'm sorry.
Fuck! What the fuck? The fucking boys! Oh shit, we gotta wait. Toner, you're skipping again? Toner, you're not even fucking there! What the fuck? These fucking boys are supposed to be there so I can talk to you! Jesus Christ. This is not okay. Alright, the boys just fucking ditched me for their moms and their vigilante bullshit and construction work. I fucking hate the boys. God damn it. God damn it. How dare they do this to me? I'm sorry, boys. I don't really hate you.
Call from
Anthony.
Anthony.
Let me go ahead and turn off this TV real quick. What's going on, man?
Yo, Anthony. How's it going? I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing awesome, man. I've been calling in. Got blue balled a couple times. I'd state my name, and then it'd go all the way to voicemail.
That's bullshit, man. That's Google's fault. Blame Google.
Ah, damn it, Google.
It's fucking Google. All right, Anthony, but you did make it in now. You're on. You're calling into the heritage stream. Did you have anything you wanted to say about your own heritage or someone else's or something?
Yes, but I'd also had to weigh in on, I think the last caller, they were talking about the king of the species, if you will. I think that the greatest percent of people is that one tribe out there in the Indian Ocean. And, you know, they
who dat?
have no, what is it, the Sentinelese or something like that?
Oh, I've heard of them.
Yeah, there's that missionary got killed like 2 years ago.
Right.
So, you know, we're not supposed to go out there, but he took it upon himself. He got murked. It was great. Yeah, the Sentinelese.
The modern world was trying to get in there, trying to get dibs on these people.
Give them the luxuries of religion.
Mhm.
So.
And they murdered that man.
Oh, they murdered him. Murdered him nice and good.
So you think that's the that's the king race of everybody? They're doing the best because they've kept it in the family.
Well, why not? As good as the case as any other.
Sure. What about your heritage?
Well, actually, it's funny that you guys were talking about like 23andMe and Ancestry. My mother, you know, a little bit of backstory. My mother was adopted back in the 1960s. She was born in 1965, back in a time where, like, her mother met her biological father. And he was in the Navy. He was like a passerby in, you know, Los Angeles area. And one thing led to another, and, you know, she became pregnant with my mother. And my grandmother, being a unwed, you know, or not maybe teenager, but young 20-something-year-old woman, unwed, it was not really a kosher thing to do, you know, to bring a child into the world. And I guess they're Mormons, so she kept it a secret from her family for the entirety of the pregnancy. And I want to say she was.
How deep into a pregnancy can you really keep that secret? Like, isn't there a point where people are just like, "You're just getting really fucking fat, aren't you? Like, what's going on here?"
Yeah, you got to keep the Cheetos, you know, handy.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny. My little brother actually gave birth, but his girlfriend, now fiance, gave birth 2 months after they found out they were pregnant. She was 7 months pregnant by the time they realized that she was pregnant. So to make a long story short, you know, she was rooming with somebody who was my grandma Jackie, who, like, she pretty much, hey, I can't really take care of this child. You and your husband much more well off. And my grandma Jackie was infertile, so she wasn't able to give birth. So in the hospital, you know, system, bookkeepings and all that, you know, it was a lot of, I mean, it wasn't as advanced as it was today. So she went in the hospital to say, my name is such and such. And, you know, I'd like to name my daughter, you know, such and such. And it pretty much went under the guise of, you know, my grandma Jackie. So after she had passed away very shortly after I was born, and her father had died when my mom was like maybe 14, 13. So she went through her entire, like, adult life without any parents. And she went and did the Ancestry, and she found her half brother on there, popped up. She reached out to him, went through Facebook, went and actually got in contact with her biological mother. We went out to LA about 2-3 years ago and actually went and met her. So she was able to close those, close the door in one chapter of her life where she was kind of like without parents and having to do things on her own. Now she has a big family support channel that she's able to kind of lean on. So
when you do that 23andMe shit, they give you actual names of people?
on Ancestry, yes. I'm not sure, I can't speak on 23andMe, but Ancestry, I too was adopted. I was able to find my biological father's side of the family. I actually was able to meet. I'm 30 years old now, and I was without meeting any of those peoples on my family, on my side of the family for many, many, many years. I was 29 when I met my biological father. So,
when you were a kid, then you didn't see any extended family. You were just
none. I had my mother, I had my siblings, and the man who adopted me told me I was just that adopted when I was like 13 years old. It was pretty messed up. So,
what was meeting your biological dad like?
It was very, very heavy, very stressful. Like he was a Marine back in Camp Pendleton. He was on drugs. He was really out of his gourd. He actually went to the Marine Corps. This is back in the day where if you were to get into trouble, they would point you in the direction of, hey, go to the jailhouse or go into the service. So he went into the service, and he brought it to me. Well, I was the baddest mofo in the around. I thought maybe I'd go with the baddest guys around. I'm going to go into the Marines.
Mm-hmm.
So he carried that swagger and that just lack of respect for authority or consequences with him as a young man. And my mom had to actually displace us from him because after her mother passed, she knew that her mother was safe. He couldn't hurt her, so we had to go.
So when were you conceived then? This is before he went into the service?
No, he was already in the service. He joined at like 18, 19 years old. He was with my mom for a couple of years, and it just degraded from there. She dealt with abuse. I want to say I have an older brother who's 7 years older, and my older sister, she's 2.5 years older than I, and he had like broke his arm. That kicked my sister through a screen door kind of deal. I mean, he was just, again, he was out of his gourd. So my mom had to, displace us from him, and going through all these chain of events that it was just, bad stuff and it's just bad stuff. And I mean, I'm happy to go through it because I feel a stronger individual because of it. But I never bothered to ask her about it. I never bothered to ask, hey, who's my father? I kind of figured it, it was, she's already dealing with enough stuff. Kind of let her sit. I'll figure it out on my own.
She got away from him. She thought that he was bad for the kids and her and all that.
Right.
Yeah. So what then? Like you said, you were meeting him and that was heavy. Like, do you have kind of residual feelings of like what your dad should have done, or is it just like, does he seem like a separate person?
He does seem like a separate person, but it's complicated. It's very it's very complicated. But I was able to take from them because they're Creole. So out in Louisiana, Texas, I was able to kind of see and watch, going back to like who I am and where I come from. I'm able to see the way a lot of people act over there, their mannerisms, their kind of aesthetic kind of behavior. A lot of people don't, I guess, appreciate or understand somebody who's a very over the top person. I go over there and I feel like I'm at home. So,
what does Creole mean exactly? I know that is people around Louisiana, but what does that actually mean?
Well, you have the French Acadians that were displaced from Canada, and they migrated down south to Louisiana. If the Louisiana Purchase was purchased from France.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken. So yeah, the whole big branch of area across the Mississippi River. A lot of your French people actually congregated over there in New Orleans, Louisiana. This is why they still speak French. So they don't have counties; they have parishes. They have all this different stuff that is. And I was raised outside of this culture, so I don't quite understand. I wouldn't be the subject matter expert of that, but yeah, it's just it's a type of people who are mainly comprised of French French Canadian peoples who were ousted from their lands and migrated south to Louisiana and intermingled with the free slave population. Where actually on your Patreon, I went and posted those results from the ancestry, and it's just a bunch of mutt people. People you can't really tell who they are, what they are. And it's kind of crazy.
Is that what your mom is, or is she very Creole and she was raising you?
My mother was she's very very white. So
which kind?
That was my
England
father.
or Ireland or Germany or?
She's actually mostly Scandinavian, Scandinavian, Germanic. So
sure, the pale white Northmen.
That's correct.
So that's like what you were growing up with then? You weren't, even though you're in this very Creole environment, your mom wasn't really imparting that to you?
No, she didn't raise me in that culture. Again, she was displaced from her mother, who we found out they're a bunch of Mormons, and which is kind of funny.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
They really are. But that's a story for a different time.
Were you meeting up with a lot of your extended family when you were growing up?
Not when I was growing up. I didn't meet anyone until I was 27, almost 28 years old.
Okay.
And that's when I first met my grandmother, who's this ancient looking but very mobile, very active, chipper old lady, and she's a Mormon, and she's got to be 82 years old, and still just zipping around the kitchen, got multiple dishes going on.
Dude, so how does that work? You've got a Mormon grandma, you said? What that didn't get passed down? They married outside of the Mormon faith?
Well, she had a child with a naval, I guess a seaman, giggity, and so she ended up giving my mother off for adoption. So we were raised completely outside, completely dispositioned from that culture. We had to make our own. Being born and raised in Southern California, just kind of going out to the dunes or the this, or that, going to the beach, and then we went down to Florida, kind of raised around there, just different things. It's very, very entertainment centered. We went up to Western New York for a couple, 2-3 years.
Oh yeah.
And
whereabouts?
So, I don't know. I know you're over there. I think in Eastern, but we were over there by like the Finger Lakes,
right.
Olean. So.
All my extended family. I mean, really, all my extended family is from Syracuse, New York, which is more western than I am currently. But so you said you're like what, 30? 30 something?
Yeah, I'm 30.
You ever think about having kids someday?
I actually do have. I have one child of my own and a adopted daughter, and that's kind of why I went that path, because I had buried that hatchet and I was okay with myself, and I was like, I don't need no father, you know what I mean? So,
yeah,
and I kind of built myself, and I previously reached out to one of my younger brothers from that family, and I was like, hey, what's up, man? And this is like 6-7 years ago. He was kind of receptive for a couple months, but then he didn't know how the family would take it, so he kind of just blacklisted me. To when I just met him actually in November for the first time.
Why? I don't understand. Why he blacklisted you for trying to get in contact with him?
Right. I was like, man, I was a child. I did nothing wrong. But he was. I guess my father was still an asshole. So whatever. But the reason why I went and actually dove in and went headfirst into going in and finding these people was for my children. I had nothing growing up. I had no cousins. My siblings would go. It was kind of a his, mine, and ours kind of deal. With my family, I was one of 7 children.
Yep.
I was one of the middle children. Now I'm one of 12.
Damn.
So, but the only reason why I went and looked for those people was to grow that family, being able to, show my children that you come from a large family, being able to have them experience different things. My daughter was on the Mardi Gras float last year, right before the whole world shut down.
Mm-hmm.
So
is that's like something you feel like you missed out on when you were a kid? Was having the
yeah, you miss out on things like throwing a rock into a creek with your cousins, people who you should be, close as your brothers and sisters with, And I saw my brothers and sisters who had those relationships with their cousins, and I was kind of, I always felt like the black sheep. And I never knew until, like I said, I was like 13, 14 that I was adopted, but most everyone else knew. So they kept it from me.
How old are your kids?
My daughter's 10. My son is, he's 6.
God damn, dude. That's awesome. Tell your kids I love them. I love them.
Oh, thank you, man.
Just tell them, it's Uncle Minute Hour,
The Uncle Minute Hour, they're going to look at me all sorts of crazy.
Say that you found an uncle over the internet.
All right.
There's endless uncles over the internet, but I'm the guy who's the not scary kind of uncle. I'm never gonna be around anywhere, so they don't have to worry about that.
So hey, I know you got other callers that want to come in. Thanks for listening. I just wanted to kind of weigh in.
Yeah, dude. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate you talking to me.
Oh, absolutely.
Have a great day.
You do the same.
See ya. Should I not say Uncle Minute Hour? Is that I'm sort of... I kind of want to take that back after I said that.
Call from
Robbie.
To accept, press 1. To send a voice...
Robbie.
Oh, hey, what's up?
What up, Robbie?
I'm
You're
here.
on the stream, bitch.
Nice, I like being on the stream. What's up, Minute Hour?
Nothing much. I'm just doing this fucking stream, This is kind of taking up my time currently.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember. Well, you probably remember me talking. I doubt you remember my name. But I was the guy who was talking about nukes and StarCraft last week.
Oh, sure. Robbie.
Neither of which I'll talk about today because they don't have much to do with my family, to be honest.
What did you?
I'm sure the guys in the
us?
chat are tired of hearing about that.
What did you want to tell us about your heritage, Robbie?
All right. Well,
where you come
here's
from?
what I'll start out with.
Yeah.
Where do I come from? No, all right. So my family, for the most part, has been in America since before the revolution.
Oh my God.
So yeah, so we've been here for a while. So in terms of like European roots, I come from, on my mom's side, mostly like the British Isles, and on my dad's side, Italy and France. So that's where I come from. But honestly,
that's mad early though for those Italians. They were mainly coming in the 1900s, right?
Oh yeah, but they were a group of people called the Waldensians, and I think that the Waldensians had their main heyday before the New World was even discovered. But that's what they were, and they were basically a persecuted group because they were kind of like early Protestants, and like even into when America had been found out, Protestants and Catholics, didn't get along perfectly, and so they basically came to America, I think, for like religious type reasons, not 100%, but that's my impression. But anyway, I feel, I do care about my heritage, but not necessarily the European part. That's not really something I feel close to. But here's something interesting. Is recently, like last Thanksgiving, actually, well, this most recent Thanksgiving, I was at like Thanksgiving dinner with my mom's side of the family, and like my grandma and grandpa were like talking about all the people that they knew, like family wise, when they were kids. And it was so weird because they were like talking about people, and they would always mention like, oh, this guy could read and like this guy couldn't read. And it's like really wild to think about. Like a lot of my great grandparents couldn't read, you know. And
Do you
like,
feel
that
like
was-
your life has improved from being able to read?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you know, I could be all fucking coy and sly and be like, oh, you know, reading only brings pain, return to monkey. But, you know, like, shit, dude, you can't read. Like, that's, like, symptomatic of, like, a really shitty life. I mean, I'm from the South. I'm from North Carolina. So a lot of my ancestry is, like, sharecroppers, you know? Like,
what does that mean
really
exactly?
fucking,
Does that have to do with
you,
slavery?
you don't, well, kind of. So a lot of what you hear about sharecropping in school is like after slavery ended, right? There was the rise of sharecroppers, and it was a thing that was happening before slavery, but mostly to white people. And it's really just you work someone else's land, and you live on the land, and you get like a small cut of the profits from the land, but you don't own anything, and you're really fucking poor. And it's kind of like pseudo slavery. So they
Like
did it to the black
indentured
folks in the
servitude?
South after the war, and also a lot of white folks.
Wait, so what was your family's involvement? They were heading the sharecropping
No,
biz,
no,
or they were
they were sharecroppers.
they were the
I mean,
the people working.
less on my mom's side and more on my dad's side. I know that a lot of the people from my dad's side were sharecroppers. From my mom's side, I don't know. I think they were a little bit better off, but I don't know exactly to what extent.
But you're talking about like hundreds of years ago, right?
No,
No.
not hundreds. No,
When's the most recent that was occurring?
I mean, I think it ended like in the 40s, maybe. Like Great Depression. You ever read like Grapes of Wrath?
No.
You ever heard of Grapes of Wrath?
I have heard of it, but no, never read
Yeah,
it.
it's like, you know, it's about like sharecroppers, you know, people who don't own their own land, and they're you know, like dirt fucking poor, and they get kicked off of their farm or whatever. You know, so I don't think that sharecropping like really ended institutionally until like the Second World War. I might be wrong about that, and you know, I'm not an expert on it, but you know, it was recent enough for like my great grandparents to be involved in that.
I'm definitely not. I mean, you're an expert compared to me, so you can just say whatever the hell you want. I'm not gonna question you.
It's like, oh, here's another interesting thing, which is I actually had, and this is very, I think, fitting of like just North Carolina's general like place in the world. In America, is I actually had like a great something grandfather of mine, and like his brother actually shot each other in the Civil War. They were on different sides. One of them was on the Union, and one of them was in the Confederacy. I don't know which one was was in the Confederacy and which one was in the Union, but they
what?
shot each other.
You don't know?
Yeah, I don't know, which is crazy, but I kind of better not knowing, to be honest, because it's like, I don't know, it adds a little bit of mystery to it. Like,
it adds to the feeling that it was just like a mistake, just like a mad accident. Maybe they were on the same side and they just accidentally.
No, they were on different. No, this is like confirmed. They were
Okay,
on
you know
different
that.
sides. My grandpa is into like genealogy, and he knows this, and it's like it's totally crazy. Could you imagine, right? Like if God forbid, if a civil war broke out in the United States, like you have brothers, right?
Yes, 3.
Could you imagine? First of all, it's hard to imagine like a war breaking out that's like past anything that I'm passionate enough for me to die about. But could you imagine like being passionate enough about like this abstract cause to shoot your brother?
No, absolutely not. I can't imagine being
Yeah.
passionate about anything enough to shoot somebody.
Yeah, much less my brother. Yeah, I mean, it's it's crazy.
Right, we were just
to me.
talking
I mean,
about
I
that
learned about
a couple
that
calls ago. We were talking about, well, what could that possibly happen? And I was saying that I would be terrified if Americans were coming to kill me in my hometown. I mean, they know it better than I do.
Dude, if there's any fucking nationality I don't want trying to kill me, it's Americans. I mean, say what you will,
Those
but
guys are
But we're
ruthless.
killers, man.
Yeah, it's fucked up. I don't want to be at the
It
hands
really
of
is.
Americans. I've heard terrible things about what Americans do to people.
We're a sick bunch.
But we'll all be fine. It's not gonna happen. We concluded on the other call that the new American Civil War will be entirely on the internet, so it will be safe. It will be safe for
I mean,
everybody.
if a civil war can happen on the internet, like if that's your bar for what a civil war is, then I think it's already happening. But
That's true.
You know, no one's dying.
Dude, you're cutting out.
Kill each other if it was impersonal. You know.
You're cutting out
But,
a little bit. Say something. Say something.
I am?
Okay, no, you're good.
Hello?
You're good. You were getting quiet there for a second, but you're good. You're good.
I might have just moved the phone away from my face a little bit.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
You know, the last guy who was on was talking about how his what was it? His was his dad Creole or his grandma Creole? I didn't quite catch it. I think his grandma was Mormon and his dad was Creole, if I'm correct.
I forget immediately as soon as the conversation's over.
It's okay. We you know, I think that everybody who calls in kind of expects that.
There's a record
No,
of
we
it
just
somewhere.
we're in here for the moment, you know. We're not living for the future of it. And these streams get fucking deleted anyway, so it's like,
That's right. That's right.
Sure,
That's right.
somebody has them.
You had
on
to
the
be
computer.
there.
Yeah, had to be there.
Dude,
but anyway, what I was gonna say.
Okay, go on.
About the Creoleness and the Mormonness is my grandma was actually a Mormon Creole. So,
dude, what?
Yeah, and she just recently died actually. But my grandma on my dad's side, I didn't know she was Mormon until I was pretty old. It was actually kind of funny. Like I was helping her like clean out her room, and I saw a Book of Mormon. And I was like, oh, that's funny. And she was like, oh, you didn't know I was Mormon? I was like, oh, what the hell? You know.
Where was she from?
Cool. She's from Louisiana. I mean, she was a Creole. She grew up like speaking French. I think speaking English too. I never actually heard her speak French. I think when she was older, she almost exclusively spoke English. But yeah, she grew up like that.
Did she marry a Mormon?
No, my grandfather is certainly not Mormon.
Dude, how do you think that happened? You ever talk with them about that? Like how they crossed those lines, those barriers?
Well, I don't think she was a Mormon when she married him. I don't think. I think she was.
She converted to
Christian,
Mormonism?
but I think she converted to Mormonism later in her life.
That seems rare.
Yeah. You know, to be honest, it's kind of sad. I don't really talk to my grandparents. I don't really have the opportunity to talk to my grandma about this anymore because she's dead. But you know, I didn't talk to them all that much about when they were kids. And my grandpa isn't really the type to. He's not the sentimental type. He wouldn't wanna.
You got any grandparents that are alive currently?
All but her, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah.
Do you find yourself like wanting to get into this? Like as you get older, is it interesting to you, or is it just?
Definitely.
Oh, okay.
Definitely. I mean, it's. I think a lot about like my heritage, about where I come from. I mean, my dad was like the first person in his, like in his family to go to college. You know, or, like in his direct family, and it's just crazy to me to think about like where I come from. I guess a lot of like white people have this feeling like, and a guy was talking about this earlier, but you know, like a lot of white people have this feeling like, oh, well, where I'm from is boring, it's Europe, whatever. But you know, like people in like you go to anybody's like lineage and like you're gonna find people who are like barely getting by, like fucking like suffering, dude. Like, we all come from, like, people who lived shit lives somewhere along the way, you know? And they were related to you. Like, a little piece of that person is, like, your DNA. That's crazy to me. That's wild to me.
Yeah, a lot of people we've been talking to today have had that sort of feeling where it's like, like we don't really think about it that much. But it's very different from people who are living in the old country, because they all just fucking live there and their whole family lived there for their entire lives, like since the beginning of time. Like, even with just you can pick just any random person in America and they've got some sort of weird story. Like even you said you're very white, but yet you've got a very specific lineage that is like interesting and not just American. It's like there's all these little intricate details.
Yeah, I think that like of all like my really of all the people I like know very well, I'm probably the one who's like most I don't know, emotionally connected to like where I'm from and who I'm from. Like I think that's kind of, and I don't think it's like horrible to not feel connected to like where you're from, but I think it's like, I think you kind of miss out on something if you're not. Like, it doesn't have to be something that's very interesting. You should, if you know it, it's hard to describe, you know?
Are there specific things that you would want to pass down to your children if you ever had children?
Oh, I definitely want to have children. But what do you mean, like specific things, like knowledge?
Yeah, I mean, like family stories. Like, is it important to you for your children to know where they came from? Whether it's either like cultural things or whether it's just the stories of like your old family.
Yeah. I mean, I'll tell them everything I know about like my old family. There are a few stories that my dad's told me just about like his like grandparents and like his life growing up that I think are really interesting. I actually I had a chair. I do like a little bit of woodworking, and I had like a chair that we got from my grandparents' house that I was just like using when I was like doing that. And it turns out that chair was like my great grandfather's, and I was like, wow. And my grandma was like told my dad that like it belongs to me now. So now I have like a chair that belonged to my great grandfather, and like I didn't even know that it was his chair.
Dude, I love that old shit that gets passed down. The same thing.
And like
chair.
I'm sure as hell gonna give that chair to my kid. You know, like that chair. Like, I'm going to give that to my kid, and I hope he gives it to his kid, and I hope that'll keep going until it, like, burns down in a fire or something.
Yeah, it's like, it's cool just to have something that is wicked old, and it looks nothing like anything that's made currently. I remember my grandma had this really weird, kind of scary-looking chair. It's like this wooden chair that had this face carved into it. It's supposed to be, like, this god blowing like wind, and it was like this very scary looking dude with making an intense blowing face.
Dude, that's gnarly.
It's awesome, and we still have the chair in the family, and it's like it's the same fucking thing you're talking about. It's just like, I want that chair. Like, that's an awesome chair. No one's gonna make that chair today. You're not gonna sell that chair.
Well, and there's like this quality of like almost like it's just irreplaceable, you know?
Like,
you
my
can't
family's been sitting on this chair for 80 years.
Exactly, yeah, like we were gamers all the way through.
This is the gamer chair. All right, dude, hey, it was great talking to you, man.
Yeah, it's great talking to you, teammates. I hope I wasn't too boring. I'm sure everybody in the chat's like going nuts listening to me.
No way, not at all. All right, hey, call again soon. Talk to you next week.
All right, man.
All right, bye, dude.
Peace.
We're talking chairs, baby. We're talking ancient wooden chairs. Call in if you've got a chair to tell me about. Tell me about what's, the specific design of this chair. Google's not letting me answer this call. It's only got the... Google? What the fuck?
Call from...
Oh, shit.
Sebastian.
Oh, it did work. Okay.
To accept...
Sebastian?
What? Oh, what? Oh my God!
Are you just playing piano? Were you fiddling?
I was fiddling diddling my scales.
All right. Well, you're on, Sebastian. What's
Oh my
up?
God! Oh my God! Yeah, I'm a long time caller. I mean, a first time caller, long time. God, the nerves. Anyways, so
Start from
yeah,
the
the
top.
heritage.
Hold on. Let's just no. Let's get this clear. What are you? You're a what time what?
I'm a first time caller, long time baller.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, Sebastian. All right, so you're calling into the heritage stream. Did you have something you want to tell me about that?
Yeah. I got a. Ooh, yeah. So, man, I got this grandfather, and he was kind of a shady guy. Did some shady things. You know, he was a little bit of a puppet master. You know what I'm saying?
No, but you what do you mean? He was a puppet master. He's a criminal mastermind.
Oh well, yeah, he was like some sort of like frickin' like notorious French Canadian mobster, and he.
What?
Yeah.
What the hell did he do?
Well, you know Trudeau, not the prime minister, not the prime minister, but his father, who was prime minister.
Sure, the old Trudeau.
Yeah, the old Trudeau. Yeah. So apparently he was kind of close with old Trudeau, and what he would do is he would. This was back in the good old days when the Canadian and the American police they didn't really talk to each other for like whatever reason. So what he would do is if there was if there was someone and they had to disappear, he would just kind of like go like 5 meters past the border and like just dump the body because they were like and then the person would just be presumed missing. But
wait. So you're saying that the old Trudeau would murder citizens and your grandfather would dispose of the murdered bodies?
Well, he wouldn't like he was like kind of like not the old Trudeau. He wasn't like a Patrick Bateman type, like going out
No?
like choking out homeless people. No, it was more like
And prostitutes?
yeah, I mean, could be prostitutes, I guess. Like, man, I'm drawing blanks here.
Dude,
Anyway,
I'm trying to figure out what you mean. Okay, so you're saying your grandpa was like a fixer for the Canadian government.
Yeah, he would kind of like fix leaky pipes, if you know what I'm saying.
And by leaky pipes, you mean humans who would like to speak out against the Canadian government.
Yeah, or just generally, like, if there was like some union asshole that they like were like, gross, labor's rights, they would just kind of
just kick, get them, just move them slightly. You didn't kill them; it just moved them away from Canada.
I mean, they would just kind of like, they would just kind of go on a trip. You would take them on a trip.
Sebastian, stop speaking in riddles. I can't understand what the hell you're talking about.
Neither can I.
What are you trying to say? You're saying, how do you even know this? Did you hear this from your grandpa, or are these stories from your dad, or your what?
Stories from my. Well, actually, I called in. I had like a completely different story in mind, but then I just kind of blanked about the other side of the family. But honestly, I'm just gonna.
No.
I'm just gonna pass it on to the next call.
No, wait. It's okay. We can keep going. You'll remember. All right, so listen to me ramble for a while, and then you'll remember what to say. All right, so
I like that.
Sebastian, you had a grandpa. He was murdering citizens. You know, they weren't bad people, but they were the wrong people for that time. They were in the wrong place at the right time. What about your other side of your family, Sebastian? Do you have anything interesting you want to say about them? I did a bad job.
Oh, no. It's I feel like we're like a couple of like football guys just like fumbling,
I want to put it all on you, but you're already kind of feeling bad. But I do want to, I want to berate you. You're the one who called in.
no, it's definitely on me. But to be fair, you're the one that picked up. So
I'm trying to hand the ball
let's
off
just call
right
it
now.
even.
This is a clean handoff. I'm like,
This is a clean handoff.
take this, baby. Get the touchdown. It's all yours. You're like
Touchdown,
Rudy.
already.
This is your moment. This is your moment to shine. You can make the sack. And
This is my favorite moment.
Everyone's going to be like, he was small, but we liked him because he did the good thing once. Like Rudy. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Oh yeah. So anyways, my other side of the family, my father's side, just typical, boohoo European immigrants, World War II. Actually, it's kind of rude, but it's like, you've heard one immigrant story, you've kind of heard them all. The broad strokes are the same.
We get it. World War II was apparently scary or some shit.
Yeah, it was like kind of like not cool. Like a lot of things going on. So then they kind of like came over to like this country because like they were like some sort of like I don't know what they did to deserve it, but they just had to come over here for some reason.
They thought things were going to be better over here?
I guess so.
No one's getting bombed over here, so that's a really big plus. Like, there's not planes that are flying over America and bombing cities regularly.
Yeah, that is a good way to kind of like put it in perspective. I can definitely see where you're coming from on that regard. That's So
I get your
point.
points.
Yeah. So yeah, World War II, big bummer. They come over here. Newsflash: my dad is born, and then he was born with like a billion brothers, billion sisters. Just like Hungarian immigrant family, but they always there was always this like weird there was always just like this weird kind of like family politics going on throughout throughout their entire history. But again, he was born in 1953 in a large Canadian city. So, and he was kind of coming of age like late 60s, early 70s, which is a hell of a time to grow up.
Sure.
Like he would, sometimes he would just kind of like reminisce about his childhood. He'd be like, oh, when I was your age, I'd be doing like this or that. But like he wouldn't really like have a good grasp on my age, so I'd be like 12, and he'd be like, "Oh, when I was your age, I was sucking titties and stealing bikes,
eating ass."
Yeah, pretty much.
What did you mean about the family politics when people came over after World War II? Are you saying that like half the family were still Nazis and they were still just like, "Come on, it's not that bad," and the other half was anti?
Oh no, it was just kind of like they always just kind of had like a strange relationship, just trying to like screw each other out of money and property.
Oh jeez,
that's
a bummer.
And like the house that I'm actually at right now was a family house that my grandfather bought and handed down to my dad, but or my dad like bought it from my siblings or whatever, but just kind of like throughout decades and decades, they would try to kind of like pull some legal shenanigans to kind of like, take ownership of the house and practically evict
me, my brother, my sister, and my mom. But yeah, it was, my parents, their relationship, even though it was really bad, like no matter what, they did not get divorced, which is like pretty rare these days.
Sure. Yeah.
But I'd say probably, although like, to be fair, they didn't really get married. So it's kind of a prerequisite.
How do you mean exactly? They'd never got
Well, I
married?
guess they never got married. That's something I usually forget. I remember like when I was around 10 or 11, I asked my dad, I was like, Dad, why'd you marry Mom? And then he just looked at me with
Mom. Dad, why
and then
the
he just
fuck
had
did you
like
do that?
Dad, why did you marry Mom? That kind of. Well, I guess it was more like why? Well, kind of like, I wanted to learn about my roots. I wanted to learn where it came from.
Sure.
What made the men before me, and he just got this like big shit-eating grin on his face, and he said, and he was like, "I did it."
Dude, that's why they never got divorced. They never got married. It's perfect.
Yeah, that's the secret. I mean, the divorce rates would go down if people would stop getting married, for sure.
That makes a lot of sense, bro. Okay, so
correlation equals causation. That's what I've always been told.
do you have any children?
Not that I know of.
Jesus, that was a long. Usually people know right away whether they do or don't have children.
Yeah, well, you know.
Okay, well, say one day you had a child that you are aware of. Is there anything that you'd want to pass down to them with your family, or is it just like starting fresh? We're gonna do this my way.
If I had to pass down anything, I'd pass down my moves. That's what I'd pass down.
Your moves, like your moves with the
Not
ladies.
Hey, I'm just laying out the data. You can extrapolate what you want.
Dude, can you tell me one of? You're saying moves, right? MOVES.
Moves with a V.
What's one of your moves? Tell us. Where are your children right now? Just tell us one of your moves, Dad.
Well, son, if you're listening, what you want to do is you want to give and withhold.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
It'll click.
Dude,
like
that's not enough. That's not enough information.
Or like what you do is you walk up behind them, you go to the left, you say hey, and then you walk up behind them like from the right, and you're like, who the fuck was that asshole? Fuck that guy. It's called the cat call and response. That's what I call it. Oh, and also self-defense moves. Actually, here's one that my dad passed on to me. I remember I was like, I was 10 years old, and he tucked me into bed after our nightly game of chess, and he looked me in the eyes and he said, he was like, Busby. That was my nickname growing up. He was like, Busby. If you ever find yourself in front of a rabid dog, this is what you do. This is what you do. So you take your non-dominant hand. That's the hand you don't use to jack off, right? And you put it across your torso like this, and then you kind of like bait it out, like you want the dog to bite you, right? Right? And then when you do that, right? And then as they lurch forward, they might get you, they might bite on, but don't worry, that's not important. What you do is you take your other hand, you put it back behind their neck, and then he did like a motion, where like one fist went forward, one fist went back, and you break the dog's neck.
Jesus.
That's the old gypsy pinch. That's what he called it, the gypsy pinch.
All right, well, dude, thank you for calling in. I don't think we could possibly top your advice for how to kill a dog.
I'm glad I could pass on some of my moves.
That's the
either
primary move.
Either Sons of Me or Sons of the Lord, doesn't matter.
You could use it for all kinds of you could use it for all kinds of situations. Someone's coming towards you, you'd give them the old gypsy pinch.
Oh yeah, the old gypsy pinch when you're in a gypsy pinch.
All right, dude, thank you for calling in.
All right, appreciate it. It was a real pleasure. Love
See
you.
ya,
Bye.
dude. See ya. Hell yeah. Scary. The gypsy pinch. I'm gonna have nightmares about that. All right, gonna take one last break here, and then we'll do one last, maybe a little shorter than an hour for this last bit. I don't think there are any boys left to talk to, but maybe. We'll see. We'll see. All right, one last break. Music from Gaetano De Paolo. Link in the description to his SoundCloud. Stop. I'm back. I'm back. Oh, shit. Bing. Bang. Yo, boys, there's a boy in here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, dude.
Sound good? I haven't set it up on Discord yet, so I don't know.
You sound crisp. Crisp as a fall apple. You sound great.
Hell yeah, I got some new mics, so this is a good test. This is a good test.
Doig, this is Doig, aka Slouch, aka the man
Yeah.
who made this beautiful HUD for the stream. What's going on, Doig?
Nothing much. I saw that there was only one boy, and that doesn't really mean boys, does it? Just you?
Yeah, dude, there were no boys. I mean,
It was just the boy.
I am a spiritual boy, but you know, when I go to the boys, if it's just me, that it doesn't work. It doesn't flow.
Yes, it's just like your normal monologues, just talking to yourself.
Which is bad. We don't want that. That's what the boys are for, to stop me from doing that.
Yeah.
All right, so
I haven't.
Yeah, go on.
I haven't been here the whole time. Is the thumbnail mean anything? Is that your family?
No, that's Norm Macdonald's family.
Oh, okay.
I just like that picture because Norm is on the left side, and I guess his brother's on the right side, and he really just looks like Norm Macdonald with a mustache in disguise, like he's trying to be incognito.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's got nothing to do with me at all. What about your heritage, Doig?
I know nothing about my family. I know like 3, maybe 4 fun facts, and that's about it.
What do you mean you know nothing about them?
Nobody talks to each other.
Oh, yeah?
No one talks to each other.
To this day, throughout your whole childhood?
No, we talk to each other, but it's just like, it's glorified small talk at best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you don't know shit about where they came from?
No, and I don't know literally anything about my dad's side. I don't know him very much, but I know that his dad, at least it has been told, was a part of the Yakuza. And that's the most I know. Never met that man.
Is your dad Japanese?
No, but his sister is.
Oh.
So I don't know.
So you don't have the specifics then of what he was doing with the Yakuza?
No, that's just what's been said. He was in the Yakuza.
Does he have all his fingers?
Yeah.
He died like way before I was born. So I have no idea.
Dude, do you think it's probably some Yakuza shit?
I think I heard he died in a motorcycle accident, or it was a heart attack. I have no idea.
Oh, dude, let's say motorcycle, because that would be 2
Yeah,
motorcycle
it's
deaths.
way cooler.
Yeah, that's radical. All right, what about your fun facts?
I mean that was fact 1.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah, that was fact 1. My grandma remarried in like 1992 or something to this old man that I'm not related to at all. But he's what I knew as a grandpa for a while. And he was like a police officer, and he raised German shepherds, and he like taught them like German, like for commands and stuff.
Yeah.
It was crazy. Yeah.
What's your grandma like? She was dating a former Yakuza motorcycling mischief man, and then she married a German Shepherd dude.
Okay. I don't want to get it confused. The Yakuza old man is on my dad's side.
Oh shit.
That I don't know anything about. That he's a mystery. The old German Shepherd guy is on my mom's side.
Dude, okay. So what do you know? What do you know about your family?
So I'm just real white and maybe some Irish. My grandma's maiden name was O'Flaherty.
Yeah, that sounds Irish.
Yeah, they took the O off once they like lived in America for a while. It was just Flaherty.
They think that was gonna fool anybody?
Yeah, they're like, yeah, this is American now.
We were born here. Don't worry about us. Don't worry about the Yakuza. Wait, I'm
Mhm.
getting confused. Wait, which
Yeah,
one?
it is confusing also because, okay, Yakuza, dad's side, and German Shepherd guy, my mom's side. But the German Shepherd guy was literally born on the day of Pearl Harbor.
Oh. Good luck.
Yeah.
God damn. Okay, but he's not the Yakuza guy.
No. Yakuza guy is literally a fable. Like, I don't know if that's true.
Right. That's what you would expect on the Pearl Harbor, like it was some sort of hex or curse where it was like Pearl Harbor occurred and then your grandma was able to finally give birth to this Japanese traitor.
Yeah, I think you're getting it confused, but I
Okay, wait. What about your parents? What about your parents? Like they never talked about your where your grandparents are from, or like what their childhood was like with your grandparents.
So I think the last time I saw my dad was 2016. Like, I have no relationship with that guy. So he's never told me like anything of his side of the family, really.
Okay.
And my mom's side of the family's pretty boring. Just Irish.
Did you ever meet up with them when you were a kid though? Or are they living like far away?
When I was like real young, I think I knew them, but I don't remember anything about them at all.
How many are still alive?
I think all of them except the Yakuza guy. Yeah.
You got any interest in talking to them and finding them?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be cool, but I would hate to be demystified by the Yakuza thing, because that's a good icebreaker for, heritage shit. Yakuza?
Yeah, shit. Like, you don't... What about the other side, though? I mean, like, go find them, go rediscover your Flaherty... Wait, was this the Flaherty side? Who's not Yakuza?
Yeah, that's Flaherty side.
They might have some cool stories.
I think my my grandpa on my mom's side is pretty Native American, but I don't know.
Doig, what the fuck?
Yeah, I know. I
You don't
should
know
talk to these
anything.
people.
Yeah,
I don't talk to them.
Why? What does it all come down to? Tell us the deep, dirty, dark secret. What did they do to you?
They're boring. They're boring.
You just say that because you don't know them, Doig.
I mean, yeah, probably. There's probably some.
I know them
probably
even
some
less.
hidden secrets.
Okay, well, great. Hey, it was great talking to you, Doig.
Yeah, of course.
I'm kidding, of course. You ruined everything. You broke the flow. It's the stream is ruined because of your responses.
To Yakuza?
So I'm still in class right now. Can you stop calling me while I'm in class? It's kind of distracting.
Yeah, Toner, you joined. You joined, Toner. I'm getting so flustered with the boys right now. Toner, you joined.
Look, man, I really care about my education, and I'm really losing a lot right now. And
I would like to
I
do a
understand you
stream.
need to have your boys here to back you up and do what you say and support the show and everything.
Yeah,
but
it's not
look, we
working.
got lives too. Look, I can't have every single Friday evening in this chat room, man. I've got friends.
Okay.
You get
Toner, first of all, that's bullshit, and you know it. Don't.
You're right, I don't have friends. I'm
don't-
sorry.
Don't fuck with us
I
like
don't
that.
have
We are
friends.
your friends. That's why we're here. Next
That's
time
true,
though,
that's true.
we'll do a full stream on your study abroad program. I would like to
Oh,
get in
God.
touch with some of those Japanese folks that you're talking to. Do you talk to them?
I do. I spend actually 2 hours a week doing conversation practice. I've got a few stories. I went to Japan for a day and a half, Went to China too.
Oh, I thought you were gonna tell me the story.
I mean, I don't know if I.
Jesus Christ!
Dude,
The boys. What
dude,
the?
you
what
got
the,
time? Do you
why,
got
why do you
time?
think I come into the
Here,
boys?
yeah.
Why do you think I come here? I come here to listen to you speak.
It's not even the topic. It's what?
All right.
You said I ruined the
I'll tell you what,
flow.
here.
Everybody's
Here, I'll tell you
ruining
what.
it.
You're ruining
Ruin
my
the
flow
flow?
too, man.
Okay.
All right, here. You want a small story? I'll give you just a small morsel, little anecdote.
give me a
So I
taste.
was on my way back from China, and we're stopping in Japan on our way to America, and I'm just trying to catch some Z's on this major layover. So I find this empty little section of chairs. I lay down on it, and I'm just kind of half asleep, half not asleep, and then I notice there's like a shadow over me. I'm like, I think there's someone looking at me right now. But so I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna kind of open my eyes just a little bit and see who's there. And there's like either a Japanese or some other East Asian like schoolgirl bending over me with her phone camera like right in my face. And I just pretend to stay asleep. Yep.
Dude,
there's a
what
few other
what a
stories
good
like
story.
that. Yep. So there's some Japanese schoolgirl out there that has a picture of me with my golden hair and my beautiful resting face in this airport feeding arrangement.
That's what you think. You were just
So-
like it was like a zoo exhibit where they're just like look at the white man. Look at how he sleeps.
I don't know, man. Maybe. I mean, airports that's full of a lot of people of various colors that
it's
a lot of Japanese people don't get to regularly see because they're an awfully homogenous country. So
The airports are the
I don't know.
cultural exchange of the world.
I am currently right now. It's kind of interesting. We're actually like watching like war movies in our Japanese program right now, and like it's kind of like I have to like talk with Japanese students about like nuclear bombings and stuff like that, and like my something that I really can't mention is that like I've met the co-pilot of like the B-29 that dropped the bomb on Nagasaki.
Oh shit.
yeah. I don't know. It's very it's how do I put this? Enlightening for both of us in different ways.
Dude, that sounds like a great conversational topic. Just like I know the guy who fucked your shit up big time, baby.
Yeah, I saw the plane and everything. He was right out in front of it.
God damn. You should have told. Yeah. Well, okay. All right. Well, thank you, boys. Thank you for talking to me for a little bit here. Doig, Tony.
Yeah, I need to get back to class. I just had someone ask me where I was. So.
All right. Good. Get back to that. All right. See you, boys.
All right.
Bye-bye.
And get this and this and this. Okay. All right. Last bit of the stream here. Do another, 40 minutes or so. 518-288-7938. I was just kidding, Doig. You didn't ruin the stream.
Call from V. To accept, press 1.
B?
That's me.
This is B? This is a different B than I know.
No, this is V. No, as in Veronica.
Oh, V. Okay.
Yeah,
This
V.
is different. Okay, all right, okay. What's up, V? How you doing? Can I call you
I'm fine,
Veronica, or
thank
do you
you.
want V? Is that what do you want?
No, last time I said Veronica, and you're like, that's way too long. And so
Oh,
I
wait,
said
shit.
V.
Veronica, I remember you. You're the one with the
You're a
baby.
liar.
You got the baby.
I am. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, I am the one with the baby.
Yeah, I fucking remember you. So don't even start
all right.
with me, V. And
All
you're getting
right,
mad
all right.
close. You only got like a month left.
Wow. Yeah, leave me alone. I'm 8 months pregnant over here. You don't want to, induce anything. You gotta be nice.
That would be pretty freaking cool, actually. If I
Wow.
just said something so distasteful to you that the baby was like, "Get me
No.
out of here."
no, this is Rosemary. You have to give good vibes, remember? You're the one who gave the name. How could you? You can't do that.
I'm so excited for this baby. I named
Yeah.
them. I can't wait to talk to them for the first time on stream when they call in.
Oh, I'm gonna put them right on the phone, right when they're
Dude,
out. I'm just gonna,
dude.
make sure there's a live stream and everything, and I'll put it on.
I am friggin' in charge of this baby. I named them. I mean, you guys gotta take care of the, the legwork and shit, but I'm the foreman of this baby.
Yeah, you're basically the godfather, especially now that I know you're Italian. So it makes sense.
All right. V, I'm too excited to speak right now, so I can't even host this. Okay, so V, Veronica, you're here. You're calling again. It's been a while since we talked to you. You've been gestating. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, I've just been making a baby over here, doing my thing.
It's busy work. It's boring as shit.
It's a lot of work. I'm kind of tired. I'm a little tired these days.
Right. Okay, but you're calling into the heritage stream. What did you want to say about your particular heritage?
So basically, I am first generation. I am Colombian and Ecuadorian. My father is Colombian. My mom is Ecuadorian. And I know you've been talking about heritage and what are the most important things. And to me, it's all about food, language, and then music/dance. And I'm not sure if that's just because I'm Ecuadorian, Colombian, and those are the important things, but I'm going to do my best to pass Spanish to my child, as well as just, some Spanish music so they're not completely deterred from it.
Sure. Those are definitely some of the cultural touchstones.
Yeah.
So is that what your parents did? Do you know they passed Spanish on to you when you were a baby?
Actually, they didn't. My mom was very adamant on not teaching me Spanish.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so she tried to teach us both English and Spanish as children, and we were actually mixing them up. So we were talking, I guess, literally Spanglish, and she wanted us to be very assimilated to the culture because she wasn't, when she came to the country, she basically had a difficult time learning English. And so instead of us having, I guess, that issue, she just straight up said, okay, only English. And I actually went to Ecuador from ages 6 to almost 18 every year for 3 months. And even in Ecuador, my mom said to her family, don't talk to them in Spanish. Only talk to them in English.
Nice.
So I am awful at Spanish. I'm actually pretty bad at English as well. And I think that's because, you're learning from your mom who's kind of like broken English. I'm from Queens, so they kind of have their own little accent there. And so, like, for example, I was saying passport my entire life. I had no idea there was no A in the middle. Yeah, and in Spanish it's pasaporte. But everyone around me called it passport. No one ever told me this. And one day I read my passport, and there was no A. And I was like, why isn't anyone teaching me real English over here?
Oh, yeah.
And so, I don't know. Luckily, my
fucking
husband...
hilarious. Every time
I
you said
think no one-
passaporte, they're just like, this fucking, what the fuck does she know? She's an idiot.
I think that's exactly it. Plus, in Queens, everyone else was also either fresh off the boat or first generation. So everyone had their own way of saying everything, which means no one really knew English. And then I go to, I went to SUNY Albany, so I went to college, and everyone's like, what the fuck are you saying? What are you trying to say? I can't understand you. But, got my husband. He accepted me. He teaches me how to speak English from time to time, which is very nice. Teaches me the pronunciation.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know from talking to you that you can't speak English. I am speaking to you in English now. It seems it's working. It's working.
It took many, many years. And when I'm drunk, it really does pop up a bit more.
Nice.
But luckily, Rosemary should know some good English, especially from her father's side. And then I'm going to throw in some Spanish, not from me because she'll sound awful sounding, which she learned it from me. but we'll give her classes for that.
Oh
But
yeah, and
that's the plan.
you can't even get drunk.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's been forever. It was easy at first because I'm not a drinker, but I've been to
That's what they
I've been to some parties here and there. Yeah, and now I'm feeling it. Like I feel like especially New York, this July 4th is going to be such a party.
It's gonna be epic.
It's gonna be epic. It's gonna be so much fun, and I can't even drink. Like and like I know people in Florida are like, who gives a fuck? But in New York, it's we're open. We're finally like getting close to each other.
Right.
So it's gonna be a big deal. People are gonna party hardy.
But you can drink as soon as that baby's out, like in the hospital. You can just order a shot, like on the
Maybe that's what
airplane,
I'll do.
right?
Yeah, I mean, my husband could get it for me, so you're right. I was thinking of getting like some sushi instead because I really want some.
Dude, but how
fish.
cool
But
would you
maybe-
look if your husband's bringing you like a bunch of sushi and a flask, and you're just like getting started on this mama shit early?
Well, I wouldn't want Child Protective Services to come in that quickly. I'm hoping for a few more years, but yeah, I
would've
think
been-
about it.
When did your parents? When did they move to America?
They were actually both teenagers, so 15 to 16.
Oh,
They moved here. Yeah, but they were both young parents, so they basically had my oldest brother at 19, and then that's it. It's over.
And you were never born? When did
What
they have
happened?
you?
They had me when I was 25, so they had
When they were
4
20.
kids between 20 and 25.
My God, that's intense.
I know. It's crazy to think my mom had like 4 kids by the time she was 25, and I'm only having my first, and I'm 30 right now. So
Yeah, it's
pretty
that's okay.
wild.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's the American way, so I like it. I have no problems. It's just weird.
But you said you visited when you were a kid, Ecuador. Is that what you said? Every year?
Mm-hmm. Every
Like
year for 3
summers
months.
or
Yeah, my mom would basically kick me out right when school was over because she didn't want to deal with us anymore, and then that's it.
so? Do you keep in touch with those people?
Oh yeah, they're actually living with us right now. My aunt, my grandma, my aunt are actually in America right now, and but yeah, we have a good relationship and everything. And they're, for example, my uncle is actually younger than my brother, so we were all kind of close in age. Like there was one point where my mom and grandma were both pregnant at the same time.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, we're all like, we have a good relationship, at least when it comes to that side. My Colombian side, I have no idea about. It's very vague, very fuzzy.
How old is your grandma when she was last pregnant?
I think she was 40, maybe mid 40s, and my mom must have been 19.
Jeez, yeah, wow.
Isn't that wild? Imagine.
That is. What do you think? Is that going to happen to you? You going to be having
No.
babies all the way till the end?
No, I have like a 5-year plan. Basically, pop as many as I can before I turn 35, if everything, God willing.
That's a good idea. Okay, so the family the extended family that's living with you or near you currently, did they actually move, or are they just around? Are they hanging out?
Yeah, it's just a temporary situation for now because my grandma is actually I think she is going through chemo, or basically the health care system is way better in America than it is in Ecuador. So she came actually. Yeah, can you believe it? Finally, we have a better one than another
Your
country.
last call was all about baby getting a bill.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I still feel that. It's still ridiculous.
It's
but,
the good old days.
I mean,
baby getting a
yeah.
bill. Back when that was
I
just a
don't-
fun thing we were talking about instead of an impending reality.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't. I just the bills are increasing, and I don't even know why they're coming. But yeah. Anyways, she's so they're here, and they're basically they're actually U.S. citizens, so they're just dual citizenship. So it was actually pretty seamless for them.
Are you you happy with them being around? Like, you planning on pawning Rosemary off on those people as often as
Hell
possible?
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see, because I think, like, yeah, I'll give them to my parents or, my brothers, and I'll go out from time to time, but I had this really freaky dream that my brother took my baby, and I was freaking the hell out. And I don't know if once the baby comes out, I'm going to be like, hell no, this is my baby.
Yeah.
No one takes it. No one touches it. So it's a weird feeling to think I'll be overprotective, because I thought I'd be a cool mom. But no, I'm going to be a different cool mom. Like, this is my baby mom.
No way.
So
No
I don't
way.
know. It's just weird. It's just weird to think I'm going to switch. I have already that mindset that I might switch.
You're already ready for when that thing comes out, changing all of your plans.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, it's going to screw
I
up your
know.
life big time. I mean, I got to say, whew. Rosemary's
In the best
gonna
way
screw that shit
possible.
up.
I'm very much looking forward.
I guess. I guess.
Come on. You know you want it.
You know me.
you know you
know
want
I love that fucking baby. Come on.
You know, you're the godfather. Come on.
Yes. Yes. It's very exciting for me. Well, that's interesting. So, I mean, it is funny that you thought, even for a second, that you would be able to go out or anything as a mom. Like, that,
I
what
know.
a hilarious thought.
That's
There's no
naive.
chance.
I know. That was stupid. But you're like, no, I'm going to still live my life. I'm going to, just to try to keep everything normal. I'll have a baby on my side. And then I'm like, yeah, that's not. Yeah, I think I was planning on going to a wedding, and I was thinking about Halloween and going out with baby, maybe dress up as like a pea pod or a blueberry, something silly. And
That's cute.
I'm just like, nah, I'm gonna just chill home with baby, and no one can touch her or look at her. And
Dude,
sorry.
I can't.
That dream freaked me out.
I sincerely can't wait till the August show when you call in and you've been so chipper and friendly every time you called in, but the next time I know is just you're gonna be a completely different person. I'm gonna be trying to talk you off the ledge or like stop you from drowning the baby. I know that's gonna happen.
I'll need you to virtually take care of the baby from time to time. If you're okay, just, watch it via webcam as
Yeah,
I
I'll
like
just
take a
keep an
break,
eye on
take a nap.
While
It's a
you
new
go
era,
out,
so,
I'll just keep an eye on the baby in the living room. Like, it'll be fine.
Yeah, I trust you. I've been here since day one of the stream, and you're very attentive. You do go to the bathroom, every for a solid 10 minutes, and you're drinking, but you seem very cohesive the whole time. I usually don't even know that you're drunk, so I think you're great. I think you're totally fit to be the godfather.
I feel like that was a barrage of insults to my character. You said it in a friendly way, but you know what? I do have to pee. I do have to piss every hour.
You have to pee. You drink a lot, so it makes sense. Like, you have to go.
Stop spreading these rumors about me. Jesus.
We know your habits, Minute Hour, okay?
Oh, God. All right. Veronica, thank you for calling in. And, I've said this every time, but really, when that baby comes out, I want to hear about it. Send me an email.
Until next time.
All right, good. All right, good talking to you. See ya.
See ya. Bye.
You hear that? I'm the fucking godfather. I am the godfather over the phone, which really works for me. Like, that's where I want to be. I don't want to go to some fucking baptism and okay. Anyway, ooh, unknown. This could be the one.
Call from B. To
It's
accept,
B.
press 1.
We went
To
from
send
B
a-
to B. B.
No fucking way!
B, you're on. Were you listening?
Hi.
Did you hear
I
V
was
called?
listening. I did, and I was like, wait, I was like, oh my gosh, it's me. And then it wasn't me. I was heartbroken, but then she started talking about baby. I was like, that's pretty cute, so I'm gonna not be like mean
B.
or anything or whatnot.
B, when's your
Yeah.
baby coming?
It's not coming. Well, unless I have like enough money, and then I'll just adopt some child and move to New Zealand or something.
You want to adopt?
Yeah.
Gay? Have a baby, B.
Very gay, to be honest. I am a raging bisexual, so.
Ugh. Okay, that's not the topic of the stream.
Yes, it's heritage.
Yep.
It's heritage. I'm your token black assimilationist Negro. So I'm spicing up the stream now.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Tell us all about it.
Hell yeah. I have nothing much to offer. I'm very whitewashed. Colonization was very effective with me. So
you're in the motherland,
I don't have much
right?
to offer.
You're in Great Britain.
No. See,
Didn't you tell me that?
Google, if Skype wasn't taking the fucking piss, you would have heard about my really cool but also really depressing travel story. Because I'm back home now. I'm back home, back in the land of the assimilationists.
Where?
I'm back in the home of the Negroes. Okay, I'm in the motherland.
What is that?
I'm not going to tell you.
You can't tell me the
I'm going to
country?
reveal. I can't tell you the country because it's some. I might say some stuff, and the president's really scary, so I don't want him to hunt me down and kill me. So yeah.
B, this is not okay. You gotta give me just give me the continent. The continent.
It's in Africa. Okay. Is that a continent?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Africa caller. Okay, so you're in the motherland where you.
We do have Wi-Fi, guys. Because okay, I'm sorry. I cut you off.
Is this
Go
South
on,
Africa?
go on.
Can I guess?
No.
Ghana?
Yeah, sure. I mean.
Can I keep
no.
guessing? Congo. The Congo.
No.
Okay.
The DR.
Egypt.
The doctor. No.
Syria. Is that Africa?
Just give up. Give up.
All right, fine. I give up.
No, it's not. I don't think that is. My geography is quite bad.
Okay, so were you
But
never
yeah,
in Great Britain? Was I just confused about that, or did you go back and forth?
No. I was in Great Britain, but I moved back like 3 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. All right, this is recent.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so then, are you back with your family then?
I am, after not seeing them for 2 years because of fucking COVID.
And you were doing uni bullshit in Great Britain?
Yep. And then I didn't drop out, but I took a break.
Yeah.
Just left in the middle of the term, and I was like, fuck this shit.
Was it because of the show?
No, it was because of depression, but the show too.
Hell yeah. Okay, wait. So you're back in this is fucking Africa somewhere in that lovely continent. Did your family do they see you differently now that you had been shipped off and shipped back?
Do they see me differently?
Do they think like, B, she's not the fucking same. She's whitewashed. She's not like us anymore.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My mommy found out I do drugs and every couple of days or so we'll have this discussion about Mary Jane and how I'm not supposed to want to use it as a child of God and shit. And, yeah.
So you've got some
That's one side.
religious parents. You have religious parents?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Am I still on?
B, you're fucking breaking up. I can't hear what you're saying.
Okay.
This is the goddamn African internet.
Hello?
Hello? Hello? B?
No.
B? B? I wanted to fucking end on this call, so you better fucking hear me. Hello? 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 Yes?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
No.
Oh, well,
I can.
You did respond.
Wait, no.
B.
This is
go
so
to
sad.
Go to somewhere clear. Can you hear me? Go to the
This is
shore.
probably the best place. This is the best place I could get it. I'm sorry.
It sort of sounds like you can hear me, but you're saying you can't.
I can.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Never mind. Okay. So anyway.
Is it better now?
Yeah. You're not breaking up anymore.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Good.
All right. So I was asking, B, your parents, they're religious? Sounded like where you're going with that?
Yes. Yes.
What kind? What are they? Christian?
Yep.
You don't want to go into it?
Oh no. Yeah, I kind of don't want to go into it. This is the heritage stream.
Okay, yeah. Tell me whatever the hell you want. I'm not even gonna ask you. Just tell me whatever the hell you wanted to talk about, B.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you. I have creative freedom. It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I found out what like ethnic group I was, because apparently there are like 300 in my country. So I found out what ethnic group I was, and it's the minority of the fucking minorities.
Oh hell yeah.
So that's not good. That's not. I mean, that's not good because like we're on the brink of civil war. I found that out today as well. I'm really in the fucking clouds because I came down for a moment and I was like, whoa, what do you mean civil war? What's that about? Hello?
Yeah, you ready to fight?
Yeah, everyone's ready to fight. And like I don't want to piss on poor people because Lil Jeff did that in the last stream, but like the fucking poor people have nothing to lose. Like they're ready. They're ready to fucking go.
Meanwhile, B flying to and fro in the
yeah,
developed
international.
That's not
and, like,
your problem at all.
it is my problem because the first thing you notice when you get back is that like people are so angry at you just for being, not for being rich, but for being well-to-do. People are really angry at you, and it's scary because it's like, hey, I didn't choose this life. This life chose me. That sounds really fucking rude, but whatever.
Yes. But how you gonna use that life? What are you gonna do? What's your friggin' plan, B? You're out of college now. You didn't drop out. You're just taking a break.
Yep. Mhm.
So what's your plan?
I'm on what I'd like to call, I'm on a creative and a religious pilgrimage right now. So I'm just doing it, in the words of Mac DeMarco. I'm just like existing. And it's really fun. Like I just wake up and do dumb shit and work on a painting, and then I go back to sleep.
Sounds pretty good. I feel like if I was a poor person and I heard you say that, I would want to murder you.
You would or you wouldn't?
I would. I would want to get you. I would be like, I want that life. I'm gonna murder B and I'm gonna do the things she's doing.
And they're gonna be like, oh my, she's eating in between, and like, ugh, she has access to the internet and she can buy paint. Like all her money doesn't go to the bare necessities. I would kill me too, to be honest, if I was impoverished. I would.
Hell yeah. All right, good. I'm glad we've at least settled that anybody in their right mind would kill you. Oh, go on.
I have a question. Anyone in their right mind should kill me. Oh, no, sorry. No depressive, no negative thoughts. But yes, I have a question. Are you ending the call on me? Not to sound like self-righteous and shit, but...
I was thinking about it. It's kind of become a tradition to end on B.
Yay! I did it! Those little children that I murdered to make it here.
But you have to say something interesting. Like if you don't make it worth it, then I'm just gonna have to take another call until someone says something interesting.
Okay, well, you want me to talk about my fucking heritage? My grandfather was a slave, and not the
in America?
yeah, it got very not the American slave, the kind of slave where like your own neighboring village sells you off to another neighboring village because you guys lost the war or something. So yeah, he was a slave, and that's the grandfather on my mom's side. But the thing about the country where I live is your heritage is practically whatever your dad is, right? So fuck your mom. She doesn't matter. Her grandparents non-existent. It's literally your last name is what your dad's last name. I mean, yeah, your last name is what your dad's last name is. Your like ethnic background is what your dad's ethnic background is. So like listening to the call and having people talk about their grandmothers was just really weird for me because I'm like, my grandmother, I mean, yeah, like they don't matter in the sense that like it's just all about my dad's side.
You never met up with your maternal grandparents when you were a kid?
Like the ones on one side died when I was before I was born, but I met up with the
Is that what they do
side.
to forget about them? They just friggin' kill them as soon as they give birth?
Yeah. Wait, I'm a
Come
bit
on,
confused.
Bia. No,
Fucking
no.
dumb bitch.
That doesn't make any sense. Okay, all right.
What?
What I was saying didn't make any sense, and then you agreed with it. I don't know what to do with that.
I'm a dumb bitch. I'll agree with it. Well, I won't agree with anything, but like if I don't understand it, it's either I'll agree or I'll laugh it off. But anyway, back to my grandfather, because I think the grandfather on my mom's side story is really interesting. But I did find out that my grandfather on my dad's side was an alcoholic, and my dad's mother, who is the wife to said alcoholic, was a very hard worker. So that's cute. Nice, I guess.
Yeah.
Go her.
Hell yeah, girl power.
Yeah, power to the women. And oh gosh, my dad sees so much of me in her, and like I have her name as well. And I think one of the scariest days of it's not scary, but my dad just sat me down and he had these wide eyes, and he just looked at me and he was like, "You're the reincarnation of my grandmother." And I was around like fucking I was like, what, like 15, and I was like, okay, that's not weird at all, because he was saying it with all seriousness as well. He was like, you're my mother, and I was like, hey Dad, did you drink something or what's going on? Like, where's this coming from? But yeah, it was just him trying to encourage me to also be a hard worker like grandma was.
Ah, I see. That's what he was trying to pass on to you.
Yeah,
was like, it's
but it just
not
passed
your
on.
choice, B. Guess what? You are the reincarnation of my grandmother. She was a hard worker, so you
Yep.
better friggin' do
Yep.
that.
Exactly, hard worker by default, no choice.
Did you feel like there was any sort of like cultural divide between you and your family? I mean, like you get mailed off. You go on a plane, I guess. You probably don't go in an envelope, but you get mailed off to some other country, and then you come back. Like, is there any weird feeling of like, you know, you said they kind
She's
of
not one of us.
Yeah, but just like, how was that when you were a kid? Like when you were actually when you were growing up? Like, did your family always have this idea of like, we gotta be out of here?
Oh yeah, it was like a big thing because I'm like, would I say first? Okay, maybe like second generation. Like, what's that? Those people that go to university, that go forward to study at a university level. But you know, there was always that. But in all honesty, I've always been the black sheep of the family in the sense that like, I was always just different and weird and white, as people might say.
Yeah, right, B. You're the fucking same as everybody else.
No, I'm
Yeah,
different.
right.
I'm not like other girls.
All right. Why? What's
I'm
different?
not like other women.
What's different?
Nothing is absolutely different except for the fact that I'm taller than like most of the average females.
Nice.
Wait,
How tall are you?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
5'8"?
Ooh, it's
5'9"?
higher. It's yeah, maybe 5'10", maybe 5'11". On a good day, on a really good day, though, I'm 6 foot. I
God.
like to believe that. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's as tall as me.
Wait, how tall are you? We're getting personal now.
I'm 6 foot. I mean, I'm 5'11", but I say 6 foot all the time, and it's on my license, so it's proof. There's proof.
Exactly. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
No one walks around with like a tape measure.
But I walk around with my license all the time, so if anybody has a question, just consult the document. All right,
Period. Fuck, I can't believe I used that.
B.
Go on.
B.
Yeah.
We gotta end this shit. It's over. It's over.
Okay.
But
yeah,
you gotta say something. Something is just gonna be a good ending. I mean, I don't have an idea.
I was about to go into the tragic. Would I say a tragic sort of love story about my grandfather and grandmother on my mom's side. So where I come from, we don't have racism. No, we don't. We have none of that. Racism, none of that. But we do have tribalism because, like I said, there are roughly 300 to 400 ethnic groups where I'm from. Yeah. And it's a tiny ass. Well, it's not a tiny country, but there are a lot of ethnic groups. And it's almost like an unspoken caste system. We're not as bad as oh fuck, I forgot, Sri Lanka. Like we're not, or other places where it's pretty freaking obvious. But there's an unspoken sort of caste going along, and like if I'm from one ethnic group and someone else is from another ethnic group, it just won't work. And like I'm interested in that person, they're from another ethnic group, and this was like back in the ages. It just didn't work. So my grandfather and grandmother didn't get the fucking memo, and they were like, we're gonna do this shit. We're gonna bust babies everywhere, and they did. They have like 11. Am I over exaggerating? But they have a lot. Hello?
I'm still here. I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. Wow. So yeah, they have like 11, and so going into their relationship, it was so fucking rocky, and like at the slightest thing my grandmother would do, they would just pack all of her clothes and like kick her out of the house and everything. And this happened multiple times, and she's kind of strong in her own way. She's not like girl boss like my dad's side, but she's strong like endurance wise, I'd say, in the sense that like every single thing that she would do would just be scrutinized because everyone's just so fucking bitchy. And I think that's, if we're talking about heritage, that's one thing about like, it's a characterizing flavor, almost like menthol cigarettes. What the fuck? It's a characterizing flavor. Like, just everyone from my dad's side are just so fucking bitchy. Like, I'll see my mom, I'll see like my aunt for the first time in like 2 years, and God forbid I forget to iron my shirt. And the first thing she'll say is like, why the fuck didn't you iron your shirt? And I spoke to my aunt like a couple days ago from my dad's side, and she just couldn't understand the fact that I didn't have any friends. So she was like, yeah, just go out with your girlfriends, go out with your gal pals and do something fun. And I was like, I don't have any. And she just couldn't get it. And then she started making jokes and telling me that I should just come see her and that she can be my gal pal, which is very sad.
Hey, to be fair, I
It's
also
cute,
don't
but like
understand.
also sad.
I'm in your mom's boat here. Why don't you have gal pals, B? What's going on?
It's a good question.
All right, separate question.
But,
separate question.
Yeah.
You ready?
What? Like, why don't I have any friends?
No, that was the question. You couldn't answer. All right, you said your grandpa was a slave. How did they get out of that? How did in one generation your family go from slaves to rich for the region?
Who said we were rich?
For the region.
And
I thought you said you were well off.
Like,
that's why poor people hate you.
You deny the wealth in this part of the world. You deny it until you fucking die, because no one can know.
I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, but I really don't know. I think the thing with like the older generation is they just have a lot of trauma that they just never fucking talk about. So my dad was alive, and he was telling us about the last Civil War because he was in it, and he was telling us, oh, you guys don't want to fucking see Civil War because it's scary as shit. And you could just tell that the memories that he was recounting were very traumatic, like limbs being strewn, whatever the fuck, everywhere, and like he hid in a canoe and under the bed for days on end and stuff like that. Jesus. Like they just never address that kind of stuff because they're like, oh, we're through it. All the old things have passed away and shit like that. So
it's not really a great conversation piece. The intense trauma.
Yeah.
Okay, last question then.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So your parents went through a bunch of shit because they had married each other and they're outside of different ethnic groups. Am I right? That was
No. That's my grandparents.
Okay,
that's my grandparents. But
grandparents.
Yeah.
So then, what do you think about you and your life? Are your parents going to be? Do you think they'll be accepting of the beautiful man that you end up with, or does it have to be a particular kind of man?
My parents just know that I do the shit that I want, and at this point in time, I'm. What's that word for women who just are gonna be single moms or some shit like that. But yeah, I want to be a single mom. And I was
Why?
Why
Why would you want to be a single mom? That sounds fucking awful.
Because it sounds nice. It just
What?
sounds like, something that wow.
You don't think you're gonna need some help?
Absolutely no support. No, because I'm gonna fucking homeschool the kid, and it's gonna be fun. Homeschooling is fun. It's a lot of work, but whatever.
B, you are so fucked.
That's well, it's either you know what? I'll take that. Maybe I am. I have no response to that. You're like that old dude that told me, I was like, yeah, no, I just don't think I want to get married and get into a relationship. And he leans in real close and he's like, even when you're 30. And I'm just like, why do you think I'm going to be?
Yes.
Like,
I'm exactly like that guy. Even when you're 30, B, are you
even when you're
30? Why don't you really consider this for a second? This is not a joke. When you're fucking 30, when you're getting tired of even getting out of bed in the morning and you're going to raise a child by yourself, are you crazy? Are you insane?
I'm going to need the 30-year-olds in the chat to confirm this. Do you struggle to get out of your bed at 30?
I struggle to get out of my bed. I'm not even there yet. But
no.
Goddamn. All right, B, hey. Thank you for calling in.
Oh, I wanted to ask, did you just do a lot of coke in the last stream? Because there was a lot of unnecessary, sniffing. That's such a weird fucking question. No. But, was it a cold?
I don't know what it was. It was just regular sniffing, human sniffing. I have a nose. I have to breathe air through it sometimes. If I had coke,
okay,
it would be interesting to do a stream on that. I would probably be pretty excited. That'd be fun. But I don't have any access to that.
Please do.
All right, B. Great advice from B, as usual.
Do a coke stream? Hell yeah.
All right, we'll talk to you soon, B. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you for having me. Oh, also, I'm really sorry to Daniel and Elise, and I hope you guys get a chance to call in next time because you guys are amazing. Yeah.
I don't even know who you're talking about.
That's it.
Okay, cool.
Well, yeah, because you don't look at the fucking chat, so it's none of your business.
Jesus. All right, fine. All right, see you, B. Good talking to you.
See ya.
Bye.
You.
Oh, sorry, B. All right, that's the fucking stream. That's kind of a weird one. Heritage. That was a weird topic. Yeah, whatever. Hey, let's see if the boys are around. Hello? Hello, boys? Boys? They're so fucking long gone. I don't even know why. Obviously they're gone. They're gone. They don't want to talk to me anymore. That's all right. Okay, the boys are gone. Thank you for calling into the stream. This was the Heritage stream. The HUD / overlays from Slouch. What you're looking at on the screen. Slouch, very talented animator, storyteller. Check out his channel. Is linked in the description of this video. As well as the music from the stream is linked in the description. It's all from Gaetano De Paolo, or something along those lines. Some sort of Italian composer I found on SoundCloud, doing some chiptune type shit. His link is in the description of this video as well. Thanks for listening. Thanks for tuning into the stream. We'll do it next week. Different topic. God only knows what it'll be. But thank you everyone who called in. And thanks for listening. And this is this. I'm going to play one more song here, or two more songs, and then one more song. And that's that. All right. See you. Have a good night. Have a good weekend.